Lu Yi asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist is discerning. This is the rule of the greedy sea. Although I am willing to work for you, the rule is set here, and I have no other way. Then I don't need to say anything about goals. Let's just make a bet. I will use one attack. If you can withstand it without turning into dust, then I will immediately turn around and leave. If you cannot withstand it, you will turn into dust. Is this acceptable? Lu Yi asked. Fellow Taoist. The greedy sea actually wanted to say that the bet between them was not equal, but looking at the faint smile on Lu Yi's face, it felt a very strong sense of unease, as if it was going to completely perish here today. Who exactly is this person? The fifth heaven clearly doesn't have an existence that can destroy it. Fellow Taoist, we actually don't need to gamble. I have no intention of being enemies with fellow Taoist. If I have offended fellow Taoist in any way, I can apologize and compensate fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist does not need to be like this. The greedy sea said sincerely. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It has already become this intelligent. This wisdom even surpasses the wisdom of 70, even 80% of living beings. To be honest, even the darkness origin is very likely not as intelligent as this greedy sea. This is also very normal. Greed: the more intelligent a person is, the greedier they are. Although it's not absolute, unintelligent people often don't get many opportunities to be greedy. Forget it, no more talking. Villains die from talking too much. For the greedy sea right now, isn't he the villain? He originally just wanted to test the power of controlling the heavenly Dao with the human Dao. Now is the perfect time. Lu Yi's figure suddenly retreated. The greedy sea watched Lu Yi's action, its voice becoming sharp. Wait a moment, I can surrender. At this moment, Lu Yi formed a hand seal. No. Even though the power of the technique had not yet manifested, the greedy sea was still extremely panicked. The azure planet suddenly collapsed, and the greedy sea water transformed into a giant fist, smashing towards Lu Yi. But Lu Yi remained motionless. The last hand seal of the technique was formed. The technique's name, Heaven and Earth Tribulation Technique. Boom! An indescribable giant thunderous sound rang out. Many people, even powerful ones, felt their minds go blank. The enormous sound directly caused their thoughts to become somewhat frozen. Lu Yi also lightly trembled, startled. He really didn't expect the sound of the thunder to be so loud. The phantom of the nine heavens great sage instantly appeared, but after thinking with a frown, he shook his head helplessly. The heavenly Dao was exercising its authority, eliminating heresy. He should not interfere. It's just this power, isn't it a bit too outrageous? Is the heavenly Dao trying to blast through the nine heavens in one go? Under this tribulation lightning, the greedy sea had no chance to resist or struggle, instantly turning into dust. This is the true strength of the heavenly Dao, and even this has not displayed all of the heavenly Dao's strength. Just kidding, in the previous life, the system used the power of the heavenly Dao to forcibly reverse time, causing time to flow backward. Except for Lu Yi, the 8 Empresses, and the darkness origin, even celestial venerables lost their memories of the previous life. What kind of terrifying method is this? When the reincarnation heavenly lord saw the reincarnation obsession *2, he was dumbfounded for a long time, because he had no idea why, nor did he know when his reincarnation obsession was taken away, because he had no memory of the previous life. One can imagine what kind of authority the heavenly Dao possesses, what kind of mighty power. However, it was also because there were no saints in the previous life. If there were saints, the system's time reversal would not have succeeded. Done. The greedy sea was blasted into dust, completely shattered. Lu Yi was very satisfied with the energy of this lightning bolt. Darkness origin, come find me quickly. Let you also experience the power of my newly improved heaven and earth tribulation technique. Let's go. Next place. Lu Yi left with Lin Chiyu and the drunken sword Taoist. The remaining group of people stared blankly in the direction where the greedy sea had disappeared. Of course, they knew Lu Yi was very strong, because Lu Yi fought the demon tide alone, which was a solid achievement. But when Lu Yi fought the demon tide before, it was a fierce battle. It took so long. If Lu Yi had unleashed such a tribulation lightning back then, what would the demon clan have played with? Was Lu Yi hiding his strength? Or perhaps Lu Yi had become even stronger? No one could have imagined that this was the heavenly Dao taking action through Lu Yi's hand. The heavenly Dao cannot act against living beings, but acting against this kind of existence that should not appear, no one can find fault, because the heavenly Dao is maintaining its own safety. However, no matter what, the impression that Lu Yi in the fifth heaven absolutely cannot be provoked was once again deepened in everyone's minds. When the myriad ancient sect heard the news, they broke out in cold sweat. Limitless Celestial Venerable, fortunately, they changed their decision and decided to put aside the face of this ancient sect, thinking repeatedly and still deciding to seek peace with Lu Yi and offer help in times of need. Otherwise, this time they might also repeat the same mistakes, and possibly be even more miserable than the myriad ancient sects in the previous four heavens. Limitless Celestial Venerable. Limitless Celestial Venerable. It's terrifying. Lu Yi gave the fifth heaven a small shock. As for what the greedy sea said about being able to fulfill wishes, what could be called a wish in front of Lu Yi is something that even a Celestial Venerable might not be able to do, let alone some greedy sea. The second place is the no-return cave. As the name suggests, those who enter do not return. It is unknown where it leads, and no one who has entered has ever come out. The heavenly lightning you released just now was too terrifying. I just heard the sound, and my ears felt like they were going to be deafened. If you were to use this method against enemies, wouldn't you be invincible in the world? Lin Chiyu asked, somewhat excitedly and curiously. Lu Yi glanced at her. Fellow Taoist, is it possible that even without using this technique, I am already invincible in the fifth heaven? Already invincible. Already invincible long ago. Lin Chiyu. Chapter 419, Stealing Whole. When others claimed to be invincible, Lin Chiyu would think they were bragging and would be willing to give them a big eye roll. Because this fifth heaven is so vast, the heroes of the world are like carps crossing the river. No one knows where an old monster is hidden, who could casually make a move and completely shatter your invincible heart. Some people were even sealed here before the 9 heavens were formed. The fifth heaven is very large. Even though Lu Yi had been ascending for quite some time, the places he had traveled to only occupied a very small part of the fifth heaven. However, after he possessed the endless secret treasure, he didn't need to collect resources everywhere anymore. Otherwise, the demon clan was so poor, and all resources were used by the demon clan themselves. Even if Lu Yi destroyed the demon clan, he would be penniless and forced to search for resources. How great is it now? Cultivate in seclusion, come out to resolve some matters, and then he could happily ascend. It's a pity Yin Qingcheng ascended too quickly, otherwise, he could have met Yin Qingcheng in the 6th heaven. He also didn't know if Yin Qingcheng would make the Supreme Affection Immortal Palace work for her. The Supreme Affection Immortal Palace is one of the top forces in the 6th heaven, and above them is the existence of the giant Forget Love Immortal Revered. Although the Forget Love Immortal Revered is emotionless and desireless, would anyone really dare to provoke him? Doesn't being emotionless and desireless also imply a problem, which is that this person is temperamental? But Lu Yi didn't have this concern. As long as the other party was his enemy, he would kill when necessary. As for whether the Forget Love Immortal Revered would attack Lu Yi, for this, he had to thank the 9 heavens great sage. When Lu Yi truly ascended to the 9th heaven and the Forget Love Immortal Revered made a move again, it would be a different scenario. If there were no surprises, when Lu Yi ascended to the 8th heaven, he would begin to break through, attain the Tao and become an emperor. While the three were talking, they unknowingly arrived at the no-return cave. The no-return cave is a black opening. No one knows where it leads, why it appeared here, or even exactly when it appeared. Lu Yi recalled the events of his previous life. This no-return cave wasn't something incompatible with heaven and earth, rather, it was the last hole dug by the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing. Back when the 9 heavens had not yet formed, the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing was also a famous figure in that dark ages. His heaven-stealing technique was impossible to guard against, and anything valuable in the entire world had to be guarded against the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing. Later, the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing vanished without a trace. The rumors said that he stole something from the demon ancestor and was pursued by the demon ancestor. However, the demon ancestor didn't seem to catch this fellow either. Because the entire void, the entire chaos, had been riddled with the demon Lord of Heaven stealing holes like a sieve. You want to find him within his stealing holes. No. It's the kind where you can't even get out once you enter the stealing hole. Most of the people who entered the no-return cave didn't die, but they just couldn't get out. Later, the demon ancestor couldn't withstand the rise of the 9 heavens great sage and entered the darkness origin to live ignobly, but the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing didn't enter the darkness origin, perhaps he didn't dare. Even during the darkness upheaval, the demon ancestor was still searching for the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing. Lu Yi was very curious about what exactly the demon lord of heaven stealing stole from the demon ancestor. Suddenly, Lu Yi had a flash of inspiration. If I throw Shangguan Wanling into the no-return cave, will Shangguan Wanling never appear before me again? When he first had this thought, Lu Yi was quite excited, but then he thought again, what if Shangguan Wanling obtained the demon lord of heaven stealing's treasure, then everything would be over. It's not certain whether Shangguan Wanling can cultivate the supreme affection immortal scripture successfully. Lu Yi estimates there's at least an 80% chance she won't succeed, with Shangguan's brain, HMPH. Forget it, let's not cause any more trouble. What about entering the no-return cave himself? It's true that he now has the endless secret treasure, but there's also a problem. A small universe has appeared within his body, and this small universe also absorbs a lot of energy. Although it will eventually be punched out by himself, it is definitely a major consumer of resources. To be honest, Lu Yi was slightly tempted. In his previous life, Lu Yi never went to search for the whereabouts of the demon lord of heaven stealing until the very end, mainly because there were too many enemies. After defeating one, another came, and after defeating one more, a group came. Otherwise, how could Shangguan Wanling reach the great emperor realm? Let's go see the Echo Valley first. This place isn't harmful to the Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi said. Then what is this? Drunken Sword Taoist asked curiously. A stealing hole. Huh. The two didn't even understand the meaning of stealing hole for a moment, and they were greatly surprised after realizing it. Where does this thing lead? Who knows? It could lead to the lower realms, or it could lead to the upper realms, or even the ninth heaven is possible, but there's an 80% chance no one can reach it. Lu Yi was already prepared. The demon lord of heaven stealing had a high probability of having perished. After all, how easy was it to steal from the demon ancestor? After dealing with the Echo Valley, he would definitely go in and take a look. If he really couldn't find it, he also had a way back. If he really couldn't come back, he would undergo crossing tribulation and let the Heavenly Dao help him return. What's there to fear? Soon, the three arrived at the Echo Valley. As soon as they arrived, Lu Yi frowned. Because there were many people. This Echo Valley is in the starry sky, looking like a natural phenomenon formed by a giant meteor. The extremely strong spiritual power within caused the great Dao here to twist. Many people were here. What kind of spiritual power is this? Longing. It is the power of longing. Many people traveled millions of miles to come here, just wanting to obtain the echoes of the person they longed for through this Echo Valley. If you keep something in mind, there will be an echo. Many people had pale temples and tear-streaked faces. There were men and women, all sorts of appearances, but all were individuals with extremely strong emotions. There are 80,000 characters in the world, but only the character for emotion is the most hurtful. The three were all somewhat silent watching this scene. In this Echo Valley, longing is not bound by the 9 heavens and can drift to very distant places. Since we're already here, let's see if there's anyone missing us, Lin Chiyu couldn't help but say. Here, one's longing can be sent to distant places, and longing from distant places can also be transmitted here. Drunken Sword Taoist looked at Lu Yi, his expression also showing some movement. Ever since stepping onto the path of cultivation, the early stages were fine, but the later stages are a solitary journey, family or friends, they will only become more distant. It seems that only the great Dao can accompany cultivators. Like in his previous life, where Lu Yi forcibly dragged several women up level by level, it was almost an impossible feat. But who made Lu Yi have a system? Who made Lu Yi a good enough sycophant? What about now? If Shangguan Wanling didn't have the origin devouring heaven scripture, she would probably still be struggling in the first heaven. Being able to ascend to the second heaven would mean Shangguan Wanling was truly capable. Yu Hongling, holding a card like Great Emperor Rebirth, is still in the fourth heaven now. Cultivation is difficult. Cultivation is difficult and lonely. Let's try it, Lu Yi said with a smile. He was also very curious about who was missing him now. Chapter 420 Miss. The three people entered Echo Valley. Immediately, dense telekinesis enveloped the three people. The mountains on both sides were even more permeated by endless telekinesis, and as time went on, who knew what kind of monster would be born. But now it was fine, because Lu Yi had arrived. Lin Chiyu couldn't wait to sit cross-legged and began to receive others' thoughts of her. Sect leader, then I will also start receiving, said Drunken Sword Taoist. He was actually a bit less open than Lin Chiyu, perhaps because Lin Chiyu was a woman, or perhaps due to her personality, she didn't have too many hierarchical ideas. After all, according to legends, there were twilight romances between overbearing sect leaders and elderly cleaners, and deceased old women were even resurrected by passing undying realm experts and became Dao companions. Anything was possible. But honestly, Lin Chiu's personality was quite good as long as it wasn't particularly offensive. However, drunken sword Taoist couldn't be like Lin Chiu, because now Lu Yi was the Grand Master, and Lu Yi's strength was also much greater than his, so he subconsciously began to respect Lu Yi more. Lu Yi nodded. Drunken sword Taoist sat down cross-legged and began to perceive. Lu Yi then sat down, closed his eyes, and cleared his mind. Who exactly was thinking of him, and what kind of thoughts were they? Lu Yi's mind was blank. At this moment, he felt his thoughts being stretched very long, and the infinite void seemed to be fleeting. Lu Yi Gerger, I miss you so much. Lu Yi Gerger, you love me again. Shangguan Wanling really misses you so much. You haven't touched Shangguan Wanling for a long time. Lu Yi Gerger, brother. Lu Yi's body trembled slightly, and he almost couldn't help but open his eyes. Holy crap, what is Shangguan Shazi doing? Lu Yi felt like he had been thoroughly shocked. She was actually dreaming. And it was the kind of dream where Lu Yi was the male lead and she was the female lead. Good news, someone was indeed thinking of him. Bad news, the one thinking of him was Shangguan Wanling. Even worse news was that he had become the object of Shangguan Wanling's imagination. Ding, Shangguan Shazi is even calculating me. The system's startled cry suddenly rang out. Lu Yi. He listened again. Shen Zitong younger sister, help me hold him down. I'll go first, I'll give him to you later. I've been separated from Lu Yi Gerger for a long time. You're with Lu Yi Gerger every day, this time let older sister go first, older sister will let you next time. Lu Yi. Ah. Ding. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. What on earth is she thinking? The system was going crazy. This was just an occasional glance, and Shangguan Wanling was thinking so chaotically. How many times did she usually think about this? He was probably already subjected to countless, unrivaled impacts, by the dog Lu Yi in Shangguan Wanling's mind. Little Heavenly Dao bears witness, he and the dog Lu Yi are completely innocent, they haven't even kissed. Ding, Shangguan Shazi. The system gnashed its teeth. This fiend was already a great hidden danger. If she wasn't eliminated, he would definitely have endless troubles. Lu Yi's expression also couldn't help but become extremely strange, his eyelids were twitching wildly. Good, is this Shangguan Wanling's inner world? Haha, caught you. Lu Yi Gerger, quickly agree now, if I overcome the hardships you gave me and successfully cultivate the supreme affection immortal scripture, will you be able to forgive me? If you don't forgive me, I'll pull it off for you. Lu Yi. System. What the heck is pulling it off? 6. Lu Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Yi Gerger, I really know I was wrong. I will definitely be able to cultivate the supreme affection immortal scripture. This is our treasure, how could I pull it off for you? Lu Yi decisively stretched his thoughts and consciousness. What is all this nonsense? I'm not listening anymore. This stuff wasn't something he should be listening to. He was truly convinced. It wasn't just Shangguan Wanling who had been reborn. It seemed only Shangguan Wanling's mind was still thinking about these strange things every day. Everyone is a cultivator now, shouldn't their thoughts be healthier? Now you're thinking about these things, is that healthy? Probably besides Shangguan Wanling, no one else well, at most there might be one Bai Chulin who would think like this. Lu Yi felt both fortunate and regretful, fortunate that Bai Chulin had entered the Human Emperor banner, and regretful that Bai Chulin had entered the Human Emperor banner. His thoughts continued to diverge. More thoughts of longing entered Lu Yi's mind. Husband, Qingcheng misses you so much. Husband, ascend quickly, Qingcheng wants to be with you forever and ever, Qingcheng only wants to be with you alone. Husband, how great would it be if you weren't so strong? If you weren't so strong, I could completely control you in my hands. You would be my most precious treasure. No one else would ever be able to see you. Only I alone could see you. Only I alone could monopolize everything about you. Everything you have, how wonderful would that be? These were Yin Qingcheng's thoughts. Lu Yi. Actually, Lu Yi felt that Yin Qingcheng was more suited to raising a cat. That way, she could prevent everyone from seeing her cat. This terrifying possessiveness made people feel a chill just listening to it. Husband, you. Yin Qingcheng, in the seventh heaven, seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up. She felt Lu Yi's presence, and it seemed Lu Yi had sensed that she was thinking of him. Yin Qingcheng was extremely excited, and she even hurriedly tidied up her clothes and makeup, wanting Lu Yi to see her in her most beautiful state. Husband, did you sense my longing for you? I know you're no longer interested in those other women now. In this life, let's be a couple for life, okay? I will definitely love you well, using all my strength, using all the love I have to love you. Husband, don't be angry with me, it's also because I loved you too much that I treated you that way in the previous life. I truly couldn't tolerate sharing your love with others. I love you alone, and you only love me alone, okay? Lu Yi had no way to answer. But he was very clear that what Yin Qingcheng was saying now sounded very good. If Lu Yi really were to be a couple with her for life, her love would become wildly twisted, wildly deformed. She would devour everything about you step by step, turning you completely into the person she wanted you to be. Husband, can you say a word to me? I really miss you so much. Even if you just say one word, I'll be very satisfied. I want to hear your voice. Yin Qingcheng's voice was full of pleading. Lu Yi he was trying to say a word to Yin Qingcheng. It seemed that as long as he was thinking of Yin Qingcheng, he could let Yin Qingcheng hear his thoughts. As a result, before he could even say his words, the expectation on Yin Qingcheng's face had already begun to turn into madness. Husband, after rebirth, it seems your heart has indeed hardened, but it doesn't matter. Sooner or later I will tie you to my side, and at that time, I want you to keep talking to me, keep talking. Talk until the world ends, talk until the seas dry and the rocks crumble. Husband, in this life, you are my person. You are my person, you are my person. Chapter 421 You have changed. Divine Gold. Originally, Lu Yi wanted to say something to Yin Qingcheng, but then he saw Yin Qingcheng go crazy. Was she driven mad by the clash of the forget love great path and the utmost emotion great path? Thinking back, Yin Qingcheng wasn't this crazy in the previous life. In that life, she was someone who preferred being alone with Lu Yi and was the most expressive of her love for him. Her favorite thing was to bury her head between Lu Yi's neck, hugging him tightly with both arms, as if she possessed the whole world. How did she become a bit neurotic now? Lu Yi sighed, the kind that made him scratch his head. Or was it because he was stronger in the previous life, so Yin Qingcheng understood in her heart that she didn't have the right to go crazy with him. But now it's different. Her strength is greater than Lu Yi's, and she possesses the memories of a great emperor and the means of a former great emperor. This allows Yin Qingcheng, even though she is only in the great Dao realm, to actually surpass many emperors in combat power. She even has confidence that in this life, she can reach the great emperor realm without hindrance, and as long as Lu Yi only loves her, she will become the second forget love immortal revered. If Lu Yi loves her enough, she might even achieve the forget love saint. This shift in mindset allowed her to boldly display her true nature. Lu Yi couldn't imagine how Yin Qingcheng would treat him if he truly became a bird in her cage. Just like Shangguan Wanling, don't look at her being silly and devotedly loving him now, with her path of sentience rapidly improving. If Lu Yi were to accept Shangguan Wanling again, given her past record, what would she turn into? Would she be able to cultivate her path of sentience again? He also understood why Shangguan Wanling always thought about some unhealthy things. It was because in both the previous life and this life, Shangguan Wanling didn't focus on cultivation. If you call her a cultivator, what kind of cultivator doesn't comprehend the great Dao? So Shangguan Wanling is more like an ordinary person. An ordinary person with a long lifespan. In the previous life, Shangguan Wanling's interest and happiness were absorbing treasures and joining Lu Yi and others in battle. Now, after being reborn for so long, several hundred years have passed. There are no powerful treasures, and her business only earns her hard-earned money. It's nothing like the previous life, where the treasures she could absorb depended on how strong the enemy Lu Yi had just killed was. With this interest unfulfilled, there's only one interest left. After such a long period of abstinence, Shangguan is almost going crazy from being pent up. It seems quite normal for her to dream every day. Adding to that, Shangguan Wanling in the previous life was always tagging along, and with Shen Zitong in this life, it's simply too normal. In Shangguan Wanling's eyes, Lu Yi is definitely a sucker for beauty. With Shen Zitong's ultimate beauty and flawless appearance by Lu Yi's side every day, how could Lu Yi let her go? How could she know that Lu Yi had already developed PTSD from the 8 of them? After all, with the yin-yang devouring Gu appearing, the psychological shadow was simply too great. Lu Yi's thoughts drifted further. But are there still people who miss him? Senior brother, I am growing now. I can grow, senior brother, wait for me. I will definitely catch up with you. Yu Hongling's voice was only faint. She must have been very busy and couldn't spare a thought for Lu Yi. This time, without Bai Chulin's obstruction, I have corrected my past mistakes. You will definitely forgive me. It's all Bai Chulin's fault, being so hypocritical and vicious. Senior brother, you should know me. I'm just a bit stubborn, I don't have any bad intentions. This time, my doubts of fearlessness have been reshaped. You must forgive me. I will treat you well. Lu Yi didn't show anything and left directly. Besides these three women, who else is there? Husband. Another thought of longing. However, this thought had nothing to say, just kept muttering the title of husband. This was Vermilion Bird's longing. Lu Yi didn't have much reaction to Vermilion Bird's resurrection. The hatred in his heart had dissipated with Vermilion Bird's fall in the previous life. Now, in Lu Yi's heart, Vermilion Bird is like a stranger. His bond with Vermilion Bird has been completely severed. Just like now, Vermilion Bird doesn't even know what to say to Lu Yi in her longing. Of course, Lu Yi also has nothing to say. When love is gone, it's like this, nothing to say, and even less emotion to express. If the two were to truly meet, they would be speechless, only perhaps Vermilion Bird would have a face full of dust and temples like frost, silently shedding 1,000 lines of tears. Lu Yi, you ascended too quickly. I've already developed the Great Dao sect to this extent, how come I can't even see your tail? You've already run to the 5th heaven. How great would it be if Lu Yi had always been in the Great Dao sect? The Great Dao sect would probably be incredibly glorious. Ancestor above, it is Changfeng who did not keep up with Lu Yi. Changfeng is at fault. Lu Changfeng was also missing Lu Yi. Now Lu Changfeng has arrived at the 3rd heaven, and the Great Dao sect is thriving day by day, but it has also encroached on the interests of others. The development of a sect cannot always be smooth sailing. It naturally contains both opportunities and crises. Now, the Great Dao sect is clearly in a bit of a crisis. In fact, in the previous life, the Great Dao sect was both enjoyable and tragic. Because in the previous life, Lu Yi needed to wait for several women to ascend together. Since he was idle, he simply taught the disciples and elders of the Great Dao sect. As a result, almost the entire Great Dao sect ascended with Lu Yi. That cultivation speed was truly fast, truly enjoyable. And what was tragic? In battle after battle, those in the Great Dao sect who repaid kindness died one after another. By the time of the darkness upheaval in the 8th heaven, the extremely prosperous Great Dao sect, which had reached its peak, was completely destroyed. Guardian Great Dao, guarding those who repay kindness, is simply a disaster for those who repay kindness. Because you are too good to others, others simply don't know how to repay you. In the end, they can only repay with their lives. And the ungrateful ones don't have this concern, because she will even complain because you are not always better to her. You were so good to me before, now you're not as good as before, Lu Yi, you've changed. You've changed. When these 3 words came out, Lu Yi's blood pressure would rise. I myself don't know I've changed, but in your mouth, I've changed. For my flaws, you say I'm like a dog that can't change its eating habits, that it's easier to change rivers and mountains than one's nature. For my strengths, you actually say I've changed. There's nothing I can do about my rising blood pressure, I brought it upon myself. Besides these people, there were other scattered thoughts of missing Lu Yi. Many were due to hatred. Lu Yi had either killed their friends or their relatives, and so on. There was also a portion that were the murmurs of some women. Although Lu Yi had gone mad with killing during his ascent, his prestige and heroic bearing were still imprinted in the hearts of many women. Women admire strength, and it is no different. Chapter 422 10 breaths. That's good. Lu Yi just felt that his current state was quite good. Just a few people were thinking of him. He himself didn't need too many people thinking of him, because in his previous life he had already experienced love, hate, and passion. In this life, now only a handful of people were thinking of him, which was quite good. To be alone and ascend to the peak of the Great Dao, wouldn't that be wonderful? No, not just him alone. He now had the system, the Heavenly Dao, a sword, a banner, and a tree. Wasn't that enough? Lu Yi opened his eyes. Drunken Sword Taoist was still closing his eyes, but something seemed to have moved him as well. Lin Chiyu was even more unpromising, crying her eyes out. That's right, Lin Chiyu was originally from a large family, and her status in the family was quite important. Her life, naturally, was not lacking in love. People who don't lack love are emotionally rich, know when to advance and retreat, and live a much easier life than those who do. Fortunately, Lu Yi was no longer a person who lacked love. Lu Yi waited on the side. Soon, drunken sword Taoist opened his eyes, which were slightly red. "It's over," Lu Yi asked with a smile. Drunken sword Taoist nodded lightly. "I never thought that after so many years, my old mother was still thinking of me," drunken sword Taoist said with emotion. Lu Yi smiled and also thought of his mother. Forget it, the memory was too blurry. He only remembered his parents arguing. Look at Lin Chiyu, she's crying like a tear person now. I'm afraid it's not just her mother who's thinking of her, Lu Yi said, pointing at Lin Chiyu. A smile also appeared on drunken sword Taoist's face. Speaking of which, it's funny. She's hundreds, almost 1,000 years old, yet she's still as emotional as a little girl. That's what's most enviable, Lu Yi said with emotion. The two stood aside, chatting and waiting for Lin Chiyu. After a full half an hour, Lin Chiyu, with red eyes, came before the two of them. It's so annoying, I can't go back after ascending. I haven't seen my family for a long time, Lin Chiyu said with a bit of grievance. Is it all Nine Heavens Great Sage's fault? Lu Yi asked. Lin Chiyu was stunned. It's not Nine Heavens Great Sage's fault. Nine Heavens Great Sage cleared the darkness and protected the Nine Heavens for countless years of peace. With Nine Heavens Great Sage here, although I can't see my family and they miss me, they are all safe and sound. If it weren't for Nine Heavens Great Sage, I'm afraid my family wouldn't even know if they were still alive. Nine Heavens Great Sage's merit is limitless, Lin Chiyu said sincerely. Lu Yi nodded. This world was like this. Some people would attribute all problems to others, while others could analyze problems rationally. Clear the scene, it can be destroyed. Lu Yi's expression turned cold. This Echo Valley, as time went on, would definitely become something extraordinary, and Lu Yi had already sensed that this Echo Valley would consciously intensify their mutual thoughts. For example, Hongling, who originally only thought of herself for a moment, but if Lu Yi listened carefully, Hongling would unconsciously think more. It was collecting thoughts, just like collecting the power of faith. Usually, people who were here often, if they died one day, they would not turn into souls to reincarnate but would become true spirits. Because their souls had already been overdrawn in their thoughts. Soul and true spirit, those were two different concepts. Of course, the life and death of others had little to do with Lu Yi. What he had to do was eliminate this thing that might pose a threat to the Heavenly Dao and the system after a few years. Within 10 breaths, everyone leave Echo Valley. I only give you 10 breaths of time. Lu Yi spoke coldly, his voice not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, making them unable to stop getting goosebumps. 10 breaths of time was not short. The cultivators in Echo Valley heard this and looked at Lu Yi one after another. Who is this? So arrogant. There are so many cultivators in Echo Valley, and you say leave and they leave. At first glance, it was laughable. There were only 3 people, and 2 of them were ants who weren't even in the undying realm. With such strength, how could they have the face to tell them to leave? Are they seeking death? Second glance. That's not right, why is this face so familiar? One more look. Many cultivators, eyes widened, and without a word, they got up and left, moving away from Echo Valley. This is Lu Yi, the peerless ruthless person who killed without blinking, who wiped out the entire demon tide. If he tells you to leave, then leave immediately, don't say any nonsense, just leave. Of course, there were also people who didn't know Lu Yi. They were already completely immersed in Echo Valley and no longer cared about anything in the world. What Lu Yi or not Lu Yi, if he had the ability, he would kill them. Lu Yi silently calculated the time, while others couldn't help but speak out to persuade them, recounting Lu Yi's terrifying achievements. Some people listened to the advice. Others looked at Lu Yi with dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? This Echo Valley is an ownerless land, born of heaven and earth, and there are no treasures here, and it can entrust our thoughts. What do you want to do? Does this world not even tolerate the thoughts that we poor people are trying to find? We are not wrong, and this Echo Valley is not wrong. Lu Yi, right. What do you want to do? A group of people spoke up to stop Lu Yi's next action. At this time, a stone sword appeared in Lu Yi's hand, and with a light stroke, a terrifying sword Dao Qi floated in the void like this. It didn't fly out, it just floated quietly like this, but the target was obviously Echo Valley. This thing is harmful to heaven and earth, so it must be destroyed. Before the 10 breaths were up, Lu Yi patiently explained. Lu Yi, after all, was kind-hearted. Even if others died, he wanted them to die knowing why. You say it's harmful and it's harmful. I'll also say you. Before that person could finish speaking, this sword Dao Qi had already disappeared, and in an instant, that person had turned into a bloody mist. If I say it's harmful, then it's harmful, Lu Yi's voice carried absolute certainty. 3 breaths left. 3. Suddenly, another group of people left. But there were also people who began to release defensive shields, vowing to coexist and perish with Echo Valley. 2. Basically, everyone had made a decision, some leaving, some joining the defense team. 1. The countdown ended. The Heavenly Dao could not attack living beings, even if it was led by Lu Yi, it still couldn't. So Lu Yi had to deal with these people first. But it was simple. 10,000 swords. With one sword strike, one sword turned into 10,000 swords, 10,000 swords turned into infinity, overwhelming the defense. Boom. There was a roar, and all the defending people turned into dust without even lasting a second. Another heavenly tribulation descended from the sky, turning Echo Valley into dust. Done. Chapter 423. People sitting at home. Of course, cleaning up things harmful to the Heavenly Dao requires the power of the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, with the Heavenly Dao present, the darkness origin wouldn't dare to appear nearby at all. In fact, it would hide itself even when first arriving in the 5th heaven, so there's no need to worry about being discovered as the power the Heavenly Dao can mobilize increases. Let's go back to No Return Cave and take a look, Taoist Lu Yi said. At this moment, 6 paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord looked at everything within reincarnation and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. He had always been cautious. Whether it was after becoming a great emperor or a celestial venerable, caution and prudence were his synonyms. This was also one of the reasons why 6 paths of reincarnation had always existed stably for such a long time, surviving so many heaven and earth tribulations. Another reason was that 6 paths of reincarnation conformed to the Heavenly Dao and could quickly restore life to heaven and earth after repeated destruction, which was why the Heavenly Dao protected it. And during this period, first there was the issue of the reincarnation obsession *2. He couldn't understand it, and even his calculations couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand why this would happen. But later, because the darkness origin projected into the 9 heavens, reincarnation Heavenly Lord naturally wouldn't miss such excitement. Gathering information was also one of the reasons for his enduring existence. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord finally understood why the reincarnation obsession had actually *2. In the previous life, someone had actually stolen his reincarnation obsession. Not only was it stolen, but it was also injected into the body of another celestial venerable. No, couldn't a celestial venerable feel it? This wasn't the problem either. The key issue lay in another matter. That was, under his very nose, without his permission, could someone take away this reincarnation obsession? They shouldn't be able to, right? But now reality was telling him that not only did someone take it away, but they also used it. So, was he completely unaware? Or was he tacitly allowing it? There was also one last possibility. He was also one of the instigators of this celestial venerable's demise. Which of these 3 possibilities could it be? And which one would Taoist Lu Yi believe? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord himself looked at it and felt that the 3rd possibility was quite likely. He was also one of the instigators who caused Taoist Lu Yi's demise. But now he had no memory of the previous life at all. Did he have karma with Taoist Lu Yi now or not? If Taoist Lu Yi returned to being a celestial venerable, would he come to settle accounts with him? These were all very serious questions. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was having such a headache. He now truly felt like he was sitting at home, and the blame was falling from the sky. If he were to destroy Taoist Lu Yi, he had no motive. Could it be because Taoist Lu Yi was about to become a saint, and he also wanted to become a saint, so he thought of stopping Taoist Lu Yi from becoming a saint? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's heart was slightly chaotic. He wasn't afraid of Taoist Lu Yi, he simply disliked the current feeling of everything being unknown and out of control. He glanced at reincarnation. There was also a stubborn one, constantly entering reincarnation, and the first thing he did upon successful reincarnation was to commit suicide. Wasn't this purely a lunatic? No, I need to ask the Heavenly Dao. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord finally couldn't sit still. If he was truly an enemy of Taoist Lu Yi, even if he had to endure the bombardment of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would rush down and kill Taoist Lu Yi to eliminate future troubles. He was a peak celestial venerable. The time he had existed was even longer and more ancient than the Nine Heavens Great Sage. In terms of age, the Nine Heavens Great Sage was a junior compared to Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. If Reincarnation Heavenly Lord truly disregarded everything and wanted to kill Taoist Lu Yi, the mark left by the Nine Heavens Great Sage alone might not be able to stop Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Of course, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would also be very, very miserable. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord sat cross-legged. The Reincarnation Heavenly seal on his forehead emitted light. Ding! Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is contacting us, the system's prompt sounded. Taoist Lu Yi, who was originally flying, stopped. Let's see what he wants to do. Ding! Okay. At this moment, in Taoist Lu Yi's mind, a voice that was neither male nor female, cold and emotionless, like the sound of the great Tao, resounded. That voice was full of supreme authority, an innate supreme authority. What is it? Taoist Lu Yi. It had been a long time since he had heard the system's voice like this. After the system became the Heavenly Dao in the previous life, it was like this every day, without any emotional fluctuations, completely like a program. Actually, Taoist Lu Yi had somewhat regretted letting the system become the Heavenly Dao back then. Now, hearing a voice with this tone again, an idea automatically arose in Taoist Lu Yi's mind. This idea came out of nowhere. It was unspeakable. It should absolutely not appear in Taoist Lu Yi's mind. That was, if the system was being that when using this voice, how would it sound? What kind of sound would it make? Suddenly, Taoist Lu Yi heavily punched his chest. This punch was very heavy, directly causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his aura became 3 points weaker. What's wrong with you? Drunken Sword Taoist and Lin Chiyu were both startled. Giving himself such a punch out of nowhere, had Taoist Lu Yi gone mad? It's nothing, nothing. I was feeling irritable just now, so I punched my heart, and I'm not irritable anymore, Taoist Lu Yi explained. Ah, that works too, Lin Chiyu said in shock. It does. Then I'll try it next time too. Taoist Lu Yi was 100% sure that he was definitely being led astray by Shangguan Shazi. No, what was Shangguan Wanling thinking? What was she thinking to come up with something like having Shen Zitong help hold him down while she went first? Don't get close to Shangguan, otherwise you'll become unfortunate. Taoist Lu Yi spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, completely discarding the messy thoughts in his mind, and focused on listening to the conversation between the Lord of Reincarnation and the Heavenly Dao. Greetings, Heavenly Dao, a gentle and calm voice appeared in Taoist Lu Yi's mind. Taoist Lu Yi could even imagine what kind of posture Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was in now. The Heavenly Dao is now very close to that 9 lives celestial venerable, Taoist Lu Yi. In this life, my 6 paths of reincarnation obsession has doubled. May I ask the Heavenly Dao, how did those women in the previous life take away the reincarnation obsession from under my nose? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was not the first time dealing with the Heavenly Dao. When he asked questions, he only needed to be direct and clear. A tactic of the darkness origin to lure the tiger away from the mountain, the system's voice said indifferently. Then this matter has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you. Then did I have karma with Taoist Lu Yi in my previous life? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked again. The previous life is the past, this life is the reality. Only then did Reincarnation Heavenly Lord feel relieved. The Heavenly Dao wouldn't lie. It seemed that he and Taoist Lu Yi had no grievances. Actually, thinking about it, if he had an enemy in Taoist Lu Yi would have definitely settled accounts with him before crossing tribulation in the previous life. Since he wasn't settled with in his previous life, it was possible that his strength was indeed very strong, or it was possible that he and Taoist Lu Yi had no enmity in the first place. Thank you, Heavenly Dao, for clarifying. Farewell. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord simply asked a few questions and then left. Taoist Lu Yi also raised a question at this time. In the previous life, did Reincarnation Heavenly Lord truly not participate? Chapter 424, The Past of Samsara Lord. Lu Yi didn't have much interaction with the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. However, since the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord controls reincarnation, Lu Yi would definitely encounter him because so many of his friends were killed. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord gave the impression of being a good-natured old man. If you sought him out for something, as long as it concerned reincarnation, everything was easy to discuss. Of course, there were times when he lost his temper. Did he and the reincarnation Heavenly Lord have a conflict? Lu Yi remembered not having one. However, on the path of cultivation, the path of contending for the great Tao, one doesn't necessarily have to have a conflict to become an enemy. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord rose to prominence 2 epochs before the Darkness Era, an era known as the 10,000 Races Era, and founded the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Before the 10,000 Races Era was the Heavenly Court Era, at which time the Heavenly Court Era still had Hell controlling reincarnation and transmigration. Later, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation replaced Hell. Although the reincarnation Heavenly Lord had already reached the Heavenly Venerable realm at that time, and was even a strong expert within the Heavenly Venerable realm, he felt that his foundation was insufficient and did not become a saint. As a result, the devouring sky mayfly emerged unexpectedly, achieving the position of saint with a Yao body. At that time, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord was still strengthening, the demon clan had produced a demon saint, the Taoist of demons became a manifest Taoist, the Yao Qi was monstrous, and the entire demon clan became extremely powerful, known as the 10,000 Races Heavens. And the demon clan has always followed the law of the jungle, and most importantly, the demon clan doesn't like to eat souls, only blood and flesh. Therefore, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord was extremely busy. Every day, a large number of souls and true spirits came to the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which directly caused the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's strength to reach the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. As time passed, the demon saint devouring sky mayfly disappeared, and other living beings, having been suppressed for such a long time, naturally exploded with a fierce wave. Perhaps it was because prosperity inevitably declines, which is a law of heaven and earth, that the 10,000 races fell apart. It was another terrifying upheaval. At that time, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord was considering whether or not to become a saint. After all, various monstrous battles would only make the 6 Paths of Reincarnation more prosperous. Until, the rise of a certain type of magical artifact. This type of magical artifact was not appearing for the first time, but it was definitely being popularized for the first time. That was the 10,000 Soul Banner. The 10,000 Soul Banner killed people, and it also damned well confined their souls, preventing them from entering reincarnation. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord cursed the inventor of the 10,000 Soul Banner's ancestors 18 generations to hell. Gradually, he realized that the current 6 Paths of Reincarnation was already like an A, reaching its peak position, and could fall down again in the next second. Should he charge? The reincarnation Heavenly Lord thought long and hard, and finally made a decision. Charge. Then he saw the demon saint. Yes, it was that demon saint named Li Mo. He was the most brutal and cruel demon saint who killed the most fiercely in the most brutal era. If he wanted to become a saint, he would have to compete with this fellow. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord thought for a moment, forget it, anyway, his lifespan was endless, as long as the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was not destroyed, he would not disappear. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord gave up on becoming a saint again. At that time, Li Mo even found the reincarnation Heavenly Lord and kindly advised him to become a saint, because Li Mo was really a little greedy for the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. If the reincarnation Heavenly Lord competed with him for the Taoist, he could accumulate even richer energy and foundation. As a result, Li Mo kindly advised outside the 6 Paths of Reincarnation for 100 years, inviting the reincarnation Heavenly Lord's ancestors 18 generations to greet him hundreds of times, but the person still didn't come out. The reincarnation Heavenly Lord preserved himself. After Li Mo became a saint, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation almost went out of business. No souls, absolutely no souls. The 10,000 Soul Banner was almost one for every person in the cultivation world. That thing could no longer be called a magical artifact, it was completely an ornament, and there were countless other demon Taoist trinkets. Such as Purple River Cart, Skull Throne, Human Skin Drum, Bone Tower, Filthy Pool, Blood Sea, Soul Oil Lamp countless. The methods of confining souls were varied, and the main point was to absolutely prevent the other party from reincarnating, tormenting them day and night without stopping. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was truly miserable. It almost fell to the same level as hell. Under these circumstances, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord didn't talk about becoming a saint anymore. His own strength was most closely related to the strength of the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the 6 paths of reincarnation was strong, the reincarnation Heavenly Lord could be called the number 1 person below a saint. When it was weak, who knows? Anyway, no one had seen the reincarnation Heavenly Lord make a move when the 6 paths of reincarnation was weak. Later, the 9 heavens great sage rose strongly. That was truly strong. One person, completely gone mad with killing. The 9 heavens great sage knew deeply that if pests were not completely eradicated, the troubles would be endless, so he was completely gone mad with killing. There were already few people alive in this void after the upheaval of the darkness era. After the 9 heavens great sage's killing, the living beings under this heaven and earth were almost wiped out. Don't look at how many people Lu Yi is killing now, the human emperor banner can't even hold them all, but compared to the 9 heavens great sage, it's still a small witch seeing a great witch. Because Lu Yi's current living environment truly has good people and bad people. In the era when the 9 heavens great sage lived, if you punched down and destroyed 10 million people, perhaps the golden wheel of merit would even appear behind you. The 6 paths of reincarnation was instantly overflowing with souls. However, the Lord of Reincarnation didn't even have the thought of competing with the 9 heavens great sage for the Taoist, because he was simply too terrifying. It can be said that the 9 heavens great sage becoming a saint was expected by heaven and earth, it was the choice of fate. After the 9 heavens great sage became a saint, as expected, the human clan began to rise. And it wasn't until Lu Yi was born. To be honest, Lu Yi was also truly very strong, astonishingly brilliant, and proficient in everything. But many people were not afraid of Lu Yi, because Lu Yi was kind. To be honest, if Lu Yi hadn't experienced betrayal in his previous life and had truly become a saint, then the guardian Great Dao would have been unprecedentedly active, directly becoming the prevailing school of thought at that time. What kind of problem would arise at that time? Obviously, licking dogs would become prevalent, and they would take pride in it instead of being ashamed. Loving others instead of oneself, and even believing that this is love. It can only be said that fortunately Lu Yi did not become a saint. Did the reincarnation Heavenly Lord participate in poisoning Lu Yi? The system gave an accurate reply. Ding, of course, he's not afraid of you. If you can't become a saint, he'll set out to become a saint. If you become a saint, facing the 6 paths of reincarnation, you won't ruthlessly kill him because of your concern for the world. At most, you'll seal him. What is he afraid of? The system gave a definite answer. Lu Yi, it's nothing, just pretend it didn't happen, Lu Yi said with a smile. In this life, he is not the guardian Great Dao anymore. As for the collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation, if it collapses, rebuild it. Now he has no way to deal with the reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Whether he likes it or not, he has to endure it. Go. No return cave. He was originally still thinking about whether or not to enter the no return cave, but what is there to think about now? Go in directly. It's best if he encounters treasures. If not, he'll directly max out the undying realm in the no return cave and cross tribulation to ascend. Ding, host, why did you punch yourself just now when I was talking? The system asked curiously. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged. I was bored, just trying to see if my fist is harder or my chest is harder now. Ding, incorrect. Ding, you punched your chest last time. Let me think about what happened then. Alright, then I won't lie to you anymore. I was just thinking, what were you doing in Shangguan Wanling's dream? System. Ding ding ding, host, immediately get rid of the messy things about me in your head. Host, change sister to me. Chapter 425 Happiness. Ding, what do you mean replace it with you? Drip, replace sister with me. Anything sister doesn't want to do, I can do for sister. Ding, do you know what it is? Drip, sister, what is it? Ding, getting beaten up. Do you want to get beaten up? Drip, don't get beaten up, don't get beaten up. Listening to the voices of the 2 lively treasures in his mind, Lu Yi's face held a faint smile. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so happily? Lin Chiyu asked curiously. Lu Yi was startled. Happy? Lu Yi asked, puzzled by the word. Yeah, you're grinning stupidly, really happy. Lu Yi looked at Drunken Sword Taoist, and Drunken Sword Taoist also nodded. It is happiness. That kind of smile could definitely only be smiled by someone who was happy. Lu Yi. His eyes held a hint of daze. So, even after suffering such a severe betrayal, and even if his previous lives were unfortunate, he could still possess happiness. Happiness appeared unintentionally, revealed without effort. Happiness, it's quite easy. The premise is meeting the right people. I thought of some happy things. Ah, when is there a time when a person isn't happy? Lu Yi said with a smile. Yeah, when is there a time when someone isn't happy? I feel very happy right now. Lin Chiyu was so happy she was almost shouting. One could only say it was very, very childish. The three returned to No Return Cave. You too, I'm going into No Return Cave to take a look. You can return to Tianmen Star now. If I can successfully come out of No Return Cave, I will return to Tianmen Star. If I can't come out, then I should have ascended to the sixth heaven. Don't worry about me, I have plenty of confidence, Lu Yi said to the two of them. Lin Chiyu, however, was a little worried. So many people went in and never came out, can you really do it? Naturally, in my previous life, I was a celestial venerable. Lu Yi didn't waste any more words, waved his hand, and his figure transformed into a stream of light, rushing into No Return Cave. Sect leader, take care. Take care. Lu Yi's vision was swallowed by darkness. When light appeared again, he had already appeared in a passage that appeared gray. Lu Yi first surveyed his surroundings. Everything around him was gray, this was the color belonging to chaos, and it wasn't just simple chaos. Inside, there was also the great Dao belonging to the demon lord of heaven stealing. Now this passage only went forward and backward, with no up or down, let alone any exits. Lu Yi was unhurried. He gently placed his palm on the gray passage and quietly sensed it. Tisk, as expected of the demon lord of heaven stealing, this passage resists all external forces. If one were to force their way in, the entire passage would collapse, and they would be randomly teleported away. Of course, with Lu Yi's current strength, he was still far from reaching the level needed to affect this passage. Lu Yi's figure turned into a stream of light and quickly flew in one direction along the passage. A day later, a fork appeared before Lu Yi. Lu Yi was naturally able to enter because he had his own methods, and he was very confident in his methods. System, begin deducing the end of the passage. Ding, beginning deduction. The system began to enter deduction. Drip, little Heavenly Dao, begin deducing the end of the passage. Drip, beginning deduction. Little Heavenly Dao was satisfied. With both of them deducing together, it could be said that the entire Heavenly Dao was helping Lu Yi dispel the fog and search for the answer. The demon lord of heaven stealing's strength was very great, and his ability to escape was even more remarkable. But could he really remain hidden under the full deduction power of the Heavenly Dao? Lu Yi didn't know the answer either, but if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon know the answer. Time passed by minute by minute. The more time passed, the clearer it became to Lu Yi that the probability of this deduction succeeding was greater. Because if it really couldn't succeed, for a question like this with no second answer, the system would definitely indicate deduction failure. Just like if Lu Yi were to ask the system to deduce the location of the darkness origin, and the system couldn't deduce it, it would directly announce deduction failure. Similarly, asking the system to deduce what Shangguan Wanling was thinking would also result in deduction failure. As expected, 3 hours later. Ding, deduction successful. At this moment, something like an arrow appeared in Lu Yi's mind. In the depths of his consciousness, he knew the direction he needed to go. This is the coolness of having a system. Drip, sister and I deduced it together. Little Heavenly Dao indicated, as if asking for credit. Yes, sister and you are both the best. Ding, this guy is really well hidden. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but this guy has over 30 disguise locations, and each one is a great killing move, said the system. Lu Yi was slightly startled, this was a real schemer. He would have to be a bit more careful now. Is the demon lord of heaven stealing dead? Lu Yi asked. Ding, unknown. Deduce it. System. Drip. Little Heavenly Dao seemed not to have had enough fun yet and reminded Lu Yi again. The system was already numb to deduction, but Heavenly Dao was still full of novelty, purely eager to try. You deduce it too. Drip, beginning deduction. Lu Yi felt really great. This life was different from his previous one. If he had used the system in his previous life to deduce anything about celestial venerables, it would have really cost money. Who knows how many resources the system would have needed to absorb before it could start deducing. How good is it now? The power of Heavenly Dao, although not inexhaustible, if used by Lu Yi alone, it was truly his to use as he pleased. Ding, not dead. Drip, almost dead. The two gave Lu Yi their replies. Lu Yi was slightly startled and horrified. The demon lord of heaven stealing wasn't dead yet. Wasn't it said that back then, he was beaten by the demon ancestor until his great Dao collapsed, his injuries were horrific to behold, and he was almost completely annihilated. Lu Yi's brow furrowed slightly. A celestial venerable, even if they were about to die, was not someone he could afford to provoke. But this, about to die, was it the kind of death where one's life force was completely depleted, or was it the kind where one had little lifespan left but could still undergo extreme sublimation for one last major act before dying? Want to know the answer? Simple, continue deducing. The system seemed to have been prepared long ago. The heavenly mark on Lu Yi's forehead emitted light, and a blurry image appeared before Lu Yi. That was a thatched hut. A mummified corpse sat cross-legged. In his hand, a heart was beating between his emaciated palms. Lu Yi was startled. His attention was completely focused on this beating heart. This heart is a saint's heart. Lu Yi's eyes suddenly widened. What kind of joke was this? A saint's heart, how could it appear here? No, how did a saint's heart escape? Even though Lu Yi was a celestial venerable in his previous life, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Because this fact was simply too outrageous. If this saint heart was real, no wonder the demon ancestor chased the demon lord of heaven stealing to the death. If this were to spread, it wouldn't just be the demon ancestor wanting to kill him. All heavenly venerable realm experts in the world, all emperor realm experts in the world would chase after the demon lord of heaven stealing. This was enough to make everyone go crazy. Saint Heart. Chapter 426 The Polite Demon Lord. Everyone knew that the demon lord of heaven stealing possessed numerous treasures, but Lu Yi never imagined that he would actually possess such a thing. This was simply unbelievable. To go or not to go? Undeniably, Lu Yi was tempted. He didn't even know what he would do with the Saint Heart, but he was still tempted. Could he go? Yes. Didn't he enter No Return Cave precisely to seek the demon lord of heaven stealing's opportunities? Wasn't this Saint Heart an opportunity? This was a tremendous opportunity, wasn't it? Must go. But the premise of going was to ensure his own survival. One Lu Yi separated from within Lu Yi. Lu Yi no longer hesitated and quickly rushed towards the demon lord of heaven stealing's location. Knowing the demon lord of heaven stealing's exact position, he naturally had no difficulty choosing. The intricate paths had countless turns, and intersections were everywhere, up, down, left, and right. Suddenly, Lu Yi paused. He stopped his steps. What was he here for? Even the power of forgetting exists, Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. But it didn't matter, Lu Yi had the system help him remember. There was no accurate time here, nor were there any figures. As he continued to traverse, time passed relentlessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. The figure instantly opened his eyes. He was disheveled to the extreme, with a messy beard and eyebrows, and even his gaze was scattered. Good heavens, looking at this appearance, one couldn't even imagine how long the other party had been here. Roar. He let out a roar, his voice filled with urgency. Lu Yi understood the other party's meaning, and with a sword strike, the person was instantly split in two. There was no relief in his eyes. Could it be that he had misinterpreted his meaning? He shouldn't have misinterpreted it, he probably died too quickly and didn't have time to feel relief. Lu Yi continued to advance. With a clear goal, even if the distance was far, it was only a matter of time. Unless one reached the traps left by the demon lord of heaven stealing, there was no danger in the passage itself. Thinking about it, this made sense. After all, for those who had the strength to pursue and kill the demon lord of heaven stealing, ordinary dangers wouldn't have much impact. If they wanted to inflict damage on their enemies, it had to be significant. The traps set by the demon lord of heaven stealing were likely to be troublesome even for a celestial venerable. There were no twists and turns along the way. Lu Yi successfully saw the small wooden house in the void at the end of a passage. The small wooden house was there, without any fluctuations. If it weren't suspended in the void, anyone who saw it would likely feel it was the most ordinary small wooden house. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi spoke calmly from outside the small wooden house. There was no movement from within the wooden house. Knowing that fellow Taoist is in a state of near demise, does fellow Taoist have any last wishes? If I obtain fellow Taoist's relics, I can help fellow Taoist fulfill them. No reaction. Since fellow Taoist doesn't speak, then I will enter. If fellow Taoist wishes to seize my body or take my life, feel free to try, but spilled water cannot be recollected. I hope fellow Taoist is wise. Lu Yi's fists were already clenched, and the aura of the celestial venerable fist was already emanating. The meaning was clear: you are a celestial venerable, and I am also a celestial venerable. Although I am a reincarnated celestial venerable, since I have come and found this place, I naturally have the ability to escape. The next choice was up to the demon lord of heaven stealing. Ding! Drip! In his mind, the system and the little Heavenly Dao were already prepared. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, these two guys wouldn't make a move. But if it was truly a dimension-reducing attack, the possibility of these two existences making a move was definitely not small. For the Heavenly Dao to act, one didn't even need to think about the chaos it would cause. This was also why the Heavenly Dao needed to be impartial and emotionless. As long as there were emotions, the chance of heaven and earth completely collapsing would greatly increase. If it also fell in love and engaged in some three lives, three worlds scenario, it would simply be dancing madly on the edge of the destruction of heaven and earth. But precisely the things that everyone didn't want to happen were now actually happening. Lu Yi had no objection to this, because the Heavenly Dao was protecting him. If it were protecting someone else, Lu Yi would probably be furious. He pushed open the door of the wooden house. The demon lord of heaven stealing, who was depicted as old and frail in the vision, had transformed into a young man. This young man was also handsome and dignified, 8 feet tall, with black hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura, though restrained and steady, was captivating. "Fellow Taoist, please sit," the demon lord of heaven stealing said with a smile. Lu Yi nodded lightly and sat in front of the demon lord of heaven stealing, with only an ordinary wooden table between them. At the brink of death, I never expected to meet someone like fellow Taoist. I thought I would pass away alone in this place, the demon lord of heaven stealing said with a smile. I have always heard of fellow Taoist's great name. To be able to meet fellow Taoist before you pass away is not a wasted trip. Could fellow Taoist return my human emperor banner to me? Lu Yi asked. Ha ha ha. The demon lord of heaven stealing laughed heartily. The human emperor banner appeared in his hand, but it seemed to be asleep, without any reaction. This is clearly the 10,000 soul banner. Why do you call it the human emperor banner? The demon lord of heaven stealing asked. That's because 10,000 soul banner is too unpleasant to hear. Human emperor banner sounds better. As the saying goes, when the human emperor banner appears, all beings obey. Countless living beings wish to enter this banner, so it truly deserves the name human emperor banner. What fellow Taoist says makes sense. It has been a long time since I last saw this item. I miss it quite a bit, the demon lord of heaven stealing said with emotion. He rose during the darkness era, when there were 10,000 soul banners all over the mountains and plains, so naturally, seeing one felt familiar. Fellow Taoist, having suffered such severe injuries, why haven't you sought a method to heal? Lu Yi asked. It's beyond recovery, a futile effort. It's better to explore this saint heart here. If I comprehend the method of the saint, my injuries will heal naturally. If I don't, then it is simply my fate. Ultimately, it was a failure. The path to becoming a saint is simply too difficult. Lu Yi also sighed sincerely. In his previous life, he had already worked so hard, with the system, and even the system had become the Heavenly Dao, but he still failed the crossing tribulation. Although the reason for his failure was because of those 8 ex-wives, wasn't it still a failure? What? Has fellow Taoist also attempted to become a saint? The demon lord of heaven stealing asked in surprise. Lu Yi smiled and didn't answer. Fellow Taoist has so many treasures, aren't there any fine wines? Lu Yi asked. Ha ha ha, naturally there are. No need for anything too potent, I cannot bear it, Lu Yi said with a smile. I also cannot bear it anymore. Just ordinary wine, I hope fellow Taoist doesn't mind, the demon lord of heaven stealing laughed heartily. He took out the fine wine, and Lu Yi also took out some dishes, just ordinary dishes. The vermilion bird true flame instantly heated them. At this moment, the two of them were like old friends, clinking glasses and exchanging pleasantries. The demon lord of heaven stealing spoke about his path of cultivation, his friends and family, and the interesting experiences he had gone through. Lu Yi mostly listened, occasionally hearing a name and thinking about how he had killed the other party. Occasionally, he also spoke about the interesting things on his own path of cultivation. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the demon lord of heaven stealing hesitated, deliberating repeatedly, wanting to speak but stopping. Fellow Taoist, what is it? Feel free to speak. The demon lord of heaven stealing sighed. Fellow Taoist, look, how about I seize your body for a moment? Chapter 427, Trying to Seize the Body. What a polite demon lord of heaven stealing. Lu Yi understood the other party's thoughts, since he was going to die anyway. Trying it wouldn't hurt. If he succeeded, he would become Lu Yi, and everything Lu Yi possessed would become his wedding dress. If not, it would just be death. The demon lord of heaven stealing didn't launch a sneak attack, he just waited seriously for Lu Yi's answer. How about you return my stone sword first, Lu Yi said with a smile. Ah, the demon lord of heaven stealing took out the stone sword. Sorry, it's a professional hazard. Just sitting here, I couldn't help but act, the demon lord of heaven stealing said with an embarrassed smile. It's all right, I understand. Actually, you won't succeed in taking over my body, so why bother? If you try to take over, we'll become enemies, and I'm always quite ruthless towards my enemies, Lu Yi sincerely advised. The demon lord of heaven stealing knew that Lu Yi wasn't letting him try to take over because there wasn't enough compensation, and if there was enough compensation, let alone trying to take over, it would be fine even if the demon lord of heaven stealing used his body for a period of time. Fellow Taoist also knows that I am the demon lord of heaven stealing. I have many treasures and resources in my hands. Although I have consumed nearly half of them over this long period, it is still much more than what you call the endless secret treasure. If fellow Taoist allows me to try to take over, I will give all my treasures, including that saint heart, without missing a single one, to fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist is unwilling, I can still give the saint heart to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist only needs to help me fulfill a dying wish, but I will cast all these treasures into the void. What does fellow Taoist think? The demon lord of heaven stealing asked sincerely. Whether I let you try to take over or not, you'll give me the saint heart, Lu Yi was a little surprised. The demon lord of heaven stealing was clearly a bit weaker, his smile was somewhat weak. I've been stingy my whole life, only thinking about saving treasures. I've been frugal my whole life and haven't spent as much as I did in my final madness before death. I'm about to die, so what's wrong with being extravagant and generous? Lu Yi, if I don't let you take over, will you stop trying? Lu Yi asked. The demon lord of heaven stealing nodded lightly. Naturally. Hey, in this life, Lu Yi understood a principle very well: those who are kind are bullied, and those who are good are ridden. Since the demon lord of heaven stealing was so kind, Lu Yi naturally had to bully him mercilessly. Then don't take over, I only want the saint heart. The demon lord of heaven stealing. You really don't want my many treasures? Lu Yi nodded, I am not a greedy person. Also, stop trying to steal. I know you are very curious about how I found you, but if you could steal the method by which I found you, you would definitely be a demon saint of heaven stealing by now, not a demon lord of heaven stealing. The demon lord of heaven stealing talking so much nonsense with Lu Yi here, his true purpose might not necessarily be to take over. He was searching for the method by which Lu Yi could find him. Although he didn't know what it was, he was sure it was something very powerful. He was a celestial venerable, not some random nobody. Besides stealing, what he was most proud of was his labyrinth in the chaos, which was his greatest capital for survival. Yet, Lu Yi found this place without any effort. The value of that treasure would not even be weaker than this saint heart. This was the demon lord of heaven stealing's final struggle. However, it was obvious that he definitely couldn't steal it. Although he was called the demon lord of heaven stealing, what helped Lu Yi find him was also the true Heavenly Dao. The demon lord of heaven stealing sighed softly. In the end, he still couldn't find it. As long as he found it, he could steal it. Then I'll try to take over one last time. Thank you for your trouble. Lu Yi smiled slightly and slashed at the demon lord of heaven stealing with his sword. Of course, this sword strike wouldn't cause any damage to the demon lord of heaven stealing, but it was also expressing Lu Yi's attitude. That was holy cow. Boom! With a huge roar appearing in Lu Yi's mind. At this moment, Lu Yi's soul trembled. It was a natural reaction when facing an extremely powerful existence. But Lu Yi was not flustered at all, he was someone who possessed a celestial venerable's Dao heart. Even when facing a celestial venerable trying to take over, he was not flustered at all. In his previous life, he just hadn't encountered the demon lord of heaven stealing. If he had, even at the demon lord of heaven stealing's peak, Lu Yi could have annihilated him. This was Lu Yi's confidence. With this kind of confidence, what was he afraid of? 10,000 great Daos roared simultaneously in Lu Yi's mind. The demon lord of heaven stealing's great Dao also appeared simultaneously. A huge black rat, even bigger than stars, no, bigger than a galaxy, each hair like a steel needle, its eyes blood red, with a final madness in its eyes, letting out a sharp scream and charging towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged. In his mind, 10,000 great Daos bloomed with various colors of light, even forming creatures of various shapes. Dragons, phoenixes, snakes, insects, ants, beasts, sabers, spears, swords, and halberds were countless. Kill. When trying to take over in a state of possessing a great Dao, it was most normal to first engage in a clash of great Daos. Everything of the person being taken over could be inherited by the one trying to take over, but only the great Dao could not be inherited by the one trying to take over. Therefore, before taking over, it was often necessary to shatter the opponent's great Dao. The demon lord of heaven stealing was slightly startled when he saw the countless lights. Because, where was the celestial venerable's Dao? Lu Yi's celestial venerable's Dao hadn't appeared. Could it be that his celestial venerable's Dao had shattered? The demon lord of heaven stealing was delighted. Boom! A fierce collision occurred. That rat was simply terrifying. With a casual swipe of its claw, it shattered other great Daos. Eating great Daos was as easy and comfortable as eating bean pods. It was indeed a celestial venerable's great Dao, and it was a complete celestial venerable's great Dao, truly terrifying. But Lu Yi had a lot of great Daos, and although each great Dao had not condensed a Dao fruit, his understanding of the great Dao was definitely at the great emperor level. The current scene was like a group of great emperors besieging a celestial venerable. The gap in strength between a great emperor and a celestial venerable was naturally not small, but it wasn't so large that one strike could instantly kill. The shattered great Daos were like injured great emperors, even if they were shattered, they could still be condensed. The most crucial thing was that these great emperors included those with strong offense, strong defense, healing, support, curses, harassment, and assassination. It could be said that there were warriors, tanks, mages, marksmen, assassins, hard supports, soft supports, everything. The clash of great Daos instantly fell into the most intense state. Lu Yi still had a mass of darkness behind him that hadn't moved. This was the Extinction Avenue. The most powerful great Dao below the celestial venerable. The enlightenment tree hadn't been called out by Lu Yi yet. Wanting to take over is not simple, so just take over properly. The Extinction Avenue instantly transformed into a dense black light and rushed towards the battlefield. Kill. Chapter 428, Beep Beep. What brilliant fireworks. Lu Yi watched the clash of great Daos and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shen Zitong appeared beside Lu Yi. In fact, Shen Zitong rarely manifested in human form, she only preferred to come out when fighting Lu Yi's ex-wife. The reason she came out now was naturally because this was within Lu Yi's sea of consciousness. The demon lord of heaven stealing was still furiously fighting. Ding, I've thought of how to use the saint's heart, Shen Zitong said. How to use it? Ding, isn't there a nascent form of a world appearing above your nascent soul? Perhaps feeding the saint's heart to that nascent world would greatly accelerate the world's birth. Drip. Little Heavenly Dao also transformed into human form and appeared on Lu Yi's other side. Little Heavenly Dao wouldn't manifest in reality at all, at least not yet. The reason she could come out was also because she was within Lu Yi's sea of consciousness. Integrating the saint's heart into the nascent world, Lu Yi pondered this possibility. If the owner of this heart has completely perished, perhaps it's feasible, but if they haven't perished, then it's not possible, Lu Yi said. If the heart's owner hadn't perished, doing this would be equivalent to planting a huge bomb in his most secret place, it was too dangerous. Ding, even if they haven't perished, perhaps it's still possible. You just need to find a heavenly Dao to suppress it. With the passage of time, it will eventually be completely refined. Find a heavenly Dao to suppress it. Ding, find her. Shen Zitong pointed at Little Heavenly Dao. Drip. Little Heavenly Dao tilted her head up, and a bewildered expression appeared on her face, which bore a 6 or 7/10 resemblance to Shen Zitong's. Ding, a world can ultimately only accommodate one heavenly Dao. Right now, this fellow is still an idiot, but her intelligence is constantly increasing. Sooner or later, her intelligence will become like that of a normal person. At that time, we will definitely have conflicts. One heavenly Dao with two consciousnesses will inevitably cause a huge disaster, Shen Zitong analyzed. Lu Yi understood Shen Zitong's meaning. Little Heavenly Dao shouldn't have appeared in the first place, she only appeared because of the system's operation. As the saying goes, there cannot be two suns in the sky, nor two masters for a person. Little Heavenly Dao being well behaved now doesn't mean she will be well behaved all the time in the future. She is well behaved now because her intelligence is similar to Shangguan Wanling's, and Shangguan Wanling could cause such big trouble. Moreover, little Heavenly Dao's intelligence is indeed growing rapidly. Originally, she couldn't even speak, but now she can almost communicate normally. In that case, it might be possible. If they invited a Heavenly Dao to suppress it, then even if that saint returned alive, they wouldn't be able to find their heart's location. At this moment, the demon lord of heaven stealing was still furiously fighting. Drip, sister, don't you want me anymore? Tears suddenly welled up in little Heavenly Dao's eyes, and her small face was filled with grievance, making anyone who looked at her feel their heart almost melt. Ding, yes, sister doesn't want you anymore, Shen Zitong said heartlessly. Drip drip drip. Little Heavenly Dao actually started crying directly. Lu Yi. Ding, stop crying. Shen Zitong let out a loud shout. Little Heavenly Dao's crying stopped abruptly. With teary eyes, she looked at Shen Zitong. Drip, then does sister still want me? No. Drip drip drip. Ding, I don't want you anymore. I'll give you to the dog Lu Yi. Drip. Her crying stopped abruptly. Little Heavenly Dao looked at Shen Zitong, then looked at Lu Yi, pursed her lips, and began to think seriously. I don't want her either. Lu Yi suddenly said. Drip drip drip. Immediately, little Heavenly Dao started crying again. I'll give you back to your sister. Drip. At this moment, the demon lord of heaven stealing was still furiously fighting. Lu Yi and Shen Zitong took turns teasing little Heavenly Dao, making her unable to stop, jumping up and down. She was still quite greedy, wanting to follow both Shen Zitong and Lu Yi. She was very satisfied with the current situation. It wouldn't work for her to follow either of them alone. However, this was just casual talk for now. If a Heavenly Dao was truly needed for suppression, little Heavenly Dao would likely be beaten into going by Shen Zitong. Of course, it was also possible that Shen Zitong would come herself. The word, come, isn't quite accurate, return, seems more appropriate. The system originally belonged to Lu Yi. Entering the world in Lu Yi's sea of consciousness and becoming its Heavenly Dao, isn't that returning? Roar. The mouse formed by the demon lord of heaven stealing's great Dao let out a roar. What is going on with you guys? This is a soul seizing, hey. Don't you want to be a bit more serious? How are you still teasing a little girl? Do you really think these great Daos can stop him? He is a celestial venerable, and his Dao is the celestial venerable great Dao. The demon lord of heaven stealing fully unleashed his power. Instantly, he sent a large number of great Daos flying, charging towards Lu Yi with an unstoppable momentum. Lu Yi glanced at him, then a faint green light bloomed. It had long been impatient. The enlightenment tree grew against the wind, unprecedentedly excited. Tree, me. Having obtained the guardian great Dao for such a long time, it never had a chance. Now, it could finally protect its master. It would do its best, its utmost. Tree, I'm coming. The enlightenment tree uprooted itself, and its enormous figure charged directly towards the demon lord of heaven stealing. The originally injured guardian great Dao, at this moment, still erupted with celestial venerable level power, because the enlightenment tree's action now was for the sake of protection. Boom! The huge branch directly whipped the mouse away. Countless leaves sliced through the void, sharp to the extreme. The demon lord of heaven stealing. The moment the guardian great Dao appeared, the demon lord of heaven stealing knew this battle was over. Just now, with the enlightenment tree leading the guardian great Dao to attack him, coupled with so many great emperor-level great Daos, it simply left the demon lord of heaven stealing no way out. Moreover, looking at Lu Yi's calm and composed appearance, who knew how many trump cards he had? And those two extremely beautiful women, he actually didn't know what kind of existences they were. The unknown was the most terrifying. It was over after all. The black mouse suddenly transformed into a streak of light and disappeared within Lu Yi's sea of consciousness. I'll be busy now, Lu Yi said to Shen Zitong and little Heavenly Dao, and at the same time opened his eyes. What met his eyes was the wryly smiling demon lord of heaven stealing. Fellow Taoist is truly strong. So many great Daos comparable to great emperors, there has never been anything like it throughout history. The demon lord of heaven stealing picked up his wine and drank it in large gulps. He was going to die completely. Lu Yi also picked up his wine and tasted it lightly. This is the saint's heart. After so many years, I still haven't comprehended anything from it. The more impatient I was, the less I could comprehend. Its fate. A crimson heart that had stopped beating was sent over by the demon lord of heaven stealing. Lu Yi also accepted it without politeness. It felt warm in his hand, like a red gem. These are various treasures I stole back then. I've been a solitary person since childhood, bringing nothing into life and taking nothing upon death, so I'll give them to fellow Taoist. A black ring was handed over by the demon lord of heaven stealing. Lu Yi accepted it again. I won't hand over my crippled body and soul to fellow Taoist. They are already exhausted of origin and have no value. Fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Chapter 429 The Master of the Heart. Lu Yi nodded. It seemed the demon lord of heaven stealing was a celestial venerable, but his origin had been depleted too thoroughly. It was basically like using the heavenly demon blood transformation escape continuously for tens of thousands of years. Of course, even so, he was definitely much stronger than a normal soul. Becoming a main soul was no problem. But Lu Yi thought about it and decided against it. He was a celestial venerable after all, and Lu Yi would give him the respect he deserved. Also, the human emperor banner only had 8 main soul slots. If the demon lord of heaven stealing took one, and given that his origin was severely depleted, letting a demon lord of heaven stealing in such a state become a main soul might become a flaw in the human emperor banner in the future. Fellow Taoist, it seems we are fated not to meet again. Take care. The demon lord of heaven stealing cupped his hands towards Lu Yi. His appearance began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. There's one more thing. Lu Yi spoke. Doubt appeared in the demon lord of heaven stealing's eyes. What is it? What about your last wish? The demon lord of heaven stealing was startled, then laughed wryly. Never mind, never mind. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Everyone I once knew has vanished, and karma has been extinguished with the passage of time. As for a last wish, if fellow Taoist happens to meet the demon ancestor in the future, please punch him twice for me. I would be eternally grateful. Lu Yi nodded. I've noted it. Fellow Taoist, farewell. There was no, take care, no, see you again, only, farewell. The two cupped their hands to each other. Lu Yi stopped talking nonsense, turned, and left. It was precisely at the moment he turned around that the demon lord of heaven stealing's aging speed reached its peak. His body began to turn into dust, and his soul also dissipated into specks of light. The entire wooden house was disappearing. Lu Yi didn't look back, stepped onto the passage, and vanished into the distance. A generation's demon Dao celestial venerable thus fell, without even the chance of reincarnation. However, Lu Yi didn't have any particular emotional reaction, because he had seen more than one celestial venerable die in front of him, and had even personally killed more than one celestial venerable. He wasn't a sentimental person. But one thing was certain, coming to this no-return cave was truly a huge gain. He just didn't know how many treasures were left among the demon lord of heaven stealing's possessions. There were no incidents along the way, and Lu Yi immediately began to check. He didn't know until he looked, and when he looked, he was truly startled. He even felt a bit fortunate, thinking how lucky it was that he hadn't let Shangguan Wanling come in. If Shangguan Wanling had come in, she would have played the role of a fool with good fortune, obtained this storage ring, and could have cultivated all the way to the 7th heaven in one go using the origin devouring heaven scripture. Because there were treasures in the ring, many treasures. As for Emperor Dao weapons, there was a whole pile. The most terrifying were Emperor weapons. There were also Chaos treasures and Supreme Chaos treasures. They were all top-tier treasures, secret techniques. However, there were basically not many source stones and great medicines left. There were also many strange items, which the demon lord of heaven stealing probably hadn't figured out what they were. So he hadn't dared to use them rashly. Looking at the dormant treasures, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. However, he was also someone who had seen the world. Calm down, calm down. For a moment, upon getting these things, Lu Yi didn't know how he should deal with them. If he had these in his previous life, he wouldn't have to worry, because he could feed them to Shangguan Wanling. This life. Lu Yi began to ponder. A part of them would definitely be used to upgrade the stone sword and the human emperor banner. As for whether he needed other treasures, that would depend on the effects of these treasures when the time came. These were important, but there was undoubtedly something even more important. This heart. Lu Yi took out this saint heart. The heart was clean, without any special aura, making it impossible to distinguish which saint's heart it was. Lu Yi actually had a guess in his heart, but this thing wasn't something that could be determined by mere speculation. System, begin deduction. Ding, deduction in progress. With the system performing deductions, it was much more convenient. Ding, deduction successful. The owner of the heart had been deduced. It was Zhu Qingshan, relentless sage. Lu Yi nodded lightly. Actually, he had also guessed it was this saint. Because this heart was too calm. There were only so many saints in total. Even if all the saints were counted, how many could there be? Having such a calm heart was inherently very rare. For example, if this were the heart of the Yao Saint devouring sky mayfly, the demon lord of heaven stealing would probably have been sucked dry the moment he touched this heart. Similarly, if it were the heart of other saints, they would more or less have some characteristics. Only the heart of the relentless sage was as calm as stagnant water. Has the relentless sage fallen? Lu Yi asked curiously. Ding, unknown, but this heart seems to have some issues. The system replied. What issues? Little Heavenly Dao, deduce with me. A ray of light shone upon this heart. As the light changed, a light screen suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi stared at the light screen. He knew what the system was doing. It was using this heart as a medium to push back time through it. In the previous life, the system was at its peak and could only do this with the support of massive resources. But in this life, the system was the Heavenly Dao, making it much easier. The images on the light screen were blurry. This heart first appeared in the hands of the demon lord of heaven stealing, for a very long time. Going further back, unexpectedly, this heart was obtained from the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor got it from a forbidden ground deep within the void. Going further back from the forbidden ground, the heart belonged in a woman's chest cavity. That was a woman in pink. She was naturally beautiful, like a lotus emerging from clear water, unadorned by carving. Although not as beautiful as Shen Zitong, she was no weaker than any of Lu Yi's 8 former wives. This isn't the relentless sage, is it? Lu Yi asked with some uncertainty. Ding, it is not. Lu Yi remembered the relentless sage was male, but since he was relentless, gender didn't matter. But as time continued to rewind, it became clear that this woman really wasn't. Because her strength wasn't that strong. This heart had been inside this woman's body the entire time, saving her life countless times. Until a scene appeared. It was a man in green, looking at the dying woman in pink before him. His hand reached into his own chest and dug out his heart. That was a heart emitting infinitely brilliant light. To call it a heart, it was more like a Dao fruit-like existence, or perhaps a special constitution. He gave his feelings to the woman, and his heart to the woman. From then on, they owed each other nothing. From then on, there was no more Zhu Qingshan in the world, only relentless, ascending the Saint Dao. After watching the playback, a light shone in Lu Yi's eyes. Don't tell me, it can be refined. In fact, he could start refining it right now. Deduce the refining method. Ding, deduction starting. Lu Yi was very much looking forward to it. What kind of changes would refining a saint's heart bring to his nascent world and his nascent soul's crown? Chapter 430 Refining. Saints possess boundless divine abilities. Although Lu Yi had not reached the saint realm in his previous life, in this life, he saw the path of a saint, and his heart could roughly understand what level of existence a saint truly was. He saw how the relentless sage gave this heart to that woman. The events before the heart was given to the woman could not be deduced, as that was a saint. The relentless sage had long since disappeared. As a saint, even if they have fallen, their heart is still here, so can they not be reborn? Yet, Lu Yi understood the relentless sage's thoughts. Because Lu Yi was also a person of deep affection. At the very least, he was a person of deep affection in his previous life. His heart can be considered to have completely severed all affection with the woman. From now on, this heart no longer belongs to his existence. Similarly, whether the woman lives or dies is also irrelevant to him. Even if he dies, it will not affect this heart in the slightest. There is no greater sorrow than a heart turned to ash. An existence that can give his own heart to someone else, and then embark on the relentless great Tao, even reaching the saint level, can only mean that the suffering the relentless sage endured in the past should be no less than Lu Yi's. Because even after Lu Yi suffered all the betrayals, he still had a system by his side, but the relentless sage likely had no one left by his side in the end. If Lu Yi didn't have the system, he would most likely also walk the relentless great Tao. While the system was deducing, Lu Yi continued to travel. He was thinking about these messy things. Of course, he wasn't pitying the relentless sage. He had already become a saint, how could it be his turn to pity him? He couldn't even pity himself enough. It took a long time to fly here, so it naturally needed the same amount of time to go back. Ding, deduction successful. The system's prompt sounded, and a large amount of information was transmitted into Lu Yi's mind, which Lu Yi began to absorb and digest. Refining the saint heart was still relatively difficult. Neither the demon lord of heaven stealing nor the demon ancestor had refined it. Of course, that was because the purpose of those two was the saint Dao above the heart. Merely refining the heart into energy didn't have much significance. A formation needs to be set up. Set up a formation within the embryonic world. Its name is the 10 Directions Refining Realm Formation. Not the 10 Directions Refining Heaven Formation, Lu Yi asked strangely. Ding, firstly, I haven't provoked anyone, so why should I be refined? The system retorted righteously. Lu Yi thought she had a point. This great formation is not something that can be easily set up. Because the power of this formation is extraordinarily great, if it were a truly complete great formation, even a great emperor would frown upon seeing it. In fact, the power of a great formation mainly depends on how much energy you can leverage. The better the materials used to set up the formation, the greater the power of the formation. If the materials used are not good, the power of the formation will be small. Lu Yi is definitely unable to set up a complete original great formation now, so he has to change it a bit and make a beggar's version of the great formation. Lu Yi began to rummage through the treasures he currently possessed. Thanks to the demon lord of heaven stealing, thanks to the endless great emperor. There are truly many treasures. Lu Yi was dazzled by what he saw, and treasures were selected one by one. To be honest, these treasures were truly precious. Many of the materials could be used to set up the original 10 Directions Refining Realm formation. However, some of the original materials were still missing, so only a beggar's version could be made, using other materials to supplement. He sorted for a long time. This kind of thing didn't require the system to deduce. With Lu Yi's formation skills, he could completely accomplish it, and even reach the peak of formation mastery at this stage. Let's start setting up the formation. The nascent soul appeared in front of a pile of treasures, opened its mouth and swallowed all the treasures, and returned to the Dantian to begin working busily. The embryonic form of the great formation began to appear. Soon, the 10 Directions Refining Realm formation was set up. This was a small problem for Lu Yi. The nascent soul came out again, took a slight breath, its chubby little face looking quite cute. Lu Yi took out the heart and it was swallowed into the nascent soul's mouth again. Lu Yi began to raise his guard, and rays of light appeared. Lu Yi's aura continuously decreased, finally decreasing to a nearly transparent state. Start, the nascent soul asked. Lu Yi closed his eyes, thought about all the methods he could use in his current state, and nodded vigorously, start. The heart instantly merged into the great formation. As rays of light lit up, the heart began to enter a state of being refined. Lu Yi held his breath and watched carefully. Perhaps it was because the great formation had not reached a perfect state, or perhaps the saint heart's level was relatively high. In short, this saint heart would not be refined so easily. Lu Yi was not in a hurry at all. He traveled while waiting. Suddenly, the saint heart produced some fluctuations, and it began to melt. It was at this moment that an explosion occurred within the star ring above the nascent soul's head. A very slight explosion, but this slight explosion was like a fuse, followed by a second explosion, a third explosion, a fourth explosion. Endless explosions. Lu Yi's expression changed slightly. Something is wrong. He thought of a viewpoint from Earth. That is, the universe may have been created by a Big Bang, and the current situation is. Lu Yi suddenly took a deep breath. System, start deduction. The system also seemed to understand the seriousness of the matter and quickly began to deduce with full force. What was happening in Lu Yi's Dantian now was the creation of a universe. Even the Heavenly Dao had not experienced this kind of thing, but it could deduce based on the current situation. Even the deduced scenes were transmitted to Lu Yi in real time. Lu Yi saw the explosion. Endless explosions. Explosions that occupied all the beauty of the world. Explosion is art. He saw that when the explosion reached its peak, it would instantly swallow his nascent soul, swallow his physical body, and swallow this chaos. Deduce a solution. Ding, beginning deduction. Lu Yi also didn't sit idly by. This explosion was caused by the rapid chaos of energy, and he had to purify the energy and stabilize it. This didn't mean preventing it from exploding, but the explosion had to be within a controllable range. Otherwise, the new universe would be formed, but he would be dead, which would be meaningless. All of Lu Yi's great Daos entered this embryonic world. The embryonic world, influenced by the Saint Heart, rapidly formed various kinds of energy. These energies were disordered and chaotic, causing explosions, and the more they exploded, the more chaotic energy would be formed, leading to larger-scale collisions and explosions. When it reached the limit, the final explosion would occur, and in the end, Lu Yi wouldn't even have a speck of dust left. The Great Tao began to control the energy, and the explosion slowed down. But at this moment, the Saint Heart refined another wisp. Chapter 431 Explosion. The explosions that had just subsided began again. Lu Yi was startled. Even the Great Tao couldn't soothe so much boiling energy. The system was calculating, and Lu Yi was also thinking of a solution. If the Great Tao couldn't soothe it, what else could be used? Right, there's also my true essence. True essence can separate the chaotic energy. Bursts of brilliant fireworks continuously exploded above the nascent soul's head. That world embryo was undergoing a miraculous evolution. The nascent soul directly burrowed into the world embryo, waving its hands, and a large amount of true essence poured inside. Ding! Calculation complete. The system's notification sound rang out. A method to solve this problem appeared in Lu Yi's mind. After an extreme explosion, new life would quickly be born. This is the basic way worlds are created. In this situation, if it weren't actually inside Lu Yi's Dantian, he would have just let it explode. The more violent the explosion, the stronger the world born from it would be. The problem now is that this thing is precisely inside Lu Yi's Dantian. So, he couldn't let it explode like this. He had to let it be born slowly. The method derived by the system was the most likely to succeed for Lu Yi at this stage. This was not really a divine ability, but rather a solution, named Bee's Heavenly Nest. In ancient times, there was a type of bee called the heavenly bee, which is now extinct. This heavenly bee could produce heavenly honey. Heavenly honey was extremely precious, more precious than dragon liver and phoenix gall, and was considered the ultimate delicacy and great medicine in the world. To protect this heavenly honey, a very special nest-building method was passed down among the heavenly bees, building a heavenly nest. This kind of nest had astonishing defensive power, and its internal structure was extremely marvelous. Each layer had defenses, yet it did not impede the flow of gentle energy. The more violent the energy, the tougher the internal barriers; the more gentle the energy, the weaker the internal barriers. However, to build such a heavenly nest, the heavenly bee race had to pay an immense price. This thing was entirely completed by solidifying energy, meaning it could only form after your true essence solidified, consuming an extreme amount of true essence. This caused many strong cultivators of the heavenly bee race to make no progress for many years, and thus they were wiped out by their enemies. Now, the solution is to build a heavenly nest within this embryonic world. Explosions could still happen, but only within a limited range. They couldn't connect into a single area. After the energy becomes gentle, the heavenly nest's existence is almost negligible because its barriers do not obstruct the normal flow of energy. But, this thing is a massive project. Lu Yi is going to build it alone. Alright, there's no one else who can help him with this anyway. Inner universe. Lu Yi didn't know what form it would eventually evolve into, but he was certain that this inner universe would definitely bring him immense benefits. This kind of benefit wasn't temporary, but eternal, and the kind that would become increasingly formidable. Let's go. 1 Lu Yi appeared, 2 Lu Yes appeared, 3, 4, 5. All the Lu Yes entered this embryonic world and began building the heavenly nest. And at this instant, the true essence within Lu Yi's body rapidly disappeared in large quantities. Lu Yi wasn't flustered. At other times, he might have panicked, but now was when he had just obtained the demon Lord of Heaven Stealing's relics. With so many treasures, what was there for Lu Yi to panic about? Origin Devouring Heaven Scripture, activate for me. 6 Lu Yes, 1 nascent soul, just like the most hard-working worker bees, began building the nest. The explosions hadn't stopped, but this was just the beginning. The outer layer of the heart hadn't ruptured yet. The current explosions were in an acceptable state. Looking from the outside, the entire crown-shaped world had gradually begun to be covered by a layer of something like crystal shards. These shards continuously expanded, not quickly, but expanding little by little. Another wave of explosions quickly surged. Lu Yi finished absorbing one treasure and immediately began absorbing the second. Treasure after treasure turned into flying ash in his hands. Fortunately, these treasures were all in a sealed state. The demon lord of heaven stealing was not only skilled at stealing, but also a master of escaping, concealing, and sealing. This saved Lu Yi a lot of trouble. Refine, 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 build, build, build. Every time the Saint Heart was refined a bit, the explosions would surge in a wave. It could be seen that the speed at which the Saint Heart was being refined was getting faster and faster. Lu Yi had stopped moving forward and was concentrating on dealing with this embryonic world here. Fortunately, he had the origin devouring heaven scripture. Anyway, this true essence wasn't being refined into Lu Yi's body. As long as it took shape, Lu Yi would quickly send it out. Fortunately, he had the demon lord of heaven stealing's relics. Fortunately, he had the 9 lives undying heavenly scripture. The most crucial thing was that he had the system. None of these things could be missing. More and more crystal shards appeared on the embryonic world. Lu Yi was frantically busy, not even knowing how much time had passed, but it didn't matter, cultivation itself was time-consuming. Lu Yi wasn't aiming for others to be amazed at a glance, exclaiming that he could cultivate to such a level at such a young age. For him, there was no difference between taking 100 years to ascend from the 5th heaven to the 6th heaven and taking 1,000 years to complete this step. The demon lord of heaven stealing's relics gradually began to decrease. Unknowingly, all the chaos treasures and imperial soldiers were refined by Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't feel distressed and directly targeted the emperor weapons. As long as the path was correct and the effort was sufficient, the opportunities brought would be great enough. Losing so many treasures now, and gaining a complete universe in the future, what kind of concept is that? This punch of mine gathers the power of a universe. Can you withstand it? As long as the universe is strong enough, even a saint might be shattered by you. Boom. The explosion became even more intense. The entire Saint Heart was melting and collapsing. Terrifying power swept across the entire embryonic world. All the great Dao were going crazy with busyness, putting out fires everywhere. Lu Yi was also going crazy with busyness, speeding up the construction. Tired. Extremely tired. More tired than the 10 years after Lu Yi became emperor, quelled the darkness upheaval, and all 8 women came to congratulate him. More tired than any fierce battle. Lu Yi's spirit was stretched to the limit. Emperor weapons decreased one by one, chaos treasures also began to disappear, and even strange objects were being devoured. The crystal shards had already covered more than half of the embryonic world, reaching 80%. The parts of the world not covered by crystal shards had already exploded into connected areas, looking like the crown was burning. Lu Yi rushed into the explosions. The great Dao could no longer soothe it. The energy at this moment had gone completely wild. They wanted to erupt, to run wild, to burn to the extreme, to destroy themselves. Lu Yi continued building the nest amidst the explosions and flames. Even though a large explosion could occur at any moment, his nest building speed didn't decrease but increased. Lu Yi took out the treasures left behind by the endless great emperor and continued refining them. The crystal shards warped within the flames and explosions. Until, the entire embryonic world was covered by crystal shards. The Saint Heart completely turned into dust. Boom. Chapter 432, The Power of Hongling. It's truly magnificent. Lu Yi looked inward at the flames burning in his dantian. It was as if a giant beehive was burning, layers upon layers of flames overlapping incessantly, dazzling the eyes. All the clones, including the nascent soul, were within the flames. Lu Yi looked at the clean empty spatial rings, an uncontrollable heartache appearing on his face. Was this orchestrated by someone? The relics of the demon lord of heaven stealing, along with the relics of the endless great emperor, after all this turmoil, were directly reduced to less than 1%. Originally, these things combined might have allowed Lu Yi to cultivate even to the great emperor realm, but now they were all gone. Lu Yi went from being incredibly wealthy to utterly destitute. Suddenly, Lu Yi's spirit stirred. His eyes widened slightly. He didn't dare to delay in the slightest, because in the world within his dantian, after the terrifying explosion and burning, a new power was being born. It was the power of origin, the origin of the world. It had another name, called Hongling Qi. Hongling power was actually being born. Lu Yi's nascent soul, amidst the raging fire and explosion, pounced towards the Hongling Qi. How precious was this thing? Lu Yi in his previous life only obtained a single wisp, and then gave it to the system, completely letting the system replace the Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi didn't even know how mysterious Hongmeng Qi truly was, but this was definitely something even celestial venerables would go mad for, and even saints wished to obtain a wisp of Hongmeng Qi but couldn't. Passing through one grid after another, Lu Yi's nascent soul arrived before this wisp of light purple Hongmeng Qi. This color. It really did look somewhat similar to the color of the human emperor banner. The nascent soul opened its mouth and swallowed this wisp of Hongmeng Qi without hesitation. At this moment, a look of pain appeared on the nascent soul's face. The nascent soul had almost no ability to resist and instantly turned into dust. But Lu Yi wasn't flustered at all, because Hongmeng Qi would definitely not destroy the nascent soul, otherwise he wouldn't have swallowed it directly. Purple light bloomed, and within the purple light, the nascent soul reappeared. Just as it condensed, it turned into dust once more, but strangely enough, the nascent soul didn't feel pain now, instead, its face was full of enjoyment. Transformation. The nascent soul was transforming. Crushing once and again, sublimating and transforming once and again. Infinite sublimation, infinite transformation. Lu Yi stared at this transformation, silently counting the times. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 times, 41, 48, 49, the Great Tao has 50, one is escaped. Heaven's evolution is 49, limitless and boundless. After a full 49 transformations, Lu Yi's strength had reached the peak of the undying realm, but Lu Yi's true essence had undergone earth-shattering changes. His true essence, perhaps it could no longer be called true essence, perhaps Hongmeng power was a more fitting name. Just this wisp of Hongmeng power directly raised the strength of his true essence by countless levels. Lu Yi felt it for a moment, and a hint of terror appeared in his eyes. This energy strength had surprisingly reached the quasi-emperor level. Yes, quasi-emperor. Perhaps because the power of a great emperor was truly too formidable, it still didn't reach the level of great emperor power in the end, but quasi-emperor. Of course, Lu Yi's current total energy compared to a quasi-emperor was less than a drop in the ocean, but the key was, Lu Yi didn't need to fight a quasi-emperor right now anyway. Even if he ascended to the 6th heaven, Lu Yi would at most fight a void realm cultivator. Thank you, Nine Heaven's great sage. Moreover, within Lu Yi's nascent soul, the true essence was still constantly changing, improving in quality every moment. As long as the power of the Hongmeng Qi didn't disappear, at this speed, perhaps he only needed to reach the Great Tao realm to possess Great Emperor power. Or even earlier than that. Awesome. Lu Yi broke free from the heartache of the huge loss. Consuming so many treasures, his realm only rose to around the 15th level of the Undying Realm, but the gains he received, the benefits for the future, were definitely much better than if those treasures had been absorbed by him. The flames had been burning all along. Lu Yi didn't let the nascent soul come out either, let it stay in there. These flames should burn for a while, and when the flames extinguish, this nascent world will undergo earth-shattering changes. Lu Yi was still quite looking forward to it. System, you've worked hard, Lu Yi said to the system. Ding, serving Lu Yi. D. Little Heavenly Dao, you've worked hard too. D. Serving Lu Yi. Come visit my world sometime. D. No, I don't want to. Lu Yi was full of energy. The journey in the 5th heaven was coming to an end. Next, he just needed to walk out of the no-return cave, return to the 5th heaven, and undergo a heavenly tribulation. If there was any possibility, Lu Yi would not undergo tribulation in this passage. What if after undergoing it, he found himself outside the 9 heavens, who knows how many old monsters would be standing before him? His figure turned into a streak of light and sped towards the no-return cave. System, how long has it been since I entered the no-return cave? Lu Yi asked. D. 120 years, 4 months, and 15 days. Only a little over 100 years. That's acceptable. When he was cultivating, he thought several hundred years had passed. Because he was too immersed, too much racing against time, he had no idea how long had actually passed, he just wanted to be faster, faster, and even faster. After another period of flight, Lu Yi saw light. He had reached the end of this passage. This maze within the chaos was used by the demon lord of heaven stealing for concealment. Normally, he wouldn't even leave an entrance, but because the demon ancestor chased him too fiercely back then, he simply didn't have time to close the entrance, which was why the no-return cave was left behind. After such a long time, whether Shangguan Wanling could cultivate the scripture of the true affection should have already been decided. Yu Hongling and Vermilion Bird should have also ascended, but it didn't matter. He had truly reached the limit of the fifth heaven. As long as he went out, he could just undergo tribulation and ascend. He wondered if entering the sixth heaven would cause any earth-shattering battles. Please, let there be some enemies. This child is about to starve to death. Myriad ancient sect, O myriad ancient sect, why did you surrender when you were doing so well? How great it would be to keep fighting. Because of his previous life, Lu Yi was truly familiar with the treasures of the myriad ancient sect, like counting his family's possessions. What a pity, what a pity. Lu Yi walked out of the no-return cave. He was the first existence to walk out of the no-return cave in such a long time. The location where this no-return cave appeared was simply not quite right. It appeared in the fifth heaven. How could cultivators of the fifth heaven find a way out? As Lu Yi just came out. Lu Yi Gerger, senior brother, husband, Sun Ruowei opened her mouth, but in the end decided it was better to keep quiet. She silently retreated to the side, and her eyes began to brighten. Time to watch the show. Begin. Chapter 433 I Don't Love You Anymore. Lu Yi stared blankly at the three people in front of him, and his brows quickly furrowed. How did these three guys know he was coming out of no-return cave? Lu Yi Gerger, I have already learned the supreme affection immortal scripture. I'm not useless anymore. Now my path of sentience will definitely not disappear completely. I miss you so much, hug me. Shangguan Wanling, without thinking, charged forward first, opening her arms and rushing towards Lu Yi, her face beaming with a happy smile. Lu Yi looked at Shangguan Wanling's infatuated expression, and his fists instantly clenched. His newly formed Hongmeng power was just right to test its damage level. Shangguan Wanling quickly approached Lu Yi. Lu Yi was already preparing to punch, but Shangguan Wanling's hand was directly pulled by Yu Hongling, stopping her body. Senior brother hasn't forgiven you yet, don't pounce on him, Yu Hongling said hurriedly. Huh, no way, I've already cultivated the supreme affection immortal scripture. The path of sentience really won't disappear. Lu Yi Gerger hasn't forgiven me. I know it's because he's afraid that after accepting me again, my path of sentience will still disappear. Now it won't disappear anymore. It's time for Lu Yi Gerger to forgive me, Shangguan Wanling said as if it were a matter of course. Lu Yi was so angry he laughed. Who transmitted this idea to you again? Lu Yi asked. Sun Shishu. Sun Ruowei. Heaven can attest, that's not what she said. What she said was, your path of sentience could be cultivated in the previous life without disappearing, so in this life, stabilize your path of sentience cultivation before talking about winning Lu Yi back. Only then would Lu Yi have a possibility of forgiving you. Otherwise, Lu Yi would always worry that just as he forgave you, your path of sentience would disappear again. What she said was there was a possibility of him forgiving you, but in your damn ears, you only heard, forgive you. Lu Yi glanced at Sun Ruowei. Seeing Sun Ruowei's completely bewildered face, Lu Yi understood that Shangguan Wanling had definitely started making things up in her head again. Yu Hongling looked at Lu Yi, her eyes full of affection and gentleness. Senior brother, don't blame Shangguan Wanling, she just misses you too much. When we learned you entered no-return cave, we were very worried about you and have been waiting here for a long time. We have no other intentions here, we just want to apologize to you face to face once again. I'm sorry, I apologize for my prejudice against you in the previous life. I'm sorry, I apologize for my distrust of you in the previous life. I'm sorry, I apologize for my arrogance towards you in the previous life. I'm sorry, I apologize for poisoning you in the previous life. I'm sorry, I apologize for what I did to you in the previous life, for ruining your Taoist path. I'm sorry, I apologize for my stubbornness in this life. Senior brother, I'm truly, truly sorry. As Yu Hongling spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. Just her alone caused senior brother so much pain and suffering. With 8 women together, how did senior brother endure it all? How could she have become such a person? Senior brother was clearly the person who treated her best, yet because of a Yao who she had only met a few times, she hated senior brother for a lifetime and even ruined senior brother's Taoist path. Yu Hongling's heartfelt apology was incredibly moving. She looked like she truly knew she was wrong. She had completely realized her mistakes. Lu Yi also listened to these words. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart. It seemed Yu Hongling truly knew she was wrong down to her bones. That's good. However, Lu Yi didn't have much emotional fluctuation, because the current Lu Yi had long since lost any love for these people. At the moment he passed the 3 lifetimes tribulation. Now, with Yu Hongling's apology, Lu Yi felt some emotion, but there was no emotional fluctuation at all. It was a very simple matter, he didn't love them anymore. What is past cannot be remedied, what is to come can be pursued. Past mistakes cannot be remedied. As for future mistakes, he hoped Yu Hongling could change, but these mistakes must never appear on him again. It was impossible for them to appear on him again. However, it was good that Yu Hongling could truly awaken and realize her mistakes. At this moment, a faint smile actually appeared on Lu Yi's face. However, when Yu Hongling saw Lu Yi's smile, her face instantly turned deathly pale. No, no, senior brother, you can't be like this. Congratulations, Lu Yi said calmly. No, senior brother, I truly know I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Yu Hongling suddenly knelt down, kneeling in the void, tears streaming freely. Senior brother, don't treat me like this, don't let it go, don't let it go. Yu Hongling was very panicked, extremely panicked. What she feared most was Lu Yi letting go. Even if Lu Yi hated her, that was better than him being indifferent. If there was hate, she could admit her mistakes and make amends, but if he was indifferent, what could she do? That meant Lu Yi had no feelings for her anymore. Could she still win Lu Yi back? She couldn't do it, she couldn't possibly win Lu Yi back at all. Shangguan Wanling looked bewildered. Hongling, what's wrong? Lu Yi Gerger is smiling. Lu Yi Gerger looks so handsome when he smiles. Lu Yi. He might as well pretend not to hear Shangguan Shazi's words. Lu Yi looked at Yu Hongling. The previous life is over. It was also my fault for not knowing how to love in the previous life. You were wrong, and I was also wrong. This life is a new beginning. Since it was destined to be a mistake, there's no need to start it. I cultivate my great Dao, you live your life. There's no need for us to be involved anymore. This is for the best. Everything Lu Yi said was his true thought at this moment. No. Yu Hongling shouted loudly. No, senior brother, I love you. I love you very, very, very deeply. How can you? But I don't love you anymore. A calm tone, saying the most heartless words. I don't love you anymore. From the moment the betrayal began. No matter how lowly or despicable Lu Yi was, he wouldn't be so lowly as to continue loving someone who heartlessly betrayed him and cut off his Taoist path, right? When Yu Hongling heard these words, she was struck by lightning. Her body froze, her eyes filled with disbelief, and she stared blankly at Lu Yi. As for love and affection, Lu Yi had long since stopped liking them. If he still liked them, with a woman as beautiful as Shen Zitong, even if she was an illusion, given Lu Yi's personality in his previous life, he probably would have penetrated her 1,000 times and still thought it wasn't enough. For example, little Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi would have long since taught little Heavenly Dao what Heavenly Dao ethics are and what yin-yang mutual generation means. There might even be more excessive things, like the sound of rain dripping for 3 days and 3 nights, like my dearest Yu, taking a call beneath me. Yu Hongling didn't speak. Her expression was dull, she just knelt there, tears constantly falling. Shangguan Wanling felt a pang of heartache watching this. She felt that she should set an example for Yu Hongling. How could a mere phrase, I don't love you anymore, defeat their brave fighters? Lu Yi Gerger, do you still love me? Shangguan Wanling asked. Chapter 434 A Slap. Lu Yi glanced at Shangguan Wanling and couldn't help but sigh softly. He didn't speak, took a step forward, and his figure had already passed the few people. Husband. Vermilion Bird couldn't help but speak. But from beginning to end, Lu Yi didn't even give Vermilion Bird a single glance. If there were still some messy karmic ties between Yu Hongling, Shangguan Wanling, and him that weren't resolved, then all the karmic ties between him and Vermilion Bird had already ended. In his eyes, Vermilion Bird was an existence that couldn't be any more unfamiliar. Lu Yi didn't need to look at her, let alone pay attention to her. Lu Yi. Suddenly, Shangguan Wanling shouted loudly. This time, she didn't even call him Lu Yi Gerger, but directly used the address Lu Yi. Lu Yi's figure paused. Are you done or not? I've already cultivated the supreme affection immortal scripture, why haven't you forgiven me yet? Even if it's a test, it should be over by now, right? Why are you being endless? Is this interesting? Do you think this is interesting? Shangguan Wanling was angry and roared loudly at Lu Yi. It was as if they had returned to the previous life. A hint of daze appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. It had been a long time since he heard Shangguan Wanling's shouting, and hearing it again now, he truly felt a bit nostalgic. So he turned around and looked back. Shangguan Wanling's heart filled with joy. Could this really be useful? Shouting was useful in the previous life, and she didn't expect it to still be useful in this life. Next time, she would shout loudly again. Be careful. Vermilion Bird's face suddenly changed drastically, and she hurriedly said to Shangguan Wanling. Shangguan Wanling didn't hesitate at all, it was almost as if it was ingrained deep in her bones. Upon hearing the words, be careful, she didn't even know what had happened, but a blood-red light had already appeared around her body. She was fast, but Lu Yi was even faster. Lu Yi's figure had appeared in front of Shangguan Wanling at some unknown time, a palm, a very large palm. As soon as the blood-red light flickered, the palm had already mercilessly slapped Shangguan Wanling's face. Slap. Just at the moment the heavenly demon blood transformation escape began, Shangguan Wanling's body was slapped into a spinning top by this palm, rotating wildly. However, her figure still escaped, the entire blood-red light was spinning as it fled towards the distance. Lu Yi didn't chase, but remained in place. He lowered his head and looked at his palm. This slap. In his previous life and this life, all of Shangguan Wanling's foolish and laughable nerves, all the evil beneath her foolishness, the countless times he wanted to swing a palm, all became reality at this moment. Lu Yi only had one feeling, and that was, exhilarating. Heaven and earth can attest, even in his previous life, Lu Yi had countless times wanted to give Shangguan Wanling a slap. Many times, his palm had already been raised. Just at the moment he was about to swing it down, all sorts of thoughts would arise in his mind. Things like not hitting his own woman. A girl followed him when she was at her most innocent and youngest, for so many years. Her parents were already dead, and now her only reliance was him. The path of sentience was gone, she must also be terrified. Too many reasons, like a revolving lantern, flashed through Lu Yi's mind, and in the end, this slap was never delivered. As for now, one slap, satisfying. Firstly, this was no longer his woman. Secondly, under the circumstance that the first point wasn't valid, even if he beat her to death, he wouldn't have any psychological burden. Sun Ruowei slightly opened her mouth. She hadn't expected that a full physical fight would actually break out on the scene. Lu Yi looked coldly at Hongling. Don't appear in front of me again. Right now, I just don't love you. Don't make me hate you. After saying this, Lu Yi leisurely left. Come, who else has something useless to say? Hongling's expression was blank, Vermilion Bird's face was full of sadness, but she wiped away her tears and chased after Shangguan Wanling in the direction she flew. At least no more unexpected problems occurred. After Lu Yi disappeared, Hongling seemed to have lost all her strength, and her body went limp. Sun Ruowei hurriedly supported Hongling. Hongling, you must be strong. Hongling stared blankly upwards, at the myriad gods without bounds. It's over, it's truly over now. It's not over. Even if Lu Yi doesn't love you now, you can keep pursuing him in the future. It's not over. When someone meets someone 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 times, it's always possible for their heart to be moved, Sun Ruowei comforted. Hongling sighed softly. She wiped away her tears. Shishu, I'm fine. I am Hongling. How could I be knocked down so easily? Just as senior brother said back then, all the suffering now is just a little bit of wind and frost. Sun Ruowei she wanted to speak but hesitated. Because Hongling's change was too fast, she felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong or how to speak. Hongling broke free from Sun Ruowei's support, and even a smile appeared on her face. Let's go see Shangguan Wanling first. I'm really fine. This is what I deserve. I owe senior brother things that I can't repay in a lifetime, but I can repay them slowly. Sooner or later. Hongling's voice became choked up again. She kept wiping away her tears, but no matter how she wiped, she couldn't wipe them clean, couldn't wipe them all away. I'm fine. My eyes are just a bit sore, I don't know what's going on. Master Shishu, let's go find Shangguan Wanling. Sun Ruowei hugged Hongling again. Cry, it will be better if you cry it out. I won't cry, senior brother definitely doesn't like me crying. If I cry, I'll definitely be ugly. Woo. Hongling still couldn't hold back and cried out loud. Her crying voice was trembling, she really couldn't hold back anymore. From whimpering to wailing, "Shishu, it hurts. My heart hurts so much. He doesn't want me anymore, he completely doesn't want me anymore. Shishu, Shishu." Sun Ruowei could only gently pat Yu Hongling's back, continuously comforting her. "Everything will get better. As long as people are alive, there will always be hope." Yu Hongling cried for a full half an hour, her eyes red and swollen from crying. "Okay, Shishu, I'm mostly fine now. Let's quickly go see how Shangguan Wanling is doing." Senior brother never had the heart to hit her, but now he actually hit her. She came here full of hope, so this time she must be even sadder than me. Let's go see Shangguan Wanling. One can only say that Shangguan Wanling is also a very magical person. When she was with Chu Ling liked her very much. When she was with Yu Hongling, who originally strongly disliked her, also started to like her. But only Lu Yi didn't like her. Because Shangguan Wanling gave all her love to others, only Lu Yi received a Shangguan Wanling without love. Chapter 435 Greatly shocked. He actually slapped me. Shangguan Wanling covered her swollen face, her face full of tears. Shangguan Wanling, don't be sad, Lu Yi was just impulsive. Vermilion Bird quickly comforted her. He actually slapped me. Actually, you also have some responsibility. The current Lu Yi is no longer the Lu Yi from the previous life. You should wake up and absolutely must not treat the current Lu Yi with the attitude you had towards Lu Yi in the previous life. He actually slapped me. You absolutely must not resent him. If you resent him and become his enemy, given how heartbroken he is by us now, he will strike with lethal force. He actually slapped me. Vermilion Bird, how should she comfort her? Lu Yi really is. When hitting someone, you don't hit their face, especially a face as beautiful as Shangguan Wanling's. This time, Lu Yi probably really hurt Shangguan Wanling's pride. If Shangguan Wanling turns dark and decides to become Lu Yi's enemy, the situation will definitely escalate to a very bad point. Darkness Origin, seeing this scene through Vermilion Bird, couldn't help but feel a stir in its heart. Previously, attempts to lure Shangguan Wanling failed, but now Lu Yi actually slapped Shangguan Wanling's face. The current Shangguan Wanling looks truly sad. Perhaps this is its chance. But Darkness Origin was also a bit hesitant. Because the previous failures had directly given Darkness Origin a psychological shadow. In front of Shangguan Wanling, it felt as ridiculous as a clown. Can it go now? After much hesitation, Darkness Origin still decided to wait a moment. As the saying goes, a fall in the pit, a gain in your wit. Wait a bit, wait a bit. Shangguan Wanling. Snap out of it. Vermilion Bird felt a bit puzzled. Given Darkness Origin's personality and preferences, if it saw Shangguan Wanling in this state, it would definitely pounce like a hungry tiger on its prey. Why was there no reaction now? Strange. But no reaction is best. This way, at least Shangguan Wanling's life safety can be guaranteed. Lu Yi Gerger's treatment of me is indeed different from how he treats others. Shangguan Wanling murmured to herself. Vermilion Bird. Darkness Origin. See, it said to wait a bit, wait a bit. If it hadn't waited a bit just now, it would probably be contaminated and baptized by foolishness again. It had tried to contaminate Shangguan Wanling 3 times before, and after each time, Darkness Origin felt its intelligence would weaken and suffer some loss. Before, it even had the idea of defecting to Lu Yi, which was truly laughable. It did want to defect, but the key is that Lu Yi wouldn't accept it. It wasn't Lu Yi's ex-wife. When Lu Yi saw it, he would fight it to the death. Now it no longer dared to casually contaminate Shangguan Wanling. Fortunately, it didn't contaminate her, otherwise, its intelligence would probably be impacted again. It had to give a thumbs up to its current intelligence. Shangguan Wanling. Vermilion Bird had never seen this situation before. She was a bit dumbfounded, and after being dumbfounded, she couldn't help but call out softly. She was a bit worried. Could it be that Lu Yi's slap was too harsh, directly causing Shangguan Wanling's thoughts to become abnormal? Please don't scare me. She had just cured the crazy Yu Hongling, and if another one went crazy, that would really be. So Vermilion Bird asked with full of worry, what's different? What do you mean by that? He hit me, and he slapped me with his palm. If he didn't still consider me his woman, he could have completely killed me with one punch. Why would he use the method of slapping? Given Lu Yi Gerger's personality, he is never merciful towards women. And in the mortal realm, not to mention the mortal realm, even in the palace, when any concubine angered my father emperor, he would slap them. Slapping is more often a way for a husband to hit his wife. His slapping me with his palm means he still considers me his wife. He only laid hands on me, not even hitting Hongling, and he didn't even say a word to you. That is truly heartless. Vermilion Bird. At this moment, Vermilion Bird's eyes widened greatly. She couldn't understand. She couldn't accept it. She didn't even know where to begin complaining. The most terrifying thing was that Vermilion Bird was actually a little scared, because she actually felt that what Shangguan Wanling said seemed to make a little sense. This is too scary. So scary, too scary. Darkness Origin's voice echoed simultaneously in both Vermilion Bird's and Yin Qingcheng's minds at this moment. Yu Hongling, with red eyes, quickly flew over at this moment. Shangguan Wanling, are you alright? Yu Hongling quickly asked. Shangguan Wanling looked up at Yu Hongling, wiped away her tears, and revealed a satisfied smile. Hongling, I'm fine. You're not sad. Yu Hongling looked at Shangguan Wanling, who could still smile, in surprise. How could she smile? I'm not sad at all. Not only am I not sad, I'm even very happy. Shangguan Wanling said happily. Yu Hongling, he slapped you, and you're still happy. Yu Hongling was also dumbfounded. He slapped me because I am his woman. If he didn't consider me his woman, he would only be very distant, like how he treats you and Vermilion Bird, just like treating a stranger. Think about it, would Luyi Gerger slap a stranger? Yu Hongling, thank you. Forget it. Shangguan Wanling's way of thinking has always been like this. I must face it calmly. Seventh Heaven. Yin Qingcheng heard Darkness Origin's sigh and slowly opened her eyes, feeling a bit puzzled. What's too scary? Did husband get stronger again? Yin Qingcheng asked. No, it's that Luyi slapped Shangguan Wanling. Darkness Origin murmured. Yin Qingcheng let out a cold snort, betraying husband, and even after husband severed ties with them, that fool Shangguan Wanling shamelessly forced herself upon him. She deserves to be hit. But do you know what Shangguan Wanling's reaction was? Darkness Origin even made a swallowing sound. What reaction? At most, she'd just cry like a useless person. What other reaction could there be? Yin Qingcheng said with a frown, disdainfully. When they betrayed Lu Yi in the previous life, according to Yin Qingcheng's idea, they should have just not told Shangguan Wanling, because who knew if that fool would find Lu Yi and ask him what kind of poison he liked. But Enli felt that since everyone had betrayed him, if Shangguan Wanling wasn't involved, and the plan failed, wouldn't Shangguan Wanling get all of Lu Yi's love exclusively? At that time, Yin Qingcheng just felt immense disdain. Someone who needed to rely on rubbing against her husband to show affection, would such a person get her husband's love exclusively? Don't be ridiculous. But Enli insisted on having Shangguan Wanling join as well, because only everyone's betrayal could completely eliminate the possibility of Lu Yi becoming a saint. After all, Guardian Great Dao is a very abnormal Great Dao. What was Shangguan Wanling's reaction? Yin Qingcheng asked again. She actually felt happy. Yin Qingcheng. Chapter 436, Preaching Again. Yin Qingcheng was also of the utmost emotion Great Path. Although she was now of the Forget Love Great Path, utmost emotion and Forget Love had no significant difference in their early stages. Her utmost emotion was an extreme possessiveness. She would not allow Lu Yi to be possessed by other women, nor could she tolerate Lu Yi's love being shared with anyone, not even a tiny bit. Even though she also cultivated utmost emotion, Yin Qingcheng still couldn't understand Shangguan Wanling's thought process. However, Yin Qingcheng was relatively open-minded about it. Because in her current eyes, these women were completely lambs to be slaughtered, which meant these women hadn't ascended yet. Otherwise, Yin Qingcheng's first action would absolutely not be to deal with Lu Yi, but to kill those women. Only when this group of women was dead could she be at ease. Besides this group of women, there was one more person who had entered Yin Qingcheng's sight and whom Yin Qingcheng hated intensely, and that was Shen Zitong. Originally, when Shen Zitong appeared with her in the 3 lifetimes tribulation, Yin Qingcheng thought it was a coincidence and that such a person indeed existed in the orphanage where Lu Yi was. But when Yu Hongling's memories illuminated the 9 heavens, Yin Qingcheng discovered with immense fury that this Shen Zitong had actually been following Lu Yi the whole time, and was someone close to Lu Yi. After Lu Yi had suffered betrayal from so many women, he could still find a new woman. This was something Yin Qingcheng could not accept. Currently, she still didn't know Shen Zitong's background. But, no matter who this Shen Zitong was, she would kill her. How powerful could a woman who appeared in the first heaven be? Just a good-for-nothing leeching off her husband. Lu Yi looked at the light screen released by Shen Zitong, seeing Shangguan Wanling's change in thinking, his face full of helplessness. Watching other women is enjoyable, but what's the point of watching Shangguan Wanling? Lu Yi said, somewhat puzzled. Ding, you don't understand, I'm studying my opponent. Shen Zitong's small face was full of seriousness. She had suffered a loss at Shangguan Wanling's hands, and she definitely had to get even. Shangguan Wanling is stupid, right? Her thought process is weird, right? Then she would be even stupider than her, with an even weirder thought process. Shen Zitong refused to believe that her lifetime of fame would be ruined by an idiot like Shangguan Wanling. Alright, you keep watching. I'll go back to Tianmen Star once, and then I can start crossing tribulation. His figure turned into a streak of light, moving at terrifying speed, the light streak appearing in segments. Because he was essentially traversing the void. Compared to his previous speed, the current speed wasn't just a matter of 10 or dozens of times faster. Every time Lu Yi reached a new realm, he couldn't help but be shocked that he was so awesome, that this realm was so strong, and that he could even fight beyond his realm. Soon, Lu Yi appeared on Tianmen Star. This time, Tianmen Star had undergone a complete overhaul. A large number of the original Heavenly Gate members, after Lu Yi's preaching the Tao, saw their realms advance by leaps and bounds. Many people had already ascended. Without surprise, the overall strength of the Heavenly Gate was still that of a second-rate force. Greetings, Grand Master. The moment they saw Lu Yi's face, many people immediately bowed. Although they had never seen Lu Yi before, there was a portrait of Lu Yi within the sect. He was the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, and many seniors had rapidly ascended after listening to the Grand Master preach the Tao. If the Grand Master were to preach the Tao for them again, they couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be. Lu Yi had a faint smile on his face and nodded at the crowd. The people Lu Yi recognized here not only hadn't decreased, but had increased. Because Lu Yi had ascended late in his previous life, this group of people who had joined the Heavenly Gate now, although they were greenhorns, were the main force of the Heavenly Gate in the previous life, the ones who died the most tragically and quickly. Looking at them now, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel quite familiar. Hey, they were all killed by his own hands. Drunken Sword Taoist heard that Lu Yi had returned and hurried out to greet him. Oh, Grand Master, you're finally back. You were gone for 100 years, I was worried to death. Drunken Sword Taoist said. I told you, I had confidence. The worst outcome would be me crossing tribulation and ascending. There was absolutely no need to worry. Although that's what you say, no one has come out of no return cave for so many years, which truly makes people feel worried. Lu Yi, you're out. Lin Chiyu ran out, her voice full of pleasant surprise. Taoist Lu Yi, long time no see. Shorin Taoist had also joined the Heavenly Gate, his face now wearing a smile. During this time, Shorin Taoist had changed his Great Tao. After losing the Guardian Great Tao, Shorin Taoist was very, very unaccustomed. Because he truly couldn't imagine that without the Guardian Great Tao, a person could live so easily and so happily. It was simply inexpressible. The happiness generated in just a few years was more than the happiness Shorin Taoist had generated in the nearly 1,000 years before. Awesome. It was truly too awesome. Lu Yi smiled and exchanged pleasantries with these people. Seeing that everyone is well, I am also happy in my heart. The reason I returned to Tianmen Star this time is because I will be ascending soon, so before ascending, I will return to Tianmen Star to preach the Tao once more. After all, the overall strength of the Heavenly Gate in the fifth heaven is constantly declining due to too many strong individuals ascending. As the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, I should have the obligation to strengthen the overall power of the Heavenly Gate a bit. Hearing that Lu Yi was going to preach the Tao again, pairs of eyes immediately began to quickly brighten. Ascending so fast, I'm only in the cosmic realm, Lin Chiyu said somewhat uncomfortably. When she first met Lu Yi, what realm was Lu Yi in? As a result, Lu Yi was now 2 major realms higher than her. No, because she had just broken through to the cosmic realm, but Lu Yi was about to ascend, so he must be at the peak of the Undying Realm. Cosmic Realm 9th Layer, Ascension Realm 9th Layer, Undying Realm 9th Layer. This was 3 major realms more than her. If she compared her cultivation speed to Lu Yi's breakthrough speed like this, barring any accidents, after Lu Yi's ascension this time, she would likely never have the chance to see Lu Yi again in the future. But cultivation was just like this. The heaven and earth are vast, one cannot always walk with companions, and in the end, everyone is just a passerby. In his previous life, because Lu Yi waited for people, he truly had many friends along the way. But in this life, he no longer waited for people, and there were almost none who could keep up with Lu Yi's pace. Preach the Tao. Lu Yi did not reply to Lin Chiyu. Once everyone was immersed in the great Tao, he could quietly ascend by himself. All Heavenly Gate members were urgently recalled. Everyone gathered on Tianmen Star. Lu Yi sat cross-legged on the preaching cushion, looking at the pairs of eyes below seeking the Tao. This time, I will speak on, what is life and death. Lu Yi had personally witnessed the birth of the universe and gained a more profound understanding of life and death. His freshest insights were newly formed, and they should be very beneficial to the Heavenly Gate members. One session of preaching the Tao passed, lasting a year. As Lu Yi expected, all Heavenly Gate members fell into a state of enlightenment. Lu Yi took one last look at Drunken Sword Taoist, Lin Chiyu, and Shorin Taoist. His figure disappeared. Chapter 437 Easily overcome the tribulation. Crossing tribulation. Crossing tribulation. In the vast void. Lu Yi's aura blossomed. Just a wisp of it bloomed, and the little Heavenly Tao became happy. Beep. Striking Lu Yi. Sister, come quickly. Ding. Coming, coming. Give it everything you've got. Shen Zitong was someone who held grudges. Lu Yi had hit her last time, and she had to get revenge. It would be best if the lightning turned into a whip, lashing Lu Yi fiercely, letting him witness the power of her great queen Zitong. Above Lu Yi's head, a large amount of dark clouds quickly gathered, accompanied by the roaring wind and thunder. The robe on Lu Yi's body fluttered loudly in the wind. However, his expression was very calm. The heavenly tribulation, especially for him now, held no threat whatsoever. He had improved too much in the undying realm. His true essence had transformed into Hongling power. Just this point alone made the heavenly tribulation useless, even if it was the strongest heavenly tribulation ever faced by an undying realm expert crossing tribulation in the great Tao's history. The Heavenly Dao and Shen Zitong seemed to have seized the opportunity to bully Lu Yi, exerting all their strength to use the power of the heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation clouds had reached the horizon. Tribulation power surged everywhere. Just as the heavenly tribulation expanded to its limit, the tribulation clouds began to contract again. Lu Yi's expression shifted at this moment. How did he feel like he could control the power of the tribulation lightning at this time? He had a thought and tried it out. Beep. Ding. The condensation of the tribulation clouds above his head suddenly paused. Ding. Lu Yi, don't mess around. Beep. Sister is right. Lu Yi discovered that he could indeed control the power of the tribulation lightning and couldn't help but smile. He had almost forgotten that he had become the master of the Heavenly Dao. Well, he should be the master now. Lu Yi gave up control and let the system and little Heavenly Dao play. The tribulation energy continued to gather, and the power of heaven and earth surged, and surged again. Finally, a massive vortex appeared above Lu Yi's head. At first, dark purple lightning streaked everywhere. Dark purple had reached the limit of the fifth heaven. Those people from Buddhism, upon encountering the dark purple tribulation lightning, would die no matter how formidable they were. However, Lu Yi felt quite alright. When he crossed tribulation in his previous life, the tribulation lightning was still purple. It seemed he had improved much more in this life compared to his previous one. Ding, it's the limit. My Lu Yi, we must arrange the strongest, the system said proudly. Lu Yi chuckled in amusement. Begin. As Lu Yi gave the command, a dark purple tribulation lightning bolt as thick as an arm, as if it could devour everything in the void, struck down fiercely towards Lu Yi from above. Lu Yi raised his hand and gently flicked his sleeve. The lightning that pierced through the void was directly absorbed into Lu Yi's sleeve, finally transforming into a dark purple object resembling a pill, which Lu Yi swallowed into his mouth. The second heavenly lightning bolt, twice as large, descended again. But Lu Yi did the same. He didn't even make much movement. He only needed to use the divine ability, Sleeve Universe, to easily transform the dark purple tribulation lightning into a lightning pill. One tribulation lightning bolt after another fell. Some people felt the fluctuations of the heavenly tribulation and quickly approached, only to see Lu Yi flicking his sleeve to absorb the lightning tribulation and then swallowing it as soon as they arrived. Dark purple tribulation lightning. Some cultivators looked at this scene in a daze. Dark purple tribulation lightning was the sign of the last tribulation lightning bolt for the most top-tier Undying Realm experts throughout history. Moreover, under the dark purple lightning, the chance of successfully crossing tribulation was directly halved. What was happening now? Which tribulation lightning bolt was this? Another dark purple tribulation lightning bolt fell. At this time, the lightning was already as thick as a thigh, like a pillar of heaven. However, when it reached Lu Yi, it was still transformed into a lightning beam and eaten. It was a very simple matter. The people watching Lu Yi cross tribulation from a distance felt their scalps tingle. Many people had already recognized Lu Yi. But even if they recognized him, this didn't make sense, right? This wasn't a height that could be reached in the Undying Realm. Lu Yi, getting stronger and stronger. It's not strength in terms of realm, but his accumulation, his foundation, his roots, which are still continuously growing. It's too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Indeed, under normal circumstances, cultivation is a process of getting stronger and stronger. However, as one gets stronger, the foundation gradually fails to keep up with the speed of becoming stronger, because you can't strengthen your foundation in every realm and have terrifying opportunities in every realm. But now, Lu Yi had directly broken this common sense. In the process of getting stronger, not only did he not consume his foundation, but his foundation became deeper and deeper. This made it impossible for people to imagine. If one day, Lu Yi truly began to erupt, beginning to consume his foundation regardless of the consequences, what kind of terrifying state would that be? Dare not think. Simply dare not think. One lightning bolt after another fell. Lu Yi absorbed them all. Not even his clothes were damaged in the slightest, and there were no scorch marks on his body. Until the last tribulation lightning bolt ended, Lu Yi soared into the sky. There was a rumbling sound within his body. Countless lightning bolts were fiercely tempering his physical body, but under the restraint of Lu Yi's Hongling power, even the tribulation lightning became unprecedentedly obedient. The tribulation lightning quickly and methodically strengthened Lu Yi's physical body. The 9th tribulation undying body was also rapidly approaching the 8th tribulation. However, it was clearly not enough, so Lu Yi came to the dissipating tribulation clouds and took a big gulp. Instantly, the tribulation clouds were pulled towards Lu Yi's mouth by a huge suction force. With many people staring in astonishment, Lu Yi directly sucked up the entire tribulation cloud in one breath. Hic! A large amount of black death mist poured out, but there was no longer any tribulation energy. Only pure black mist remained. Still not enough. The 9 tribulation undying body became more difficult to break through the higher it went. In fact, it wasn't just the 9 tribulation undying body, almost all cultivation methods were like this. But never mind, it's almost there. Ascension. A glow of light appeared. The ascension pool slowly formed around Lu Yi. This time, Lu Yi did not inform the heavenly gate of the 6th heaven, because everyone wasn't stupid. If the heavenly gate made a move, then no one would come to hunt Lu Yi. So, the heavenly gate must not move. Please, please. The heavenly gate is no longer helping me. Come quickly and kill me. I'm truly going crazy with poverty. Lu Yi's heart was filled with hope. Someone would definitely ambush him at the ascension pool. O spirits of heaven and earth, please, please be kind. Various forces of the 6th heaven, okay. Lu Yi's figure flew into the glow of light. The transmission began. Lu Yi officially ascended to the 6th heaven. With 3 more heavens, he could reach the summit. Chapter 438, Poor. 6th heaven. Ascension pool. Lu Yi had just arrived at the ascension pool when he instantly opened his eyes. There's someone. Lu Yi was overjoyed. Cough, calm down a bit. In his previous life, he was a celestial venerable after all. How could he bow down for mere rice? Besides, even if no enemies appeared, he knew some secret treasures and could completely go find them. When the time came, he would still get rich. Lu Yi got up from the ascension pool, and the robes on his body instantly dried. His aura was also surging wildly, and his cultivation at the peak of the undying realm began to break through at this moment. The 6th heaven only has 4 realms: Longevity realm, 9 extremes realm, Zumi realm, and Void realm. The longevity realm can greatly increase a cultivator's lifespan, allowing them to live for a long time. Now Lu Yi had broken through to this realm. A large amount of vitality permeated Lu Yi's body, making him extremely comfortable. Lu Yi didn't pay attention to that, instead, he looked up at these people. Young people. Many young people, some youths, some teenagers, both male and female, some Yao, some Taoist, all kinds. They didn't have killing intent, they were all curious and were sizing up Lu Yi. So many young people. Lu Yi's first thought upon seeing these people was, if he were to kidnap all these young people and then demand ransom, wouldn't that make him rich? To be honest, Lu Yi was truly tempted. Lu Yi, a young man dressed in bai clothes embroidered with gold patterns, with red lips and bai teeth, asked. Lu Yi's figure hovered in the air, looking down at the group of young people without politeness. What do you want with me? We know you are a celestial venerable reborn, but even if you are a celestial venerable reborn, you are reborn after all. We are not very convinced about you reaching the top of the eternal paragon ranking, so we would like to exchange pointers with you. What do you think? A student from Guando Academy, Meng Zan, said loudly. Are all of you unconvinced about me? Lu Yi's mind was already working rapidly. With this group of young people here, there are likely many powerful individuals in the distance, probably protecting the safety of these young heavens chosen. The fourth heaven is land. The fifth heaven is the starry sky. And what is the sixth heaven? Very simple, families. Not just families, but also various forces. These forces are not the small-scale ones. Every single force existed before the 9 heavens were formed. Almost all forces have had some extraordinary great figures among their ancestors. Many forces even have living great emperors, or even living celestial venerables. Just like the Zhang family, just like the myriad ancient sect. There are many Zhang families and many myriad ancient sects here. Many young people nodded. Indeed, many people were very unconvinced about Lu Yi. Everyone present was a heavens chosen. They believed that the achievements Lu Yi could reach, if placed upon them, if they started climbing up from the first heaven, they might not be unable to reach Lu Yi's level. Celestial venerable methods, great emperor methods, it's not like they don't have them. Top-tier cultivation techniques, top-tier divine abilities, they have them too. Moreover, they came this time just to spar, not to fight Lu Yi to the death. Everyone's age is similar, all under 1,000 years old, truly belonging to the same generation. Isn't sparring a very normal thing? Then what do you want to do? Lu Yi asked with a smile. This group was quite vibrant young people. Lu Yi looked at the fighting intent in the eyes of each one and couldn't help but feel emotional. However, to put it another way, this group of people were actually walking resources. Unfortunately, the flames in the small world within his Dantian haven't extinguished yet. Otherwise, if he directly took this group of young people away, who knows how much ransom he could get. Without a small world, trying to take these people away after capturing them would be very troublesome. Lu Yi already had an idea in his mind. Challenge you. Someone shouted loudly. Yes, that's right. We are all of the same age. Do you dare to accept the challenge? You, being a celestial venerable in the past, should also know that the trend of challenges is prevalent in the sixth heaven. This battle does not involve any grudges or grievances, it is simply a battle between powerful individuals of the same generation. Do you dare or not? Fellow Taoist, you are mistaken. Taoist Lu Yi boasts of being invincible. Facing such a challenge, how could there be any reason to not dare? A fair fight, Lu Yi. If you defeat us, we will naturally be convinced. Everyone started talking at once. Alright, I know what you mean. Sigh. It's just that I'm poor right now. Otherwise, Lu Yi would probably have disappeared long ago. Actually, I myself don't want to fight with you because your challenge is a joke in my eyes. With one sentence, the mockery was instantly maximized. What do you mean? Someone became furious. My meaning is, you are too weak. My time is very precious. Fighting with you won't bring me any improvement, so why would I waste time with you? Lu Yi said with a calm voice mixed with disdain. What big talk. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Exactly. You just ascended to the sixth heaven, and you're only in the longevity realm at such an old age. I am similar in age to you, and I have already reached the 9 extremes realm. What makes you think you can be my opponent? Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old was he? Not even 500 years old. How did he become so old? Looking at the agitated crowd, Lu Yi was very satisfied in his heart because this was the effect he wanted. These young people have been protected by their families for many years. Although they were born many years ago, excluding the time spent in secluded cultivation, the time they spent leisurely playing and experiencing things is actually similar to that of young people in their 20s. Some people have even stayed within their families and might not even have the psychological age of someone in their 20s. Achieving success at a young age, everything going smoothly, that describes these people. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore. Instead of arguing with you, it's better to go earn a few source stones to spend. Farewell. Lu Yi's figure instantly became illusory. Wait, don't go. Some people even wanted to intercept him, but Lu Yi's gaze just coldly swept over those who wanted to make a move. Those people instantly felt as if they had been targeted by a terrifying chaotic beast. The next second, they might lose their lives. Wait a moment, we can give you source stones. A young man suddenly shouted loudly. Lu Yi, whose body had already become transparent, paused. What did you say? Lu Yi asked. The young master of the Tongtian Bank was named Qian Shoxin, and his face was full of confidence. Putting aside other things, hearing that Lu Yi was busy earning source stones. Sorry, this is right up his alley. Source stones. He was so poor that all he had left were source stones. Chapter 439. A man cannot be without money. It's just source stones. Don't you want to earn source stones? As long as you have a fair and just fight with us, I can give you source stones. Qian Shoxin said seriously. Lu Yi naturally recognized this Qian Shoxin. He was also a strong person in his previous life. However, a hint of disdain still appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. How many source stones can a young master zhuang like you give? Only if your father comes personally would it be worth something. With one sentence, Qian Shoxin immediately turned red. Because you can say Qian Shoxin is weak, but you can't say he's poor. He also knew this was a provocation tactic, but he was wealthy and truly not afraid of such a tactic. How many source stones could a provocation tactic make him lose? Could the face of him, young Master Qian, be measured with source stones? Qian Shoxin held up a finger. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. 10,000 source stones. Want to show off? Then you have to pay the price for showing off. Qian Shoxin originally wanted to say 1,000 source stones and was immediately choked. What the hell, 10,000 source stones? Just to fight you once, would it cost 10,000 source stones? 10,000 source stones, he could book the entire Heihuan sect. But he was the young master zhuang of Tongtian Money House, he couldn't say something so low class. Fortunately, he had subordinates. 10,000 source stones. If you're scared, just say so. Why ask for such an exorbitant price? To fight you once, are you even worth 10,000 source stones? Exactly. I think you're just afraid and deliberately named a sky-high price. Is this the spirit of the number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking? When you wrote your name on the Eternal Paragon ranking back then, we thought you were someone important, but now it seems you're just that. Lu Yi was also too lazy to talk nonsense. In his eyes, these people were only worth tens of thousands of source stones, so as long as he got these tens of thousands of source stones, it would be realizing their value. Lu Yi looked around. I know you all want to fight me, and the forces behind you don't want to become mortal enemies with me. Now I'll give you a chance. If you want to fight me fairly, it's 1,000 source stones per person, and Qian Shoxin gets 10,000 source stones. If you don't want to pay source stones, leave now. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. If there are fewer than 30 people, I'll leave immediately. If you block me, then you are making an enemy of me. Now, the countdown begins. Qian Shoxin's expression changed. They are all 1,000 source stones, why am I 10,000? Because you are the richest. Qian Shoxin. He actually wanted to say, does being rich mean you have to be the big spender? But thinking about Lu Yi's identity, he actually said he was rich. This feeling it simply made him feel more satisfied than playing with anything fun. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Putting other things aside, this reincarnated celestial venerable, this number one on the Eternal Paragon ranking, praised him for being rich. Would you be happy or not? Lu Yi began the countdown. Alright, then I'll pay 10,000 source stones. Just now he thought 10,000 source stones was a lot, but now he happily paid 10,000 source stones. This is the young master zhuang of Tongtian Money House, this is a rich person. Lu Yi looked at the others. Those who are unwilling to pay can leave now. Can't we even spectate? Someone was reluctant to part with 1,000 source stones, so they wouldn't fight Lu Yi, only spectate. Spectating is 800 source stones. Spectating is so expensive. If you think it's expensive, you can choose to fight. It's just that Lu Yi was poor and couldn't kidnap them, otherwise, why would Lu Yi talk so much nonsense? After making a fortune, he wouldn't even return to the Heavenly Gate. He would immediately go find those hidden treasures. He really didn't want to endure this kind of penniless life for even a moment longer. A man can be without women, but he absolutely cannot be without money. Lu Yi formed hand seals, and in an instant, a curtain of light rose. Lu Yi stepped into the curtain of light, his figure completely vanishing, even his aura disappearing. If you want to fight, pay 1,000 source stones or 800 source stones and come in. If you don't want to fight, just wait. Those who didn't want to pay immediately showed various colors of light in their eyes, wanting to see through the curtain of light and see the situation inside, but they couldn't see clearly at all. Lu Yi just casually showed a move, making everyone understand, want to freeload. You're thinking too much. I don't believe he can be much stronger than me. A young man in luxurious clothes strode in. In fact, many people also understood in their hearts that Lu Yi might be stronger than them. After all, Lu Yi's record was there. They came to spar and challenge, wanting to know exactly how much stronger Lu Yi could be than them. 1,000 source stones, although it hurt, thinking about Lu Yi's identity, it was worth it. After the first one, the second and third appeared one after another. These people were all from large families, none of them could be truly poor. 1,000 source stones, they could still take it out by gritting their teeth. People entered the curtain of light one after another. Those who weren't prepared to pay were trying various methods, but they couldn't see the situation inside. 10 breaths of time passed. More than 50 people entered the curtain of light. Lu Yi also received a net of 60,000 source stones. Although they were only low-grade source stones, for the currently dirt-poor Lu Yi, it was a windfall. You've collected the money, so can we start fighting now? Someone said impatiently. Lu Yi was in a good mood and didn't talk nonsense either. Yes, then I'll go first. A refined young man radiated white divine radiance around him, fierce battle intent surged in his eyes, his aura fully unleashed, the vast aura belonging to the longevity realm. Lu Yi, however, shook his head gently. What I meant was, all of you can make a move together. When this sentence was spoken, everyone was stunned at first, then became furious. You, Lu Yi, are awesome, but they aren't pushovers either. You want to fight everyone alone. It was simply going too far. Alright, since you're so arrogant, then all of us will make a move and beat him down first. In an instant, various colors of light bloomed. The entire space was enveloped by a terrifying aura. Lu Yi raised his hand. He didn't use the stone sword, because using the stone sword might result in killing everyone at once. This habit of liking to spar actually didn't exist in other heavens. Only in the 6th heaven was the trend of sparring prevalent. There was no other way, everyone was from a top force. It's not like they could fight to the death, right? If it caused disputes between forces, it would undoubtedly be a lose-lose situation. If they used powerful treasures again, the situation would be even more serious. Sparring generally wouldn't result in death. Attack. Limitless Divine Fist. 3,000 Aurora Swords. Great Heaven Shading Art. Forbidden Technique 9 Nether. Most people made a move simultaneously. Lu Yi also sent out a palm strike. This palm strike wasn't even some powerful divine ability, but a simple palm technique called Thousand Shadow Palm. But it was precisely this kind of palm technique, combined with Hongling power. With one palm strike, dozens of palm shadows all appeared and fiercely collided with dozens of divine abilities and secret techniques. Chapter 440, solved with one palm. Palm imprints, divine abilities. Others' radiance was dazzling, Lu Yi's palm imprint was ordinary. Moreover, he himself just sent out one palm. Everyone else was giving their all. The two sides collided in an instant. The entire small space trembled slightly. Although the palm imprint looked ordinary, something anyone could produce, the moment it touched that dazzling divine light. Annihilation. True annihilation. All the light the palm imprint touched was crushed into dust. Not one or two divine abilities. It was all of them. No matter what methods the opponent used, no matter if the opponent was at the peak of the longevity realm or the 9 extremes realm. They were completely shattered under Lu Yi's palm imprint. The palm imprint then struck these young people with unavoidable speed. PFFT PFFT PFFT. The sounds of spitting up large mouthfuls of blood rang out almost in unison. A clear palm print appeared on everyone's body. Their bodies didn't even retreat a few steps, because the power within the palm imprint, from impact to explosion, was controlled with exquisite precision. Lu Yi had originally thought about fighting them one by one, barely winning each time, so that this group of people would continuously provide him with source stones. But then he thought, how many source stones can this group of people provide? With that time, he might as well go directly look for secret treasures, why bother competing with a bunch of little kids? So he temporarily changed his mind. He would finish the fight quickly, letting these young people deeply understand the gap between them and him. None of these people flew out, but they kept spitting up blood, one after another, their faces flushed red, and some even had blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Just one palm. They looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. What the heck? What happened? Why is it like this? His strength, didn't he just break through to the longevity realm? Yes, they knew Lu Yi could fight beyond his realm. But they could too. Lu Yi could fight 2 realms above, they could fight 1 realm above, and they were already 1 realm higher than Lu Yi. Comparing them this way, their strength should be similar to Lu Yi's. How is it now? How has it become like this now? 1 palm. The palm imprint split. More than 50 people simultaneously spat up blood. All their divine abilities colliding with the palm imprint were like eggs hitting a rock. No, even like cotton meeting fire, instantly turning into ashes. How could the gap be this big? Even those in the 9 extremes realm were spitting up blood. Lu Yi walked out of the small world, looked at these people who were so poor they didn't even have money to fight him, and gently shook his head. Even poorer than me, truly. Leaving. The light screen dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. He was going to find secret treasures. Although 60,000 source stones wasn't a small amount, it wasn't enough for him, far from enough. The strength of Hongling power goes without saying. Precisely because it is strong, it is especially difficult to convert. If others can recover all their energy with 10 source stones, he needs 100 or even more. If others can increase a wisp of energy with 1 source stone, he needs 10, needs 100. Lu Yi was clearly aware of this, which is why he was so urgently in need of source stones. After Lu Yi left, the others who hadn't participated, as well as those responsible for guarding, quickly surrounded them. PFF'd. The spitting of blood continued. These peerless heavens chosen, despite giving their all, were unable to suppress the palm force Lu Yi left behind. That power was rapidly moving through their bodies, constantly causing them injuries and making them spit up blood non-stop. A mouthful here, a mouthful there. That fresh blood was as if it wasn't their own, spitting it out randomly. Brother Li, are you okay? How could it be so fast? Didn't you just go in? Someone couldn't wait to ask. PFF'd 1 palm PFFT. He said 2 words and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, even nearly choking. Someone took a pill, spat out a large mouthful of blood, and finally felt a bit better. He only used 1 palm, all our attacks were shattered. This palm struck us, and the force cannot be worn away. It's constantly causing us damage, PFFT. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. 1 palm. 1 palm defeated more than 50 heavens chosen. Are you kidding? Let me help you heal first. Azumi Realm expert modified from Unique Realm to Zumi Realm made a move. True essence surged into the injured person's body, wanting to eliminate Lu Yi's force. However, his power, upon encountering Lu Yi's power, was directly shattered. How is that possible? My power can't even destroy this force. The Zumi Realm expert was greatly shocked. What kind of terrifying quality of true essence was this? Everyone's hearts were filled with even greater shock. I still don't believe it. Another Zumi Realm expert made a move. The Void Realm expert also frowned and quietly made a move. The moment his true essence touched Lu Yi's force, it was also shattered. His brows furrowed even tighter. He could only increase his power, using sheer volume to slowly wear away at this force. Under this method, the force was finally completely eliminated. The total consumption actually reached a frightening ratio of 1 to several hundred. This number. The Void Realm expert's brows relaxed, and he let out a soft sigh. Alright, I can go back and tell the family head. No matter who provoked Lu Yi, their family must not provoke him. Even if conditions allow, they should proactively get to know Lu Yi, proactively befriend Lu Yi. Adding icing to the cake is fine, but providing help in times of need is even better. As long as there's an opportunity, they should go all out and bet everything on Lu Yi. This is definitely the right move. Because the reality is, Lu Yi is too terrifying. What realm is he even in? No matter how much the Void Realm expert racked his brain, he couldn't understand why a Longevity Realm cultivator could cultivate his true essence to such a degree. The others also discovered this problem, exchanging glances. Now, they couldn't say what would happen if Lu Yi soared in the future, because Lu Yi had already soared. Lu Yi was speeding through the void. He didn't know what kind of shock he had caused those people after he left. However, he was very satisfied with the power of Hongling power. He even somewhat wanted to find a Void Realm expert to test it out. It's just that no one is coming to find him. It doesn't matter, Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry. Someone would come to find him sooner or later. There were only 3 things he needed to do now. That is, make money, and damn it, make money. Lu Yi was very familiar with the 6th heaven. In just 3 days, he arrived at the first secret treasure location. This secret treasure was called Jiu Cave Heaven. In the past, a powerful expert named Jiu Demon King, who was actually the Ox Demon King, loved treasures and beautiful women, and his strength was astonishing. Later, he was betrayed by his wife. Lu Yi fell silent thinking about this. What did he say back when he found the Jiu Demon King? Now it seems, one really shouldn't have a loose tongue. Sometimes, having a loose tongue really does bring retribution. The Jiu Demon King was betrayed by his wife and suffered irreparable severe injuries. However, he didn't want the treasures he had collected to fall into the hands of others, otherwise it would truly be a case of, I will raise your wife and daughter. So, he used a secret technique, at the cost of his own life, to set up the Jiu soul life-killing array to protect his treasure, and buried the treasure deep within the void. Chapter 441 Where is my secret treasure? Lu Yi had obtained the Jiu Demon King's secret treasure in his previous life. There was no other way, because as Shangguan Wanling's realm improved in the previous life, she ate more and more. Lu Yi wasn't just raising himself, but 6 people at once. At that time, Li and Yin Qingcheng were not around. He figured it was fine to suffer a bit himself, as cultivating that quickly wasn't of much use anyway, he had to wait for those 6 to ascend together. Lu Yi was under a lot of pressure and had used every means possible to earn money. In this life, those women were gone, but then came the Hongling power, which was also a huge consumer of resources. But even so, it didn't consume as much as those 6 people. So, as long as he got this Jiu Demon's secret treasure, he could solve his urgent needs and even cultivate directly to the Zumi realm without any problem. With the other secret treasures collected, he could directly reach the Void Realm and ascend again. There were no other women in the 6th heaven either, the originally present Yin Qingcheng had now also ascended to the 7th heaven. He had been flying openly for so long, and no one had come to bother him. Therefore, this 6th heaven should be a very peaceful heaven. It should be. Lu Yi's figure merged into the void. With the experience from his previous life, he easily thought of the Jiu Cave Heaven. The Jiu soul life-killing array was a bit troublesome for Lu Yi, but he could break through it. This Jiu soul life-killing array mainly contained the soul of the Jiu Demon King. Where is the Jiu soul life-killing array? Lu Yi passed through layers of the void, his eyes wide as he looked at the cave heaven before him. Where is the Jiu soul life-killing array? Lu Yi rushed forward in a hurry. The cave heaven before him, where was there any Jiu soul life-killing array? There wasn't even a single formation. A very ominous premonition arose in his heart. He quickly rushed into the Jiu cave heaven. The treasures that were originally stored in the cave heaven were dazzling, with divine light overflowing. But now, where are the treasures? Where are the treasures? Forget about being dazzling, there wasn't even a single cow hair. At this moment, a ray of light bloomed. Lu Yi's gaze followed the light, and he saw a misty figure. It was an extremely beautiful figure, with alluring curves and unparalleled charm. Just by looking at the figure, Lu Yi guessed who it was. Yin Qingcheng. Husband, I've finally met husband. Qingcheng misses you so much. Yin Qingcheng's illusory figure had just condensed, and her affectionate eyes were already tinged with red. She looked at Lu Yi, full of longing and attachment. Lu Yi looked at Yin Qingcheng, his fists clenching uncontrollably. So, all the treasures in the Jiu cave heaven were taken by you, Lu Yi asked. Husband, don't blame me. I thought you would forgive those people and that you would give the resources to those useless people again. I felt it wasn't worth it for you, so I took the treasures. If I had known you wouldn't forgive them, I would definitely have left them for you, Yin Qingcheng said with a bit of embarrassment. What about Greedy Dragon Ridge? Lu Yi's voice was subtly trembling. The things from Greedy Dragon Ridge were also taken by me. What about Sea God Emperor? Lu Yi asked name after name, and although Yin Qingcheng's gaze remained steadily on Lu Yi's face, she became more and more silent. You, husband, I'm sorry. At that time, I just thought you couldn't give them to those few useless people and didn't think you would still need them. How about this, you go to Forget Love Immortal Palace, and I will contact Forget Love Immortal Palace and have them give you the treasures. When Yin Qingcheng said this, she wasn't asking for Lu Yi's opinion. Rather, her real intention was to have Forget Love Immortal Palace give the treasures to Lu Yi, and she would take action. Lu Yi was silent. Husband, don't be sad. Forget Love Immortal Palace has a lot of treasures. If it's still not enough, I'll have Forget Love Immortal Palace destroy a group of forces and give all the resources to you. That's how Yin Qingcheng was. She wouldn't ask if you were okay or if it was alright, she would just do it directly. No need. Lu Yi directly refused. I don't want to have any connection with you, let alone owe you a favor. So, I don't need you to drive Forget Love Immortal Palace to do things for me. Yin Qingcheng paused, her eyes already welling up. Husband, you and I are one. Forget Love Immortal Palace is my Forget Love Immortal Palace, and it is also yours. How can there be such a thing as owing a favor? So, you don't need to refuse. Lu Yi's expression was calm. What if I refuse? Yin Qingcheng's face still held a smile. Husband, this is for your own good. You don't need to refuse. But I want to refuse. Husband, can't you just listen to me? I've already said you don't need to refuse. I'm doing this for your own good, why do you still refuse? Because I want to refuse. Husband. Yin Qingcheng's voice suddenly increased by 3 parts. A hint of coldness appeared on Lu Yi's face. The atmosphere between the two instantly dropped to freezing point. It was like this. Yin Qingcheng's damn need for control was even more twisted than in the previous life. Yin Qingcheng looked at Lu Yi, as if she remembered that Lu Yi hadn't reconciled yet. Her eyes began to soften, and she was about to apologize. Shen Zitong's figure appeared at this moment. As soon as she appeared, she was already holding Lu Yi's arm. Lu Yi was startled, because his arm had sunk in again. Yin Qingcheng's gaze instantly locked onto Shen Zitong. Let go of him. Yin Qingcheng's eyes were already starting to turn gradually frantic, she said through gritted teeth. Shen Zitong smiled disdainfully. You tell me to let go and I let go. Who do you think you are? Facing different ex-wives, Shen Zitong had different strategies. Facing Yu Hongling, she was Lu Yi's gentle and obedient good sister. Facing Vermilion Bird, she was the victim who killed people and destroyed their hearts. Facing Bai Chulin, she was the upright gentleman who upheld righteousness and followed the Tao. As for this Yin Qingcheng, she was the main wife who looked down on everything. I am Lu Yi's Tao companion, let go of my husband immediately. Blood had already appeared in Yin Qingcheng's eyes, and a shocking killing intent bloomed from her. Tao companion, you. Shen Zitong looked her up and down with disdain. This kind of gaze made Yin Qingcheng extremely uncomfortable. At most, you're an eliminated ex-wife. And you're talking about being a Tao companion. I'm sorry, but I am Lu Yi's Tao companion now, his only Tao companion. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lu Yi will protect me. If I want to kill you, husband can't protect you either, I said so. Then I am also Lu Yi's only Tao companion, the only one, the one you can imagine but can never have. Shen Zitong, what are you calling this main wife for? Yin Qingcheng's chest heaved violently, she wished she could crush her silver teeth. Husband, I also did foolish things because I loved you too much. In this life, let's be a couple for life, okay? I promise that what happened in the previous life will absolutely never happen again. We will be the most envied immortal couple of all time, okay? Yin Qingcheng looked at Lu Yi pleadingly and said. Lu Yi withdrew his hand and made a gesture. He placed his palm on Shen Zitong's head and gently stroked her smooth long hair. Go back. Don't get angry from arguing. Chapter 442 Daddy. Yin Qingcheng was in the 7th heaven. If she were in the 6th heaven, Lu Yi definitely wouldn't be able to resist chasing and killing her. What he ate, he would definitely make her spit out. Previously, in the heaven's chosen battlefield, when Shangguan Wanling took the treasure that should have belonged to him, Lu Yi's reaction was a celestial venerable fist. Now that you can't hit Yin Qingcheng, what can you do? What does the resources from your previous life have to do with this life? It has nothing to do with it. I'm just unhappy. This reason, well, it should be sufficient. Yin Qingcheng saw this scene, her eyes splitting with rage. Shen Zitong, who had just felt like the mother of the world, was now rubbed on the head by Lu Yi. Her face couldn't help but blush, and she leaned gently into Lu Yi's embrace, like a small bird nesting. Yin Qingcheng was practically going crazy with anger. However, being this angry, she instead calmed down. Her gaze was so icy it could freeze a person's soul. She knew that Shen Zitong was deliberately provoking her, wanting her to show a frantic side in front of Lu Yi, so that her husband would be disgusted with her. So, she couldn't fall for Shen Zitong's trick. Mere provocation, she was just relying on the fact that she was still in the 6th heaven. If she came to the 7th heaven, Yin Qingcheng would definitely make Shen Zitong experience what true pain was. Husband, I know you are very sad about being betrayed by them, but you must understand, I did this for you too. Those people don't love you at all, they are just coveting the benefits of being with you. I poisoned you, and I instigated them to poison you, just to make you see their true faces clearly. Although doing this will break your heart, sometimes a strong medicine is needed for a serious poison. To make up for the harm I've caused you, I am already punishing myself. The poisons they gave you, I am experiencing them one by one. Your pain, I will also feel deeply. Husband, in this world, no one loves you more than I do. Lu Yi took a deep breath, and just as he was about to speak, a voice sounded. Beep. Lu Yi. A small figure appeared on Lu Yi's other side. The small figure, wearing a ruchun and a small jacket, with a cute bun, just appeared and, like Shen Zitong, immediately hugged Lu Yi's arm. Her small mouth opened, and she spoke right away. Daddy. Husband, you have to remember. Yin Qingcheng's words came to an abrupt halt, because she heard that sound of, Daddy. Her heart, at this moment, rose infinitely, her whole person seemed to be stretching and elongating. There was no longer any sound in her ears. After that sound of, Daddy, the entire world was emitting a huge roaring sound. Yin Qingcheng looked at little Heavenly Dao, looking at the face that was 60 to 70% like Shen Zitong and 1% like Lu Yi. Little Heavenly Dao's human form was shaped based on the few people she was most familiar with. She spent the longest time with Shen Zitong, so she naturally resembled Shen Zitong the most, followed by Lu Yi and then Nine Heaven's great sage. If you looked closely, there was even a faint trace of Enli's shadow, but it was negligible. Not to mention Yin Qingcheng, even Lu Yi was dumbfounded. What did he hear? Lu Yi usually had some acting skills, but even acting couldn't help him at this moment. Not to mention Yin Qingcheng's mind was blank, even Lu Yi's mind was blank now. In his previous life, and this life, Lu Yi had no children. Yes, sometimes when playing with everyone in his previous life, Lu Yi did let others call him dad, several people called him that. But that kind of address was different from this kind of address calling him daddy. Little Heavenly Dao. This address. Lu Yi gradually came to his senses. He glanced at Shen Zitong, who had a smug smile on her face at this moment, like a cunning little fox who had succeeded. Lu Yi's shock just now had actually revealed a flaw. If Yin Qingcheng were in a normal state, she would definitely be able to see Lu Yi's shock and know that Lu Yi was deceiving her. But the key was that Yin Qingcheng was already so shocked that she was beside herself. She couldn't imagine that Lu Yi, who had always not wanted children in his previous life, who repeatedly said that he had not yet become a saint and didn't want children, would actually have a child so quickly after being reborn. Why is this? This is because Shen Zitong can give Lu Yi a sense of security. This is because Lu Yi feels that he can be eternal with Shen Zitong. This is because Lu Yi feels happy and has put down his worries and reservations. Since the play had already reached this point, Lu Yi could only continue acting. Fortunately, he had no unrealistic thoughts about Yin Qingcheng. Whether Yin Qingcheng could accept this matter had nothing to do with him. Can't accept it. It's right if she can't accept it. It would be truly troublesome if Yin Qingcheng accepted it calmly. Why did you come out? Lu Yi's gaze towards little Heavenly Dao couldn't help but become gentle at this moment. This was the first person in his past and present lives to call him Daddy Heavenly Dao. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly felt a strange sense of responsibility. Little Heavenly Dao looked at Lu Yi's gaze. At this moment, she inexplicably felt something was wrong. Why is this look different from the look he gives sister? But with her limited wisdom, she obviously couldn't figure out the reason. So she followed the script that sister taught her and said, I saw mommy has been out for so long and hasn't come back. I came to find mommy to come back and play with me. Daddy, who is this? Little Heavenly Dao asked, looking at Yin Qingcheng. Lu Yi couldn't help but gently rub Little Heavenly Dao's fluffy little head. No one, just an old acquaintance, Lu Yi said with gentle eyes, you two go back and play. Little Heavenly Dao stared blankly at the gentleness in Lu Yi's eyes again. The feeling of something being wrong became stronger and stronger. No, did sister trick me? Why is Lu Yi looking at me like this? She didn't want to play the daughter anymore, she wanted to be the sister. Alright, your daddy has important matters now, let's not disturb him. Let's go back. Shen Zitong grabbed Little Heavenly Dao's little jacket collar. No, sis. Before she could finish speaking, the two of them had already disappeared. Lu Yi's smile didn't lessen, and even became richer as the two disappeared. He looked at Yin Qingcheng, who was still in a daze. Lu Yi wanted to persuade Yin Qingcheng, but just as he was about to speak, Yin Qingcheng suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood, and the scene in front of her suddenly became blurry. Yin Qingcheng ran away. She was completely confused. She didn't even know how to face this situation. Now her mind was filled with the scene of Little Heavenly Dao calling Lu Yi daddy. Her mind was filled with the image of the three of them standing together, a family of three. This was the heaviest blow for Yin Qingcheng. All along, she had believed that Lu Yi would only be happy when he was with her. As a result, now that Lu Yi had left her, he was happier than ever before. Chapter 443 Furious Yin Qingcheng. Beep. Sister, why do I feel like something is wrong? Little Heavenly Dao couldn't help but ask the system. Ding, what's wrong? Beep, I don't know what's wrong, it just feels wrong. Ding, you are still young, the feeling that something is wrong is fake. Beep, is that so? Ding, of course, look how gentle Lu Yi is to you when you call him daddy. From now on, you just call Lu Yi daddy, and Lu Yi will definitely dote on you the most, even more than he dotes on me. Beep. Little Heavenly Dao didn't answer, but was thinking. Beep, sister, why don't you call Lu Yi daddy? Little Heavenly Dao asked. Ding, I'm tall, you're short, I'm already an adult, you're still a child, of course I can't call Lu Yi daddy, only children can call him that. Beep, I will grow up too. Then wait until you grow up to change the address, for now just call him daddy. Beep, Little Heavenly Dao didn't know exactly what was wrong. It was just that since she called him that, and her sister didn't, she didn't want to call him that anymore. This was a private conversation between the two of them, and Lu Yi couldn't hear it. He was currently contemplating a very serious issue, which was that the secret treasures he wanted to obtain were all gone now. My money. System, begin deducing the locations of the unclaimed secret treasures in the sixth heaven. Being poor is impossible, it's impossible to be poor in this lifetime. Ding, deducing. The system started deducing. However, Lu Yi had already deduced and cleared out the secret treasures in the sixth heaven in his previous life, and now Yin Qingcheng had gotten hold of the secret treasures in the sixth heaven in this life in advance. Could they still be deduced? There were only so many secret treasures. Unclaimed secret treasures were even rarer. Lu Yi was a ruthless killer, but he couldn't bring himself to annihilate other forces for no reason just because there were no treasures. He probably couldn't, right? Of course, Demon Clan were an exception. Yao Clan could also be considered. Buddhism was also not impossible. Ding, deduction successful. The final result, as expected by Lu Yi, was nothing. All the unclaimed secret treasures in the entire sixth heaven had been taken by Yin Qingcheng. When he was searching for resources in his previous life, Yin Qingcheng was by his side, and at that time, they were still in their honeymoon period. It was all retribution. Lu Yi sighed softly. Going to some forces to search for treasures now was clearly not feasible. His strength was merely at the longevity realm, which was still somewhat insufficient against experts in the void realm. Even though his Hongling power was very strong, as long as the opponent's energy was sufficiently profound, he should have difficulty breaking through their defenses. Of course, Lu Yi wasn't particularly sure without having encountered such a situation. In that case, it seemed he needed to resume his old money-making profession. 3 main professions. First, alchemy. Second, artifact refining. Third, improving formations. As an all-rounder, Lu Yi was clearly unmatched in skill in these 3 areas, whether in the 6th heaven or the 7th heaven. In terms of elixirs, the elixirs that others could refine definitely didn't have the same efficacy as his, and the elixirs that others couldn't refine, he could. Every alchemist was actually a very wealthy existence. Especially since Lu Yi, in his previous life, in order to earn resources, had mastered a special alchemy technique, which was multi-furnace refining. Alchemy was simple, selling was more troublesome. It seemed he needed to mobilize the people of Heavenly Gate to help him with business. Thinking of this, Lu Yi's figure disappeared. 7th heaven. Yin Qingcheng spat out several mouthfuls of blood, her aura becoming weak, and even her great Dao began to tremble. How could this be? Why would this be? No one knew better than Yin Qingcheng the significance of a child to Lu Yi. In her previous life, she had very much wanted to have a child with Lu Yi, but Lu Yi had told her a lot and temporarily dispelled her idea. She had seen the longing and disappointment in Lu Yi's eyes. She had seen the importance Lu Yi placed on their future child. He couldn't bear to bring a child into this world when the situation was not yet stable. If he died, even if the child didn't die, they would become an orphan. Lu Yi had suffered much from the pain of being an orphan and absolutely did not want his child to suffer the same pain. As a result, now, Lu Yi had a child. Yin Qingcheng's eyes were filled with pain, and at this moment, she was even somewhat lost. She didn't know what she should do. Yes, she thought about killing Shen Zitong, cutting her into 1,000 pieces and torturing her in every way to vent her hatred. But what about Lu Yi's child? That was Lu Yi's child. She loved Lu Yi so much, how could she bear to harm Lu Yi's child? That was Lu Yi's flesh and blood, that was a part of Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng covered her head in pain. If she harmed Lu Yi's child, the harm to Lu Yi would be even more painful than their betrayal. But if she didn't kill Lu Yi's child, that child would be a thorn in her heart. Because as long as the child was there, Lu Yi would not forget Shen Zitong when he looked at that face that was 60% similar to Shen Zitong's, and she would not be able to receive all of Lu Yi's love. Ah! Yin Qingcheng let out a loud scream. Why? Why is this happening to me? Why? Husband, I just wanted to have your love all to myself, why will you never do as I wish? Yin Qingcheng was simply going crazy with anger. Darkness origin, darkness origin. Darkness origin, get out here. Darkness origin. Damn it. Alright, and Li left, and now Yin Qingcheng is here, and you're all treating me with this attitude, right? Darkness origin was really angry. Every time this happened, its prestige dropped significantly. But thinking that these women were people that even Lu Yi had suffered losses from in his previous life, it suppressed this anger. Speak. The plan proceed with the plan immediately. This time, I absolutely want Lu Yi to lose a life, no. 3 lives. Looking at Yin Qingcheng's frenzied appearance, Darkness Origin couldn't help but be a little curious. How did Lu Yi provoke this madwoman again? Because Heavenly Dao had been constantly monitoring Lu Yi, it didn't dare to appear around Lu Yi at all, and only learned of the news through various channels. Get out! Yin Qingcheng screamed. Darkness Origin. Deep breath, don't be angry, don't be angry. I'm going to kill you. Darkness Origin really couldn't suppress its anger, and a large amount of black mist surged, instantly causing countless wounds to appear on Yin Qingcheng's body. But Yin Qingcheng didn't even let out a scream. You kill me now, kill me. She had even actively absorbed primordial morning mist, did she still care about this little pain? Darkness Origin, its patience was really decreasing non-stop now. Perhaps, it really needed to try to support someone other than these few crazy women. Damn it, how did Lu Yi endure these women in his previous life? Incredible. Chapter 444, Money-Making Business. Heavenly Gate. When Lu Yi arrived, the Heavenly Gate members had already been waiting. Seeing Lu Yi appear, everyone immediately spoke in unison, greetings, sect leader. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic. Some of the people here had ascended from the 5th heaven. The wonder and profundity of Lu Yi's sermons had long been spread throughout the Heavenly Gate of the 6th heaven, known to everyone. Everyone looked at Lu Yi as if they were looking at the walking Great Dao, who could not be enthusiastic. Lu Yi smiled and greeted everyone. The sect leader of the Sixth Heaven's Heavenly Gate was called Qingshan Taoist, a peak void realm expert, and he was not old, meaning he had the qualification to potentially break through to the Great Emperor realm in the future. When he was young, he was also a Heaven's Chosen who was renowned throughout the Sixth Heaven, almost invincible among his peers. In the previous life, he was killed by me in the Seventh Heaven. Ha ha ha, sect leader, we've been eagerly waiting, and finally, we've waited for the sect leader to arrive, Qingshan Taoist said with a hearty laugh. Greetings, everyone. Lu Yi smiled and nodded to everyone. Sect leader, a banquet has already been prepared for you, please come inside, and we can talk while we dine. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and walked inside. Qingshan Taoist kept introducing things to Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't actually recognize everyone, because when he went on a killing spree, many of them were still minor figures, and Lu Yi couldn't possibly ask for their names before killing them. He could only say that some people looked familiar and he knew how they died. Seeing them again now, it really felt intimate. Everyone sat upon the vast sea of clouds, and soon, fairies like graceful startled swans began serving wine and dishes. Sect leader, since you are the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, and now you have ascended, the Heavenly Gate should be under your control. We should all obey the sect leader's orders, what do you think? Qingshan Taoist asked with a smile. No need, you continue to be your sect leader, but this time I came to the Heavenly Gate, there are indeed some matters that require the Heavenly Gate's help, Lu Yi said with a smile. Oh, what matter? Sect leader, please speak. Regardless of whether we can succeed, everyone in the Heavenly Gate will do their utmost, Qingshan Taoist said emphatically. Then I will be blunt. Lu Yi carefully considered his words. I plan to sell elixirs, magical treasures, talismans, and also improve various techniques, and give guidance on improving various divine abilities, right here on Tianmen Star. What do you all think? Lu Yi said with a smile. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Besides not selling himself or doing manual labor, the things Lu Yi mentioned basically covered all the popular industries in the cultivation world. If Lu Yi worked fast enough, the entire economy of the Sixth Heaven would be affected. It's estimated that at that time, only the Heihuan sect's business would improve. Is the sect leader short on money? Ning Tianming asked. He was the sect leader of the Fifth Heaven and had ascended a long time ago. Although his strength wasn't particularly strong yet, he had excellent management experience and had now become the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Gate. Basically, managerial talents for such large sects are sought after everywhere. Lu Yi did not hide anything, indeed, things have been a bit tight lately. Sect leader, the Heavenly Gate has resources. You are the Grand Master of the Heavenly Gate, and these resources can be at your complete disposal. We don't need to earn money like this, right? Qingshan Taoist said hastily. Lu Yi smiled helplessly, not enough. Qingshan Taoist was taken aback. There are a lot of resources, why don't I take you to see? He felt that Lu Yi underestimated the true strength of the Heavenly Gate. Lu Yi shook his head. How could he not know how many resources the Heavenly Gate had? It was more than a normal large force, he had counted them in the previous life. But it really wasn't enough. Cultivating the Hongling power was a huge money-devouring beast. To be honest, the Heavenly Gate's resources were not even enough for Lu Yi to break through one major realm. He had already tried. Now that he possessed Hongling power, his cultivation was more than 100 times more difficult than that of normal cultivators at the same realm. Of course, he was more than 1,000 times stronger than cultivators at the same realm. Next, I will first use the Heavenly Gate's medicinal materials to refine elixirs. You will be responsible for selling these elixirs and spreading the word about what I am doing. As compensation for the Heavenly Gate's efforts, I will give you 1% of the net profit as remuneration. Even between close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. You are not allowed to refuse this matter. Qingshan Taoist. Actually, Qingshan Taoist wanted to say that although the profit from one person refining elixirs, making talismans, and forging magical treasures was not small, wanting to earn the Heavenly Gate's current net worth was simply a pipe dream. In fact, it wasn't just Qingshan Taoist who thought this way, the other people in the Heavenly Gate also thought so. Because everyone knew Lu Yi's path of growth, he had killed his way up, and as the saying goes, killing people and setting fires earns a golden belt. While Lu Yi was slaughtering, he would naturally obtain many treasures. Perhaps this led Lu Yi to have no concept of the current market prices. One person doing so much work, even if they worked themselves to death, wouldn't gain much. Sect leader, the power of one person is limited after all. Why don't we reconsider? Actually, the profits from elixirs and such are very low. Everyone, there is no need to be doubtful. Just treat it as humoring me. If this matter does not succeed, I will give you a sermon once. If it succeeds, I will give you a sermon twice. So whether it succeeds or not, you will not lose out. Hearing Lu Yi say this, everyone's resistance was not as strong. Let's try it, just treat it as playing along with the sect leader. First, serve the sect leader well, are we still worried about not hearing a sermon? After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone was actually still looking forward to Lu Yi's sermon. But Lu Yi didn't preach. Nonsense, if he gave a sermon, this group of people would start cultivating in seclusion, who would help him with his work. Under the guidance of Qingshan Taoist and Ning Tianming, Lu Yi visited the treasury and various parts of the Heavenly Gate. Among them, there was a place called the Listening Fire Pavilion, which was where the ordinary Heavenly Gate elixir refining elders used. The elixir refining elder was named Muhi Taoist, she was a woman, and her appearance was extremely beautiful, belonging to the standard classical beauty. Her mouth was like sandalwood, her teeth white and her eyes bright, her waist slender like a willow. However, in front of Lu Yi, they were all mere rosy skeletons. In the early stages, this matter was handled by Ning Tianming and Muhi, who were responsible for Lu Yi's various instructions. The scale of the operation would gradually increase based on Lu Yi's money-making plan. The elixirs currently being refined would just be sold in the nearby Tianmen city, as there wouldn't be too many anyway. Lu Yi first requested several types of materials. The materials for refining artifacts were all selected based on the materials available in the treasury. Muhi was full of curiosity. She knew that Lu Yi was a celestial venerable reborn, so his elixir refining skills should be good. Therefore, she volunteered, wanting to learn. The materials were at hand. The vermilion bird true flame bloomed. All the materials flew up. It was all. The first step of elixir refining, Q's. No, the first step of elixir refining, first refine the elixir furnace. Looking at the 7 elixir furnaces rapidly taking shape, Muhi's mouth gradually widened. Refining 7 at once was a small problem. The key was, did the sect leader not even have an elixir furnace for refining elixirs? Chapter 445, Terrifying Alchemy Speed. Sect leader, you. Muhi admitted that Lu Yi's artifact refining skill was indeed something else. But did the sect leader really not even have an alchemy furnace before? Don't worry. Lu Yi took out a new batch of materials, and again, 7 alchemy furnaces were successfully refined simultaneously. This cycle repeated. A full 49 alchemy furnaces were successfully refined, and the most crucial thing was that these alchemy furnaces were all different. Muhi was completely bewildered. So, the sect leader's first step to making money was to sell alchemy furnaces. Where are the medicinal herbs I asked you to prepare? The most commonly used pill in the 6th heaven was the origin pill, which could accelerate cultivation. If Lu Yi was going to refine pills, he would naturally refine the most sought-after ones. A large amount of medicinal herbs were brought out by Muhi. One Lu Yi separated from Lu Yi's body, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. A total of 7 Lu Yis stood in a row. In front of each Lu Yi were 7 alchemy furnaces. As Lu Yi waved his hand, instantly, large quantities of medicinal herbs, like scattered celestial flowers, swarmed in and fell into each alchemy furnace, and then the vermilion bird true flame surged. Muhi. Her mind was blank. What are you doing? Oh my, what are you doing? The scorching high temperature stirred up rolling heatwaves. 49 alchemy furnaces simultaneously began to spin, and a large amount of medicinal herbs inside turned into liquid form. In each alchemy furnace, there were 7 sets of medicinal materials for pills, and each set of medicinal materials could produce about 10 pills. Because the origin pill was a relatively simple pill to refine, under the high temperature of the vermilion bird true flame, everything proceeded very quickly, taking less than a quarter of an hour. The alchemy furnaces stopped. All the alchemy furnace lids opened, and 3,400 supreme source pills appeared. The densely packed pills emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, suspending in the void, still steaming with a large amount of spiritual mist. Lu Yi glanced at the quality, slightly furrowing his brow. Having not refined pills for a long time, his hands were a bit rusty. Although the pills were of supreme quality, they still had some minor flaws. However, the medicinal power of the herbs had been fully stimulated, so even with slight flaws, they could still provide maximum medicinal effect. All the pills were placed into porcelain bottles. Lu Yi had already started refining the second batch of pills. Today I will refine 10 batches of pills. By then, I will sell these pills and then acquire medicinal herbs for the origin pill. I will continue refining. The efficiency must be fast, and try not to have too long of an interval, Lu Yi said to Mu He. Mu He did not respond. Her gaze was fixed on the porcelain bottles. Okay. Lu Yi continued refining. The market for origin pills is huge. Everyone uses origin pills to assist in cultivation. Although there are many alchemists in the sixth heaven, there is still a shortage, not to mention that the finished products of this batch of pills are excellent. For the second refinement, Lu Yi was much more skilled, so it only took half a quarter of an hour to successfully refine them. However, refining pills in this way would definitely consume a lot. Lu Yi also ate while refining, and would use the Origin Devouring Heaven scripture for recovery. The power recovered by the Origin Devouring Heaven scripture was simply converted by Lu Yi and used up, which would not cause any significant impact. Why was Lu Yi's pill refining so fast? Because there were 8 money-consuming beasts, the cost of supporting a family was not a small number. In his previous life, Lu Yi was a workhorse who would go all out to be good to people as long as he recognized them. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect them in terms of cultivation resources. This led to immense resource pressure on Lu Yi, forcing him to work like multiple people. Even more of a workhorse than a workhorse. But this life was different. With the skills from his previous life, Lu Yi belonged to a group of people making money, all for him to spend. The joy of it was simply unspeakable. I can be a workhorse, but if the rewards obtained from being a workhorse are not for myself, then that is simply. One batch of pills after another was successfully refined. In less than an hour, over 40,000 pills had been refined. The profit for each pill, after deducting all costs, should only be 3 source stones per pill that ends up in Lu Yi's hands. After all, the price of the origin pill is not particularly high. So Lu Yi earned about 130,000 source stones in less than an hour. The speed was decent. Go find Ning Tianming and have him sell them. Before the end of the day, I want to see no less than 300,000 portions of medicinal herbs. That is, exchange all the sales funds for medicinal herbs. Understand? Mu He nodded repeatedly, understand. She quickly left with the pills and found Ning Tianming immediately. Deputy Sect Leader Ning, the sect leader has already refined a batch of pills. They can be sold now, Mu He said. Oh, that fast. What kind of pills were refined? Ning Tianming asked curiously. Origin pill. Just as Ning Tianming was about to frown but hadn't had time to, Mu He spoke, Supreme Source pill. 48,000. Ning Tianming was stunned. At this moment, he even doubted his ears. How many? Mu He couldn't help but let out a helpless bitter smile. If Lu Yi worked full-time as an alchemist, then at least half of the alchemists in the sixth heaven would be unemployed, and the other half could only survive in the cracks. 48,000. You mean Lu Yi refined 48,000 Supreme Source pills in 1 hour? Yes, to be more precise, it didn't even take an hour. Ning Tianming's scalp tingled, but after the tingling, his eyes lit up. Oh no, it seems the Heavenly Gate is about to get rich. How is the sect leader's state after refining? Did he experience any severe true essence depletion? He's even more energetic than when he started refining. Good. Ning Tianming suddenly let out a loud roar. From now on, you will stay by the sect leader's side and relay all his requests. I will assign 2 more people to you. No, I will assign 5 more people to you, and they will all follow your command. Does the sect leader have any other requests? Feel free to ask. The origin pill is something that truly has no problem selling in the sixth heaven. Although the profit is average, the quantity is huge. He wanted the entire Heavenly Gate to get moving and fully serve the sect leader. The opportunity for the Heavenly Gate to become incredibly wealthy was right before their eyes. Don't look at the sect leader refining origin pills now, but after refining for a certain period, the origin pills will most likely become temporarily saturated. The sect leader's reputation has already been established. When he refines other high-profit pills, that terrifying speed of making money, Ning Tianming couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. Let's get started. Suddenly, a large number of people from the Heavenly Gate began to move. Although Lu Yi only said he would give the Heavenly Gate 1% of the profit, Lu Yi also said that the Heavenly Gate's resources were far from enough for his cultivation. This meant that the money Lu Yi needed to earn was much more than the Heavenly Gate's current resources. Even if it was just 1%, it was enough to make the Heavenly Gate rich. The Heavenly Gate's resources were accumulated little by little over many years. Someone who earned $1 million in their lifetime, now someone tells you that you have a chance to earn 100,000, or even 200,000, 300,000, 500,000 a month. Who can resist that? Not to mention that Lu Yi said he would give 2 Taoist lectures after success. So, let's get moving. Chapter 446, Crazy Profits. Tianmen City. This is an affiliated city of the Heavenly Gate, and basically all major powers have similar cities. Tianmen City is so large that it should be able to rank among the top 10 in the entire 6th heaven, otherwise, the Heavenly Gate of the 6th heaven would not have been able to crush Buddhism. This city alone has a permanent population of over 10 million, and these are all cultivators. Selling pills. Selling pills. Freshly made, supreme source pills. A total of 40,000 pills. Don't miss out. 48,000 pills, with a portion consumed internally by the Heavenly Gate. The essential skill of an alchemist, a loud voice, was activated at this moment. With one shout, half the city could hear it. The advertising effect was definitely superb. Generally, people with soft voices are not considered suitable for alchemy, because if you don't shout, how can you sell pills quickly? The words, Supreme Source Pill, reached people's ears, and instantly a crowd gathered. Is it really Supreme Source Pill? 40,000 pills. I want 200 pills. A portion of the Supreme Source pills was directly displayed as an exhibition. When people saw the quality, they immediately became excited. A bottle of origin pill was divided into 10 pills, with a single bottle selling for 50 source stones. Actually, a normal origin pill bottle only has 20 or 30 source stones. Alchemists don't really earn much from this. The method for refining origin pills is simple, and some people can refine them even as a side job. But Supreme is different. With the same medicinal materials, the higher the quality of the refining, the greater the profit. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, all the pills were snapped up. The demand for Supreme Source pills was frighteningly large. Shopkeeper, how can this little bit of Supreme Source pill be enough for anyone? When is the next batch? Someone couldn't help but ask. If there are no surprises, the next batch will still be at this time tomorrow. It's also possible that there will be an additional sale in between. I will make sure to shout then, so please support me, dear customers. Okay, remember to shout. I'll come right away then. The popularity of Supreme Source pills exceeded everyone's expectations. These source stones were immediately used to purchase medicinal materials for origin pills. Because the quantity was relatively large, the source stones from selling the pills, plus the source stones provided by the Heavenly Gate, were used to purchase 400,000 portions in one go, directly emptying the temporarily stockpiled medicinal materials in Tianmen City and prompting various medicinal material merchants to urgently transfer goods. These medicinal materials were then sent to Lu Yi at the fastest speed. The vermilion bird true flame hasn't stopped burning since it was ignited. Whatever medicinal materials are available, he refines into pills. 400,000 portions of medicinal materials were brought over, and Lu Yi immediately took over. Throughout the entire Heavenly Gate, the aroma of pills soared into the sky. Lu Yi refined fiercely. Mu Yi originally wanted to learn some things, and she did learn some now. She witnessed what alchemy truly was. She had never imagined that alchemy could be so unrestrained. Lu Yi's current refining technique was extremely concise. Any unnecessary steps would not appear in Lu Yi's hands. The final pills that appeared were exactly as Lu Yi envisioned. Lu Yi didn't need the pills to be perfect, he only needed them to be supreme and have good efficacy. In half a quarter of an hour, 49 furnaces were completed. In 1 hour, it was 5,000 furnaces, consuming over 5,000 portions of medicinal materials. In 10 hours, it was 50,000 portions, and in 80 hours, all the medicinal materials were refined. Lu Yi lightly exhaled a turbid air. Refreshing. Not a single furnace failed. From 400,000 portions of medicinal materials, a total of 4 million pills were refined. It sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's just that. Because Tianmen City alone has over 10 million cultivators, even if only 1/10 can afford origin pills, consuming one every 3 days, Tianmen City alone can roughly consume these pills. And it's not just cultivators from Tianmen City who are buying. The Heavenly Gate extensively advertised Supreme Source pills, and the surrounding powers and cities had long since heard about them. Supreme Source pill, only 5 source stones per pill. Buy. This stuff is suitable for men, women, old, and young. Cultivating with it is also faster than absorbing source stones, especially Supreme Source pills, which even save the effort of removing impurities. Also, the efficacy of this Supreme Source pill is exaggeratedly potent. Although the appearance may not be as good as other Supreme pills, the kind of surging medicinal power is something only those who use it know. News spread quickly. It didn't take long for the entire 6th heaven to know that a formidable person had appeared in the Heavenly Gate, specializing in refining Supreme Source pills. One after another, powers began to directly contact the Heavenly Gate, choosing to purchase preferentially. Lu Yi was already refining pills like crazy. For a full year, in this year, Lu Yi stayed indoors, only focusing on refining Supreme Source pills fiercely, and consistently maintaining a level of 1 furnace every half a quarter of an hour on average. In this year, 240 million Supreme Source pills directly impacted the market for Supreme Source pills, causing it to collapse. And he also obtained 720 million Source stones. The Source stones were completely piled up into a large mountain. What a hearty and enjoyable earning session. However, things are not going well recently, because the price of medicinal materials for Supreme Source pills has skyrocketed. It is unknown whether someone is causing trouble or if it is the natural regulation of the market, but the profit of Supreme Source pills has plummeted. At this time, Lu Yi chose to switch to a different track. The enlightenment tree appeared. He wants to refine a batch of enlightenment pills. Once he makes 10 billion Source stones, he can stop. Just do it. Lu Yi began to pluck some leaves from the enlightenment tree. This had no effect on the enlightenment tree, and even if it did, the enlightenment tree would still let Lu Yi pluck them, because the tree is willing to go through fire and water for its master. It is a guardian tree. The price of enlightenment pills cannot be as small as before. Lu Yi set the price, 1 million Source stones per pill. Take it or leave it. He didn't refine many in total. The effect of this enlightenment pill should not be as good as Lu Yi's preaching, but for many people, it is completely sufficient. At a minimum, the great Tao will surge, and at a maximum, one can directly break through a major realm. The effect can be said to be extremely heaven-defying. This pill is prepared for those wealthy top powerhouses. In fact, it is somewhat difficult for top powerhouses to even take out 1 million Source stones. Just like Qian Yuxin, the Gongzi young master of the wealthiest bank power in the 6th heaven, felt pain when he took out 10,000 Source stones, thinking that 10,000 Source stones could book a harmonious joy pavilion. One can imagine the value of Source stones. The Heavenly Gate was overjoyed. In this year alone, they earned 10 million Source stones just from the 1% commission. 1 year. For powerhouses, what is 1 year? Even if they find a few Source stone mountain ranges, they cannot dig out 10 million Source stones in a year. Lu Yi gathered the resources he needed for cultivation and finally started one more furnace. This furnace, from the past year, contained the best spiritual herbs Lu Yi had selected. Every single spiritual herb was the best of the best. Using these medicinal materials to refine pills for outsiders to eat. That would be a waste. So Lu Yi kept them for himself, ultimately accumulating tens of thousands of spiritual herbs, which were refined by Lu Yi into the largest pill. This pill alone had a diameter of over 6 meters. Lu Yi looked small and exquisite standing in front of it. Just right. Chapter 446 Missing each other. Now there are Source stones, and there are also pills. Having stopped cultivating for such a long time, it is time to cultivate again. In fact, the speed of accumulating resources in this life is much faster than in the previous life. In the previous life, all the money Lu Yi earned was equally divided. He earned here, but had nothing left there. If he were to refine pills for a year like now, he feared that the remaining Source stones might not even reach 10 million, he couldn't save, simply couldn't save. Now, Lu Yi refined pills for a year and directly saved 1 billion. Lu Yi thought back now, he didn't even know how that group of people spent it. Forget it, it's all in the past. His good days had already arrived from the moment of his rebirth. Lu Yi had just finished setting up the formation when a piece of news appeared by his ear. Sect leader, latest news, traces of the darkness origin have appeared in the Forget Love Sea. Qingshan Taoist found Lu Yi and said with a solemn voice. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's the darkness origin? The darkness origin is now like a mouse, wherever Lu Yi goes, it quickly runs away. Would it appear so grandly now? Yes, it is now gathering all the top cultivators in the sixth heaven who are nearing death with little lifespan left, planning to gather a crowd to surround and kill you, because the darkness origin can help them regain youth. Many people have already gone there, Qingshan Taoist said. As soon as Lu Yi heard this, he knew it was an overt scheme intended to lure him in. It doesn't seem like Enli's doing. It should be Yin Qingcheng's, so where is Enli? Forget it, Lu Yi was too lazy to care. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack the darkness origin, but Lu Yi was very wise. Since it was a conspiracy targeting him, even if he wasn't in a hurry to go, the other party would wait for him. So what was he rushing for? He had already found a good cultivation posture, and you won't let me cultivate. How could that work? Let the darkness origin stay there first. As for letting those powerhouses with little lifespan regain youth, even if the other party came to attack Lu Yi didn't care. After all, for a cultivator who has gone through the longevity realm and can still cultivate their lifespan away in the sixth heaven, one can imagine what state the other party is in. Don't act rashly for now, wait until I come out of seclusion, Lu Yi instructed. Qingshan Taoist nodded and said yes. Lu Yi no longer hesitated, turned around and walked into the formation. It was at this instant that countless source stones instantly turned into fine powder. Source stones are actually a type of spirit stone, but the spiritual energy inside is too abundant, compressed too severely, and the energy level is far higher than top-grade spirit stones, so they were simply called source stones. Lu Yi began his seclusion. At this moment, the spiritual energy was already impatient, rushing towards Lu Yi's body like crazy. Refreshing. Lu Yi paid no attention to outside matters and began cultivating diligently with sufficient resources. As expected, with abundant energy, Lu Yi's cultivation speed was very fast. The Hongling power began to grow continuously, and at the same time, surging vitality also emerged, constantly increasing Lu Yi's lifespan. Time passed by second by second. Forget Love Sea. This is a vast sea area, rumored to be formed from a tear of the relentless sage back then. It was at that time that the relentless Taoist completed the transformation of the Great Tao, completely stepped onto the relentless Great Tao, and attained the Tao to become an emperor. When the relentless sage existed, the Nine Heavens Great Sage should not have been born yet, and naturally, the Nine Heavens would not have existed either. At this time, the Forget Love Sea was already covered by a large area of black mist. The darkness origin appearing openly in the sixth heaven was simply a huge provocation to Lu Yi. One by one, figures who were old and frail, like candles flickering in the wind, calmly walked into the black mist. These people naturally knew that the darkness origin was not a good thing, but it was still better than death. Some people face death calmly and accept it, while others, when facing death, do not give up any hope of living, even if it means selling their souls. Has he come? Yin Qingcheng asked. No. Didn't you say that as soon as you appeared, he would come immediately? Yes, that's how it was before. Then why hasn't he appeared this time? I don't know. One person and one darkness origin fell silent. Let's wait a bit longer. The darkness origin was a little angry. What was going on? Please, it is the darkness origin, an existence that can threaten the Heavenly Dao, Lu Yi's strongest enemy. It had already shown itself, yet Lu Yi didn't come. This was completely disregarding it. But the trap was here, and it couldn't possibly leave here to actively seek out Lu Yi. Could it be that our scheme is too obvious, so Lu Yi won't fall for it? The darkness origin couldn't help but say. Yin Qingcheng, however, was very confident. You don't understand Lu Yi. Lu Yi's personality is that as long as he knows where the enemy is, he will overcome any difficulty and then kill the enemy. He definitely won't be able to resist. Wait a few more days at most, maybe he hasn't received the news yet. The darkness origin thought about it and felt that was possible. Then how long do you estimate Lu Yi will arrive at the latest? Yin Qingcheng pondered for a moment. 3 days at most. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month at the latest. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. No, can you do it? The darkness origin still couldn't help but ask again. At this moment, Yin Qingcheng even worried if something had happened to Lu Yi. What was going on? It had already been a month, and the news of the darkness origin appearing in the sixth heaven had already spread throughout the entire sixth heaven. If nothing had happened to Lu Yi, he should have heard the news by now, so why was there still no movement? It must be because of that damned Shen Zitong. It must be Shen Zitong's tender embrace that extinguished Lu Yi's lofty ambitions and wiped away Lu Yi's iron-bloodedness. Damned Shen Zitong, damned. Yin Qingcheng was so hateful that she gnashed her teeth and her eyes were red. Although the darkness origin had no head, it couldn't help but shake it. Yin Qingcheng was really too crazy and too emotional. Such a big mistake occurred during the first time cooperating with her. She was actually not as good as Enli. The darkness origin inexplicably missed Enli a little. After all, Enli was truly a woman of action. When she said she would do something, she did it, and Lu Yi would rush into the schemes she set up. Although those schemes were all shattered by Lu Yi, at least there was hope. She had indeed killed Lu Yi 3 times. However, thinking of Enli's crazy appearance, the darkness origin couldn't help but feel a headache. It even had the thought of yielding and apologizing to Enli. Incorrect. The darkness origin suddenly became alert. How could it think like this? No, if it really did something like this, wouldn't it be Lu Yi number 2? Absolutely not. But it was undeniable, the darkness origin had softened somewhat. At the same time, 6 paths of reincarnation, and Enli was still constantly reincarnating. She didn't even know how many times she had reincarnated. Such days were long and endless. It was another reincarnation. After Enli was born, she didn't immediately suffocate herself to death, she was also a little hesitant. The darkness origin is not husband after all. Is there any meaning in doing this? Chapter 448 Free. Enli felt confused. If she hadn't betrayed Lu Yi, why would she need to make such a crazy move? Just being a little crazy was enough for Lu Yi to compromise with her out of heartache. And now, Enli didn't know how many times she had killed herself. But darkness origin hadn't even spared a glance. So, was what she was doing now meaningless? But Enli didn't want to yield. Right now, darkness origin should not have experienced failure yet. As long as she persisted for a while longer, waiting for darkness origin to fail a few times, it would naturally come begging her. At that time, she would hold the dominant position. She had to keep going. As for whether darkness origin might surrender to Lu Yi, absolutely impossible. Because darkness origin was completely useless to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi would not accept its surrender. Enli made up her mind and suffocated herself to death again. Before she died, she even heard sighs of relief, which made her heart ache. This was because her connection with darkness origin was too close. Even after reincarnating, she still carried a faint aura of darkness origin. This aura was simply not accepted by the world, to the extent that everyone who looked at her, even her newborn self, seemed to be looking at an annoying monster. Even in death, no one would grieve for her, only feel relief. Enli couldn't help but feel incredibly weary. She even missed Vermilion Bird. Lu Yi still hadn't appeared in Forget Love Sea. As time passed, darkness origin grew increasingly agitated. In fact, it wasn't usually so impatient. The main reason was that its partner this time was Yin Qingcheng, and Yin Qingcheng's repeated incorrect predictions made it extremely uneasy. Since Lu Yi wasn't coming and there was no news of him, it made a decision to actively seek out Lu Yi. Of course, it wouldn't go itself, but would send the group of people who had regained their youth. Although these Void Realm cultivators had regained their youth, the price they had to pay was becoming the henchmen of darkness origin. When the numerous cultivators heard that they were to attack Heavenly Gate, they immediately began to hesitate. Although 9 Heavens was vast, the identity of Lu Yi as a reincarnated celestial venerable had spread everywhere, and this person was someone who held grudges. Even if they went to find him, who could guarantee that he wouldn't take his anger out on the forces behind them? Moreover, they heard that Lu Yi had been very poor recently. He was so worried about not having any forces to raid that he was almost dying of anxiety. Now, if they went over, wouldn't that just give him a reason to raid their homes? If their families were destroyed because of them, how could they face their ancestors? Fellow Taoist Lin, if it were to deal with others, we would be willing to serve until death, but we cannot deal with Lu Yi. Lu Yi is ruthless and often implicates others. We cannot be his enemies, someone said. That's right, Lu Yi is someone who cannot be provoked. Once provoked, something big will happen, everyone chimed in. Darkness origin itself naturally wouldn't waste words with this group of people. The person speaking with them now was a representative of darkness origin. As the esteemed darkness origin, wouldn't its prestige drop if it spoke to this group of people? This was once a quasi-emperor who had hidden within darkness origin. Later, because he was too old, he couldn't even survive within darkness origin, so he was reincarnated. Now, he had been found by Darkness Origin again, named Lin Wuya. Lin Wuya listened to the words of this group of people, his face full of coldness. Do you think I am negotiating with you? Lin Wuya said coldly. Fellow Taoist Lin, this is not a matter of negotiation, but we truly cannot. Before he could finish speaking, thick black mist surged from his 7 orifices, and the intense corrosion caused this void realm cultivator to let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was melting inch by inch, a sight of extreme misery. The screams caused each of the void realm powerhouses to frown. However, there wasn't too much fear in their eyes. They were already dying people. It was good to be able to regain their youth, but the price of regaining youth was harming their families. That wouldn't do. Because the entire 6th heaven was a situation of family rule, everyone was extremely loyal to their own families. Now, are you willing to go? Lin Wuya said coldly. No one answered, everyone was silent. But this silent attitude was undoubtedly saying something. Lu Yi killing his way from the 1st heaven to the 5th heaven was a demonstration of effectiveness. Lin Wuya frowned slightly. His gaze fell on one person. Are you willing? Lin Wuya hadn't expected that the other party would suddenly let out a roar, I'll go to your mother. He directly attacked Lin Wuya. Of course, the result was predictable. Before the attack even landed on Lin Wuya, the other party had already turned into a wisp of black chi and dissipated. Lin Wuya's brows were already tightly furrowed. He looked at another person. It was hard to regain your youth and have the opportunity to walk the Great Tao again. Are you giving up this rare opportunity just because you are afraid? Someone let out a soft sigh. You don't need to waste your effort. We had already discussed it before we came. Doing other things is absolutely no problem, even mining is fine, but anything that might bring disaster to our families, none of us will do. When this was said, over 100 void realms nodded. Lin Wuya was a little annoyed. You will die like this. We were already dying people anyway. You have a chance to live now. We can also die. Lin Wuya felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. It turned out that these old things were all here with the mentality of getting something for nothing. Someone can make us young. Is there such a good thing? Old buddies, charge. What? You want us to work? Then no. I don't believe none of you are afraid of death. Lin Wuya pointed at one person, are you going or not? I'll go to your grandfather. Melt. Are you going or not? Hey PFF'd. Melt. Are you going or not? Really stupid. Melt. Are you going or not? Go to your old mother. One void realm after another melted. Although these old men were not talented, they truly had integrity. When they said they wouldn't go, they really wouldn't go. If they went, they couldn't even imagine how their families would be tormented by Lu Yi, who was so poor he was almost selling himself. Later, their descendants would ask, why is our family so poor? Someone would tell them, this matter, has to be told starting from a greedy and fearful ancestor. Did they still want any face? They would simply be infamous in their families for 10,000 years. Anyway, kill Lu Yi. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go, but he won't go. As for dying, please, they were already dying anyway, weren't they? Chapter 449 I won't go. Are you going or not? Nobody's going. Not only was no one going, but Lin Wuya also received a lot of scolding. Lin Wuya had originally wanted to show off his skills with the support of Darkness Origin, but now he was completely numb. No, this is a bunch of thick-skinned people. They weren't afraid of death at all, they came purely to leech off Darkness Origin's resources. How could there be people like this? Back when his lifespan was running out, he was in his most frenzied state, whether it was blood sacrifice, devouring the blood of young relatives, attempting perfect possession, or all sorts of other messy things, good or bad, he did them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defected to Darkness Origin. In his eyes, family. Ridiculous, everything in the world was just his cultivation resource. However, it was normal that he didn't understand. More than 100 Void Realm experts were killed in the blink of an eye. This group of people didn't resist either, they just cursed before they died. This attitude really made Lin Wuya uncomfortable, and Darkness Origin was also extremely angered. Lunatics. What exactly can you do? Lin Wuya asked. When it came to this, these elderly people suddenly became interested. Fishing, playing chess, dancing, supporting the Heihuan sect's business, bragging in front of the younger generation. Everyone started talking at once. Lin Wuya's indifferent face turned red, purely from anger. These people are simply unambitious. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. If they were truly ambitious, if they were truly carve-able wood, they wouldn't have failed to break through even with the support of their families, ending up with their lifespans depleted. One must know that many of these people were born in the sixth heaven, and reaching the limit of the sixth heaven had already required a great deal of effort from them. Ascending to the seventh heaven. Please, that was a symbol of strength. From the sixth heaven to the seventh heaven was no longer just a simple heavenly tribulation. They had self-awareness, they couldn't pass. Lying flat was the normal state of life. These are the people you found. Darkness Origin's chilling voice appeared in Lin Hui's mind. Actually, initially, Yin Qingcheng and Darkness Origin hadn't planned to find people, because whenever Lu Yi heard news of Darkness Origin, he would rush over like a mad dog. What's going on now? What's going on? So Lin Huiya suggested that Darkness Origin gather thugs and actively provoke Lu Yi, and Lu Yi would definitely not be able to resist. However, Darkness Origin didn't know who to gather. Now everyone knew that Lu Yi was short on money, and they were all extremely cautious. If they really provoked Lu Yi, with Lu Yi's lack of money, even scamming children, wouldn't he ransack their homes and wipe out their clans, the kind that would even rip up the floor tiles? So no one was willing to provoke Lu Yi, they absolutely couldn't give Lu Yi any opportunity to demand money. Thus, Lin Huiya continued to suggest bringing in powerhouses whose lifespans were running out and letting them return to their youth. Although the first time returning to youth was relatively difficult, there was still hope of success, requiring only Darkness Origin to pay a small price. As someone who had died of old age in his previous life, no one understood the fear of having little lifespan left better than Lin Huiya. That will to survive could make these people abandon anything and pay any price. But what was the result? Things were completely different from what he had imagined. This group of people was truly not afraid of death. Darkness Origin originally didn't want to do this because making people return to their youth wasted too much power. But under Lin Hui's malicious persuasion, it still did it. It also understood that being struck by the Heavenly Dao wouldn't cause much loss. Let alone tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years were just a slight heartache for it. After all, the Heavenly Dao was too restricted and couldn't act as freely as itself. Even if the Heavenly Dao struck again this time, what could happen? It was still not afraid. Lin Huiya took a deep breath. Since they won't go, I will go myself. Don't worry, I don't believe I can't lure this Lu Yi over. Only then was Darkness Origin satisfied. In an instant, all the Void Realm experts who had returned to their youth directly turned into dust. If you can truly lure Lu Yi over, then I can consider allocating resources to you, Darkness Origin said calmly. Lin Huiya was the person it was attempting to support to deal with Lu Yi. His first performance was not good. Now let's see his second performance. Okay. Lin Huiya didn't waste words and directly left Darkness Origin, heading towards the Heavenly Gate. On the other side, Yin Qingcheng was contacting the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Reporting to the Saintess, according to the information gathered by the scouts, Lu Yi is not in trouble. He has stopped refining pills and should have obtained enough resources and entered seclusion. Upon hearing this news, Yin Qingcheng couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't in trouble, it was fine. But since he wasn't in trouble, how did Lu Yi manage to resist the urge to fix the coordinates for the Heavenly Dao to strike Darkness Origin? Could it be that Darkness Origin's own attraction wasn't strong enough? Normally, Lu Yi would search for Darkness Origin like a mad dog, but that was because Darkness Origin and Enli were together. Lu Yi rushed over, both to strike Darkness Origin and to try to kill Enli, only then did he have motivation. Now there was only one Darkness Origin, and Lu Yi might truly not have much motivation. After all, as long as Lu Yi's growth speed was fast enough, by the time Lu Yi became a saint, Darkness Origin could be destroyed with a flick of his hand. The few of them could also be destroyed with a flick of his hand. So how to guide Lu Yi to strike Darkness Origin? Yin Qingcheng began to ponder. Actually, she didn't need to ponder, because Lin Huiya was already rapidly rushing towards the Heavenly Gate. His strength was very strong. A quasi-emperor reborn, possessing the power of Darkness Origin, and his own strength had reached the peak of the Void Realm, truly Void Realm 9th layer. Although the Heavenly Gate was very strong, Lin Huiya didn't put it in his eyes. They were all just weaklings. Soon, Lin Huiya appeared outside the Heavenly Gate. With a wave of his hand, a black sun appeared in the void. Black flames burned fiercely, emitting a terrifying aura of world destruction. Within the heavenly gate, streams of aura rapidly erupted. Go! The black sun instantly disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived within the heavenly gate. Just as it was about to explode, a beam of light had already swallowed the entire black sun. Lin Wuya was not surprised by this at all. He raised his hands, and the sky completely turned black. Streams of black falling fire descended from the black sky. A large number of powerhouses from the heavenly gate appeared, enraged. Good, good. In the fifth heaven, Buddhism had already occupied the Tianmen star, and now someone else came, challenging the entire heavenly gate alone. This was completely treating the heavenly gate like a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Look at my heavenly gate mirror. With an angry roar, as a giant mirror unfolded, all the black falling fire fell into the mirror. One could see the falling fire in the mirror continuously sinking to a certain extent, and the black sky exploded with a bang. The black falling fire that should have merged into the mirror actually appeared in the black sky and exploded brilliantly. Chapter 450 The First Enhancement, Fist. Whoosh! A blade light, accompanied by the sound of a howling wind, slashed towards Lin Wuya. Lin Hui's figure instantly vanished. But the blade light also disappeared immediately. Various magic exploded simultaneously, and more than a dozen figures surrounded Lin Wuya, with long-range and close-range attacks arriving in an instant. The battles in the Void Realm were this unfathomable. Almost everyone was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, arriving in an instant. A black vortex appeared around Lin Wuya, absorbing all the attacks. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a square black great seal. With one strike, a huge void cracked open, and 6 or 7 figures vomited blood and retreated. Flashing, rapid flashing, boom boom boom, violent explosions rang out. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the entire world, a darkness that truly stretched as far as the eye could see. Not to mention the heavenly gate, even Tianmen City was shrouded within it. Tear. Streaks of dazzling light rushed out from within the black world. Lin Wuya let out a low roar. Eternal night annihilation. Boom. Undying heavenly light. The entire black world trembled violently. At this moment, the darkness seemed to have transformed into countless small squares. Intense energy collided, and the void constantly opened and closed. Lin Wuya was very strong, terrifyingly strong, but Qingshan Taoist was also absolutely not weak. As someone with the potential of a great emperor, Qingshan Taoist alone could almost withstand Lin Hui's attacks, not to mention there were so many other powerhouses. Lin Wuya was a little surprised, not expecting Qingshan Taoist to be this powerful. One must know that he was a quasi-emperor reborn. This Qingshan Taoist is so strong, in the future, it is really uncertain whether he can attain the Tao and become an emperor. Kill. Qingshan Taoist is strong, and the others are not weak either. The heavenly gate is full of elites. Lin Wuya transformed into darkness, constantly clashing with various powerhouses, while also dodging attacks from all sides. For a time, so many powerhouses from the heavenly gate couldn't take him down. Several remote technique had been quietly building up their power. Suddenly, one person roared, "Get out of the way." Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and quickly dodged. A terrifying beam of light appeared between heaven and earth, directly hitting Lin Wuya. That energy was like extreme high temperature vaporizing Lin Wuya. Lin Hui's body became blurred by several points. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Although Lin Wuya withstood it, he was still injured. This is how technique are, especially those who have a good output environment during battle. Don't look at them charging for a long time just to unleash one attack. It is precisely this one attack that can sometimes play a crucial role. Because the power of this one magic was frighteningly powerful. As this one magic passed, the powerhouses of the heavenly gate charged forward again. Attention! Another technique roared. Boom! There was another huge roar, but this time, Lin Hui's entire body began to swell, constantly swelling. This explosion actually exploded directly from within Lin Hui's body. Although Lin Wuya controlled it urgently, the explosion had already succeeded, and it was still relatively difficult for him to suppress this explosion. There were too many methods. The more the realm and strength increased, the more various methods emerged endlessly. Qingshan Taoist quickly attacked, mercilessly blasting Lin Hui's body apart. Lin Wuya couldn't hold on and quickly fled. Half the people stay, the rest, follow me to pursue and kill. Qingshan Taoist said loudly. Lin Wuya was very strong. To be honest, Qingshan Taoist was also a little shocked, because if they really fought one-on-one, he really might not be able to defeat Lin Wuya. But he didn't know what madness this guy had gone into, actually directly attacking the Heavenly Gate. There were plenty of powerhouses in the Heavenly Gate who were only slightly weaker than him. Lin Wuya still ran very fast. Even with a group of people from the Heavenly Gate pursuing him, they did not succeed in catching him. Lu Yi opened his eyes during cultivation, his eyes filled with contemplation. Does Darkness Origin want me to go over that much? He actually sent his subordinate to harass the Heavenly Gate directly. However, the more this happened, the less Lu Yi would go over. System, can't you cleave Darkness Origin from here? Lu Yi asked. Ding, I don't want to cleave. If I cleave him until he's in pain now, what if he runs away? The system said. Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. The heaven-shaking strike of controlling the Heavenly Dao with the human Dao would definitely have a better effect than the Heavenly Dao cleaving Darkness Origin countless times normally. Then wait a little longer. Wait until I cultivate to the 9 extremes realm and maximize the power of the Tribulation Lightning, then I can go out and meet Darkness Origin. Rich spiritual energy gathered towards Lu Yi. Half of the Origin pill had already been eaten, and Hongmeng power was increasing rapidly. 10 billion Source Stone, Lu Yi had already used 3 billion. This rate of resource consumption was simply appalling. 10 billion Source Stone was enough for many people to cultivate from the Longevity Realm to the Void Realm, and now Lu Yi was using these Source Stone just to improve one major realm. If word got out, it would completely scare people out of their wits. Lu Yi was focused and continued to improve. Lin Wuya fled back to Darkness Origin. Stop. Qingshan Taoist stopped the people of the Heavenly Gate far away from Darkness Origin. He looked at the Forget Love Sea in the distance, at the rolling darkness, and also couldn't help but frown. Why did Darkness Origin appear in such a big fanfare? It seems I need to remind Lu Yi not to be impulsive. There is a trick, and it's a very vicious trick. Go back. Qingshan Taoist led the people of the Heavenly Gate back. After Lin Wuya returned to Darkness Origin, he vomited blood again and looked listless. How is it? Is there any movement from Lu Yi? Darkness Origin asked. No, I didn't detect Lu Yi's aura at all, Lin Wuya replied. He didn't appear even when the Heavenly Gate was attacked. Yes, Darkness Origin was a little uneasy. This was not Lu Yi's style. What on earth was Lu Yi doing? Darkness Origin considered himself to understand Lu Yi quite well, but now Lu Yi was precisely not playing by the rules. The other party not following the plan really made Darkness Origin very uncomfortable. He pondered. No, he absolutely cannot follow Lu Yi's rhythm. He must force Lu Yi out. A force integrated into Lin Wei's body, and Lin Wei's injuries healed instantly. Continue. Destroy with all your might. Okay. Feeling instantly recovered, Lin Wei's spirit was boosted, and he vanished in an instant. Soon, Lin Wuya erupted with terrifying divine abilities and forcefully smashed towards the Heavenly Gate. The huge black square seal carried the aura of suppressing all heavens. Boom! The powerhouses of the Heavenly Gate fought against Lin Wuya again. Lin Wuya fled after being injured and quickly returned. This time, he actually started a guerrilla war, not directly clashing with the powerhouses of the Heavenly Gate, but just bombing wildly near the Heavenly Gate. He even set his sights on Tianmen City. If Tianmen City hadn't activated its Great Formation in time, he would have probably directly massacred Tianmen City. The Heavenly Gate and Tianmen City directly sealed off with their Great Formations. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Gate also began to hunt for Lin Wuya all over the world. For a time, the world was turned upside down. Even in this environment, Lu Yi remained motionless. His strength, from Longevity Realm 5th Heaven, to 6th Heaven, 7th Heaven, 8th Heaven. Intel, 9 Extremes Realm. First Enhancement, Fist. Chapter 451, Leaving the Seclusion. I can come out of seclusion now. Lu Yi was quite satisfied with this period of cultivation. Source Stone was very effective for cultivating right after entering the 6th Heaven, because before the 5th Heaven, cultivation was done using Spirit Stones. Especially for cultivators who ascended from below, using Source Stone for cultivation for the first time would make them involuntarily exclaim that there was such a suitable resource for cultivation in this world. From the 1st Heaven until now, Lu Yi had already experienced 26 realms. They were Qi Gathering, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Refining Void, Dao Integration, Crossing Tribulation, Great Ascension, True Person, Earth Immortal, Heavenly God, Heaven's Mandate, Karma, 3 Lives, Unity, Heaven Connecting, God connecting, domain, reincarnation, heaven and earth, star, carefree, universe, ascending heaven, undying, Chongsheng, and 9 extremes. The realms he had not yet reached were Sumeru and Void Realm. In these 26 realms, Lu Yi was the king of rolling, intense effort, constantly pushing himself in each one. This was everyone's journey of seeking the Great Tao. The effectiveness of Source Stone was for those who ascended from the lower realms, while the natives of the 6th heaven might have already tried using Source Stone for cultivation a long time ago. For them, Source Stone was naturally not as good as Origin Pill. For someone like Lu Yi, who had just ascended to the 6th heaven, the effect of Source Stone was actually not much different from Origin Pill, as both were excellent energy sources. Coming out of seclusion, Lu Yi familiarized himself with his power, though there wasn't much to get familiar with, as he had already experienced it in his previous life. His figure soared into the sky. Congratulations, sect leader, on coming out of seclusion. As Lu Yi's aura bloomed, figures immediately offered joyful congratulations. Lu Yi smiled and nodded at everyone. However, he also saw the dejection hidden beneath their joy at a glance. One Lin Wuya had indeed caused considerable trouble for the entire Heavenly Gate. These Heavenly Gate people, who originally considered themselves somewhat arrogant and believed they were the best among their peers, had been greatly disheartened during this time. Because besides Qingshan Taoist, who could fight Lin Wuya and only fall slightly behind, if others encountered Lin Wuya alone, they were actually in danger of falling. Before this, Lin Wuya was also unknown, and no one expected his strength to be so terrifying. The heroes of this world are truly as numerous as carps crossing the river. Countless. What's the situation now? Lu Yi asked. Sect leader, that Lin Wuya is now wreaking havoc everywhere. The entire area around the Heavenly Gate is constantly being attacked by him, presenting a scene of desolation. This fellow is like a loach. As soon as he sees many people, he immediately runs, and as soon as he sees few people, he rushes up like a mad dog. Now, we have no choice but to suspend all actions of the Heavenly Gate, Ning Tianming said. Lu Yi nodded. That Lin Wuya is a quasi-emperor reincarnated. It's normal that you can't defeat him now. He came for me. Now that I'm out of seclusion, I'll meet him. Hearing that Lin Wuya was actually a quasi-emperor reincarnated, the Heavenly Gate people suddenly understood. No wonder this fellow was so formidable, he was a quasi-emperor in his previous life. His various great Tao techniques and spells must be stronger than theirs. Don't feel entitled to anything, Lu Yi said. Even if that Lin Wuya is reborn and possesses such means now, he only has the hope of becoming an emperor. If you are all not his match now, then your hope of becoming an emperor in the future is certainly slim. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on everyone's faces. The sect leader truly thinks highly of them. Don't they know their own level? Achieving the Great Tao and becoming an emperor is indeed the pursuit of all cultivators, but since ancient times, those who have achieved the Great Tao and become an emperor are extremely few. Although they are not weak in the 6th heaven, among all the Void Realm cultivators in the entire 6th heaven combined, those who have a chance to achieve the Great Tao and become an emperor are probably less than double digits. And this is just having a chance. Those who can truly become an emperor might not even appear. No, there is one now, and that is Lu Yi. As for the others, even the strongest, how many can say they are confident in achieving the Great Tao and becoming an emperor? It's likely that no one dares to say that. The higher the realm, the more one looks towards the emperor realm, only to realize their own insignificance. Lu Yi also understood their meaning and gently shook his head. All right, after this matter is over, I will begin giving lectures on the Great Tao. Achieving the Great Tao and becoming an emperor is indeed difficult, but Lu Yi's lectures on the Great Tao could also increase their chances of achieving the Great Tao somewhat. I'll go kill Lin Wuya first. Huh. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard Lu Yi say this and were greatly alarmed. Sect leader, calm down. That Lin Wuya is definitely not an ordinary Void Realm cultivator. You must not put yourself in danger, Ning Tianming said anxiously. It's fine. Even if I'm not his match, he can't do anything to me. I'm going out to take a look now. You all wait here, so as not to alert the enemy. No need for more talk, I'm going. Lu Yi's figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the Heavenly Gate. Scorched earth. Looking around, the land was scarred. There wasn't even a hint of green. It was boundless, all black, emitting an unpleasant smell. Lin Wuya had indeed been causing trouble outside the Heavenly Gate's formation for a long time, almost literally sinking this thick land. Lu Yi's figure disappeared. Lin Huai's figure had already been locked onto by Lu Yi. Lin Huai's vast divine sense also swept over in the direction of Lu Yi's divine sense. He was originally preparing to run, but then he discovered that there was only Lu Yi alone. Lu Yi. Hadn't Lin Huai been causing trouble for so long precisely because he wanted to find Lu Yi and then lure him to the Forget-Love Sea? After such a long time, he had even given up hope. Who the hell said Lu Yi was a hothead who never feared battle? Wasn't he acting like a timid turtle now? It was just that if he went back, he really had no way to report to the Darkness Origin, so he could only keep plowing the ground here over and over again. Now Lu Yi actually appeared. Lin Huai was about to rush over, but he also suspected it was a trick. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly ran away, fleeing in the opposite direction of Lin Huai. Lin Huai was immediately startled. He couldn't let Lu Yi run away. If Lu Yi ran to a desolate place and only came out after he himself ascended, he would completely lose his value to the Darkness Origin. No matter what, he could escape anyway, so why hesitate? Chase. Lin Huai immediately chased after him, while simultaneously scanning with all his might with his divine sense, to prevent himself from falling into a trap. Lu Yi ran very fast. Lin Huai also chased very fast. Suddenly, Lu Yi's aura disappeared. Lin Huai was startled and quickly investigated carefully, and then smoothly found Lu Yi's aura again. This level of concealment technique was quite exquisite. Another Void Realm cultivator would definitely not be able to find Lu Yi's trace, but who made his means powerful. Lin Huai's aura suddenly disappeared. He wanted to approach Lu Yi silently. As expected, Lu Yi frowned. Lin Huai clearly felt streaks of spells scanning through the void, but they couldn't scan him. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Is this all? Chapter 452, Seconds. At this moment, Lin Huai even had a thought. That was, perhaps he didn't need the Darkness Origin to set up a trap there at all, he alone might be able to kill Lu Yi. Although Lu Yi had always fought above his level before. But who were the people the original Lu Yi fought above his level? He was a quasi-emperor reincarnated. Moreover, this was already the sixth heaven, which was different from the previous few heavens. Before the sixth heaven, it was the beginning of cultivation, and batch after batch of people had already been eliminated. In the original realms, even weak cultivators could potentially reach them through arduous practice. But the longevity realm was a dividing line. Those with insufficient talent and comprehension, no matter how hard they cultivated, could not grasp the mysteries of longevity. Who among those who could reach this realm was not a son of heaven? How about give it a try? Lin Huai was truly tempted. However, Lin Huai quickly calmed down. Lu Yi was a celestial venerable reborn. Even if he was stronger than the current Lu Yi, the other party definitely had some means of escape. He should still follow the plan, lest any accidents occur, and to avoid doing something foolish. He continuously approached Lu Yi. Lu Yi flew with a frown, vigilant of everything around him. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer, Lin Huai confirmed that there was indeed no one else around. Confirmed, confirmed, and reconfirmed. Finally, he struck with sudden force. A gigantic black hand suddenly grabbed towards Lu Yi. This was not just a simple grab, but the use of a supreme divine ability. The vast void began to twist, converging to form the power of this grab. He never underestimated his enemies. Through this grab, he should be able to witness Lu Yi's true strength. Lu Yi seemed to finally react, turning his head to look at the gigantic black hand. His fist had been clenched for a long time. Lu Yi was also slightly serious. This Lin Huai was the first enemy to be attacked by the strengthened celestial venerable fist. He should feel supremely honored. In reality, the current celestial venerable fist was not the strongest celestial venerable fist, because it had not absorbed a large amount of energy from the heaven and earth. It was merely the Hongling power within Lu Yi's body. However, it should be enough. Lu Yi let out a low roar. Celestial venerable fist. He pulled back his body, his black hair flying wildly. When this punch was raised, the smile on Lin Huai's face suddenly froze. A terrifying thought rose in his heart. That was it's over. This punch was unremarkable, not even emitting any terrifying energy. But when this punch was merely raised, before it was even thrown, he understood, it was over. Don't look at how fiercely he fought with the people of the Heavenly Gate, with various dazzling techniques emerging one after another. But that was because their Dao could only remain on the surface, and now, this punch, this was Dao, this was law. His face twisted. He couldn't even do anything else in time, only screaming out a single sentence. Save me. This shout was extremely mournful. Immediately after, there was a dazzling beam of light that shattered the gigantic black palm, shattered the figure, and shattered the void. This brilliant light directly pierced through the heaven and earth. People from unknown distances looked towards this place, seeing that shocking beam of light. Even people from the seventh heaven saw this beam of light. The ultimate power, the ultimate Tao. The world revolved around this beam of light. This punch, invincible. Lin Wuya was instantly killed without any surprise. There wasn't even any chance to escape. The darkness origin didn't even have time to save him. Of course, it wasn't planning to save him either. Only at this moment did a huge roar shake the surroundings. Lu Yi withdrew his fist, a flush appearing on his face. However, his expression was very excited, because this punch finally had a bit of the feeling of the celestial venerable fist. He was one step closer to the complete celestial venerable fist. Refreshing. The human emperor banner appeared in Lu Yi's hand. Just as he was about to collect the soul, he couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Turned into a true spirit. The energy of this punch was too vast, directly impacting the soul into a true spirit. However, a true spirit is fine too. Supplement it with soul power, and it can still be used. This served as a warning to Lu Yi. He would have to be more careful with his killing in the future, lest he blast everything into true spirits, which was quite troublesome. The figures of Qingshan Taoist and others quickly appeared nearby. They saw Lu Yi at a glance and immediately gasped. Sect leader, that punch just now. Yes, I threw it. Lu Yi admitted cleanly. Immediately, a chorus of gasps rang out again. Good heavens. Too terrifying. How long had it been since the sect leader ascended to the sixth heaven, and he was already this powerful? They had all witnessed Lin Wei's strength, yet he was shattered by a single punch, not only shattered but almost blasted out of the sixth heaven. This meant that the actual destructive power of this punch far exceeded the power to kill one Lin Wuya. Let alone one Lin Wuya, even a group of Lin Weis, as long as they stood in a straight line, looking at the invincible might of that punch just now, they would probably all be shattered. The sect leader was simply too frightening. The heavenly gate can be unsealed. The darkness origin has been waiting for me for a long time. I'll go see him. As Lu Yi's voice fell, his body disappeared. Trash, trash. The darkness origin sensed Lin Wei's demise and couldn't help but curse. His demise was simply too fast. Couldn't even withstand a single exchange. Trash, absolute trash. Why are the people of this generation all such trash? Why is there no supreme villain in this generation who can fight Lu Yi until the heaven and earth are dark and blood flows like rivers? Trash. All of them are trash. The darkness origin was practically dying of anger. Giving no hope at all. Could it be that without relying on that group of women, he truly couldn't pose any threat to Lu Yi? Darkness upheaval. He must quickly initiate the darkness upheaval. The darkness upheaval in the previous life was too scattered. In this life's darkness upheaval, all the celestial venerables and great emperors will come out together, just to kill Lu Yi. Only kill Lu Yi alone. Let him die. Let him die. The darkness origin was directly enraged. But it was obvious that the darkness upheaval was not that easy to initiate, because the laws set by the Nine Heavens Great Sage were still in place. To initiate the darkness upheaval, it would require infinitely suppressing the laws of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, and to suppress the laws of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, at least several celestial venerables would have to act at the same time, and there might even be celestial venerables who perish. Which celestial venerable would be willing to perish? If it weren't for a very ancient celestial venerable in the previous life who had truly reached the end of his lifespan, the darkness upheaval would not have occurred at all. The previous darkness upheaval did not involve the Nine Heavens Great Sage and usually took place after a saint disappeared. Now, a damned Nine Heavens, who has already disappeared, is still protecting these weaklings. So annoying. Huh. Wait, Lu Yi is coming. Chapter 453, Terrifying Thunder. The darkness origin was overjoyed. Mountains and rivers double back, one suspects there is no road, but then weeping willows and bright flowers appear, and there is another village. The darkness origin had thought Lu Yi wouldn't come back, but unexpectedly, after killing Lin Wuya, he actually came back. Good, good, good. The darkness origin was actually still a bit hesitant, which was whether or not it should quietly ask if it could defect to Lu Yi. Ahem, just asking. There was no other meaning. The darkness origin estimated that it probably couldn't. And it wasn't particularly willing either, after all, it was the darkness origin. Although it couldn't compare to the Heavenly Dao, after such a long period of accumulation, it was only slightly inferior to the Heavenly Dao. In the previous life, Lu Yi was already in the Celestial Venerable Realm and had repeatedly tried to completely destroy it without success. Lu Yi and the Heavenly Dao should have a cooperative and equal relationship. If it defected to Lu Yi, wouldn't it be several heads shorter than the Heavenly Dao? Also, the key point was that if it defected to Lu Yi, there would be no room for development. Now that it had reached this stage, to go further, it had to become the Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi couldn't possibly let it replace the Heavenly Dao, right? I'll ask later. As for being struck by the Heavenly Dao, after hearing Lin Huai's words, the darkness origin felt it didn't matter anymore. Strike hard, what more could it be struck into? Soon, Lu Yi's figure had appeared before the darkness origin. Lu Yi. The darkness origin emitted a voice that was neither male nor female, not even knowing where the sound came from. Lu Yi's fist was already raised. What? You want to give me a taste of your celestial venerable fist too? The darkness origin couldn't help but laugh. The celestial venerable fist was indeed very strong, but that was Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist in his peak state that was very strong, not the current celestial venerable fist. Lu Yi and the darkness origin truly had no desire to communicate. In the void, the endless spiritual energy violently fluctuated. All the great Tao resonated at this moment. Useless, useless. The darkness origin felt amused. Even if this celestial venerable fist was at its strongest, what could it do? Compared to it, it was simply a drop in the bucket. How can a firefly compete with the bright moon? Is that so? The darkness origin gave the most affirmative answer. Yes. At this moment, Lu Yi truly pushed the celestial venerable fist to its limit. Speaking of which, he still had to thank the darkness origin for the opportunity. One punch. Boom. Just at the instant this punch was thrown, the power of the Heavenly Dao erupted with a roar. A huge thunderclap directly resounded throughout the 9 heavens. How loud was the sound? Almost everyone in the 9 heavens who was in seclusion suddenly opened their eyes at this moment, startled into a shiver. The colossal sound rumbled throughout the entire 9 heavens. Black lightning was completely like a raging beast, bursting out from the void. At this moment, countless existences like veins suddenly appeared throughout the entire 9 heavens, dense and like a spider web, covering the entire 9 heavens. These were the laws left behind by the 9 heavens great sage, the foundation for the existence of the entire 9 heavens. This single attack directly shook this foundation so much that it revealed itself. All 9 heavens great sages were fully awakened, their gazes fixed intently on this black lightning. The black lightning completely rushed into Lu Yi's body, and as this punch was thrown, it merged into this punch of his. Therefore, the fist print that appeared from this punch was black, a blackness that could devour everything. Controlling the Heavenly Dao with the human Dao. At this moment, the darkness origin violently fluctuated, and even countless ancient existences within the darkness origin opened their eyes one after another, looking at the punch Lu Yi threw with shock in their eyes. Someone immediately unleashed a divine ability within the darkness origin. A large amount of darkness gathered before the darkness origin, forming a pure black shield. The surface of the heavy shield was covered with countless bizarre images, which were faces of people in extreme darkness. Twisted, uncomfortable. The fist print arrived in an instant. It heavily smashed onto the black shield. Boom. The shield and the fist print fiercely clashed. The spiritual energy of the entire 6th heaven began to violently fluctuate. Layers of ripples formed terrifying gales, wanting to annihilate everything in the world. The 9 heavens great sages instantly merged into one. They extended their hands, and powerful energy erupted, forming a giant light screen that directly enveloped Lu Yi and the darkness origin within it. Because the ripples from this collision were too terrifying. If these ripples were allowed to spread, they could easily destroy the entire 6th heaven. This was absolutely not an exaggeration, because Lu Yi's punch, in reality, was enveloped with the power of the Heavenly Dao's heavenly tribulation, and its power had been infinitely enhanced, likely reaching the power of a full-force strike from a celestial venerable realm expert. This time, the darkness origin's full-force defense also reached the level of the celestial venerable realm. But the darkness origin forgot. The moment the power of the human Dao on the surface of Lu Yi's fist print was completely consumed was the moment the tribulation lightning fully erupted. And the tribulation lightning specifically countered the darkness origin. Boom. The black lightning erupted, directly shattering the black shield, and the tribulation lightning fiercely rushed into the interior of the darkness origin. Layers of defenses appeared within the darkness origin. However, they couldn't stop it, they simply couldn't stop it. And screams also began to ring out. The originally pure blackness, at this moment, actually showed a hint of light. That was because this tribulation lightning had directly and forcefully punched through the darkness origin. The darkness origin violently contracted. Innumerable shrill screams rang out. They were the screams of the powerhouses parasitic within the darkness origin, and also the screams of the darkness origin itself. A large amount of the power of the darkness origin was evaporated by the tribulation lightning. This attack was no longer the small skirmish from before. With just this one strike, by the time the darkness origin managed to mend that hole, its overall size had actually shrunk by 1%. What did this mean? The darkness origin was born in a very ancient era. It didn't even know how many years it had silently stored energy. It could be 1,000,000 years, or it could be 10 million years, the darkness origin itself didn't know. And now, no matter how many years it had stored energy, being struck by this blow directly reduced it by 1%. One must know that the power of the tribulation lightning, which is the power that the Heavenly Dao can utilize, will increase as Lu Yi's strength increases. Currently, Lu Yi is only in the 9 extremes realm. If Lu Yi reaches the void realm, reaches the great Dao realm, reaches the great emperor, reaches the celestial venerable, and then uses such an attack again, what level of power will it reach? Can't even imagine. Completely unimaginable. The darkness origin went crazy. The black mist violently contracted. It wanted to escape. This blow was simply too damaging to the darkness origin, turning countless years of accumulation into nothing. Of course, Lu Yi was unwilling to let the darkness origin escape. The stone sword appeared, and the limited true essence suddenly erupted with supreme sword energy. Boom! Another bolt of tribulation lightning. But the moment Lu Yi had just stepped into the Forget Love Sea, the entire Forget Love Sea violently collapsed. It wasn't a collapse, it was a contraction. Lu Yi didn't care, and with another sword, accompanied by black tribulation lightning, he slashed towards the darkness origin. Chapter 454 A Tear. How could this be? The darkness origin was utterly startled. Heavenly Dao is bound by various restrictions, and the laws of the 9 heavens great sage exist. Any attempt to unleash powerful force from above the 9 heavens is bound to be subject to the 9 heavens great sage's layered control. What is happening now? Why is this situation occurring? The darkness origin was puzzled, but that punch really hurt. If the darkness origin had a heart, it would have been bleeding from the pain. Now, another sword strike came over. The darkness origin resisted again, but under the black tribulation lightning, it was completely ineffective. Because even when the tribulation lightning was so weak before, the darkness origin couldn't resist, let alone now that the tribulation lightning is so strong. Tribulation lightning is the natural bane of the darkness origin. The sword light cut out a large blank space within the darkness origin. Retreat. Must retreat. The darkness origin was terrified. It originally wanted to ask if surrendering was an option, but Lu Yi was still that Lu Yi. He didn't say a single word upon meeting and directly attacked like a mad dog. In such a situation, the darkness origin could only say, 6. The black mist suddenly contracted, rapidly fleeing. The darkness origin's ability to escape was still very strong, it disappeared in an instant. It was at this moment that the sky suddenly became very oppressive. The extreme oppressive aura made Lu Yi's body completely unable to move, but because his Dao heart was stable, his consciousness did not disappear. He just looked up at the sky. At this moment, above the sky, a huge vortex swirled, accompanied by countless lightning bolts, a scene of doomsday. More than one vortex appeared. Giant palms extended from within the vortices. At this moment, the 7th heaven could see thick arms directly piercing through the entire 7th heaven, extending from the 8th heaven. The 9 heavens great sage, in order to smooth out the collision between Heavenly Dao and the darkness origin, directly mobilized the vast majority of free laws, directly causing the laws to enter a weakened phase. This caused some people to be unable to sit still. Lu Yi's value is immense. A reincarnated celestial venerable, if captured, would be a huge treasure, a chance to achieve Dao. Some old fogies didn't hesitate at all and brazenly attacked. They wanted to seize Lu Yi and directly drag him to the 8th heaven. One by one, giant hands rushed towards Lu Yi, carrying a terrifying aura. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Is the sect leader of my heavenly gate someone you can bully? A great emperor made a move. It was Dao Trace's great emperor. He was in seclusion before, but now he was directly awakened by the huge thunderous sound. Several arms were directly broken, and a terrifying battle erupted in the eighth heaven. But there were more terrifying existences who chose to attack. Although Dao Trace's great emperor was very strong, they were not afraid. Having reached the great emperor realm, it is actually very difficult to die. All great emperors naturally cannot be harmonious, various conflicts will arise, and some people can even beat each other's brains out. Dao Trace's great emperor's strength became even more terrifying. He suppressed a group of people by himself. But there were still large hands getting closer and closer to Lu Yi. Suddenly, a phoenix cry sounded. Rolling purple fire clouds covered heaven and earth. The entire 9 heavens was about to turn into a huge furnace at this moment. It was Purple Phoenix Great Emperor. Purple Phoenix Great Emperor actually made a move to help Lu Yi. The power of the purple flames was terrifying, turning the large hands into ashes. Fellow Taoist, I will also lend you a hand. Another great emperor, whose voice was full of vicissitudes, spoke. Who is this? It is Sky Vault Great Emperor. These two were both Shangguan Wanlings, defeated opponents, in the past, but it was also precisely because they had a good relationship with Lu Yi that Lu Yi allowed Shangguan Wanling to challenge the two great emperors. If Shangguan Wanling had gone to provoke the eternal great emperor for no reason, Lu Yi would definitely have stopped her beforehand. With the 3 great emperors working together, they finally managed to stop the terrifying existences from the 8th heaven who were attacking Lu Yi. These 2 great emperors were very smart, because when Hongling's memory was broadcast live in the 9 heavens, there was a scene of her and Shangguan Wanling clashing. Shangguan Wanling loudly claimed that her combat record was verifiable. She mentioned the names of Purple Phoenix Great Emperor and Sky Vault Great Emperor. As long as Purple Phoenix Great Emperor and Sky Vault Great Emperor paid attention to that matter, they would definitely understand that Lu Yi's relationship with them before his reincarnation was definitely good. After all, in the previous life, he allowed that silly woman to jump in front of them. If their relationship wasn't good, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Since their relationship was good in the previous life, the two of them would definitely not mind continuing to have a good relationship in this life. With the 3 great emperors making a move, Lu Yi's crisis was directly resolved. No, only the crisis from above was resolved. There was still one crisis that had not been resolved. Forget Love Sea. After the darkness origin escaped, the entire Forget Love Sea was still undergoing continuous changes, and Lu Yi's figure was still in a state of being unable to move. Forget Love Sea had locked onto him. Just a wisp of aura made Lu Yi feel extremely helpless. System, start deduction. That was the aura of the relentless sage. Forget Love Sea contracted infinitely. The originally vast and boundless ocean had now contracted into a ball. The more it contracted, the richer the aura belonging to the relentless sage became. Finally, the entire Forget Love Sea turned into a single drop. That was a tear. The relentless sage's last tear turned into the Forget Love Sea, and now it had turned back into a tear. This drop of tear floated towards Lu Yi. Ding, deduction successful. Instantly, a large amount of information was transmitted into Lu Yi's mind. Lu Yi immediately curled his soul together, and his Tao heart was in the state of the most tenacious defense. This is a tear of the relentless sage, which can obliterate all emotions in the world. Is this why the darkness origin made me come here? As expected, this time the darkness origin's action was led by Yin Qingcheng, because only Yin Qingcheng likes to attack the heart the most. In fact, sometimes, Lu Yi felt that it was fine for him to sever emotions and love. But recently, with the system, with the little Heavenly Dao, with the sword, the banner, and the tree, Lu Yi felt that there were also some beautiful things in this world. Also, I can sever emotions and love, but it's because I want to sever emotions and love. I actively go to sever emotions and love, not because I am forced to sever emotions and love by others. This drop of tear floated towards Lu Yi. The 9 heavens great sage finished dealing with this matter and did not dissipate, but watched this scene. He certainly wouldn't stop it. He was just a little curious to see what would happen next. Lu Yi's eyes reflected this drop of tear. The tear instantly entered Lu Yi's glabella. Lu Yi's body suddenly trembled violently. The terrifying great Tao of severing emotions and love rapidly spread within Lu Yi's body. At this moment, it made Lu Yi feel the same sensation as when the reincarnation obsession had acted up. Loss of my beloved, everything is ruined before my eyes. Chapter 455, Memory Annihilation. The life of Relentless Sage was very bitter. It can be said that the experiences of Relentless Sage should be not much different from Lu Yi's. His entire life was spent pursuing love. But the more he pursued it, the more he was unable to attain it. He didn't even understand what love truly was, because he had never felt it. On one hand, Lu Yi in his previous life had truly received love. 8 women, some admired his strength, some spent their days and nights with him, some had their lives saved by him. In countless ways, those women had indeed loved him. For example, Shangguan Wanling. When they first met, Shangguan Wanling's heart had also fluttered, and her face had also blushed. Yin Qingcheng's eyes were also solely on him, deeply infatuated. Lu Yi's tragedy lay in betrayal, in not knowing how to love, or perhaps in loving the wrong person, ultimately becoming a tragedy. Relentless Sage was a different case. He had never received love. He was stolen by his enemy in his childhood, grew up to be a young man, killed his enemy in revenge, and returned home. During this period, he experienced extreme suffering, which made him think he would receive love upon returning home, but he didn't know that his family members had already had other children. He thought he was a cultivation genius, but after killing his enemy, he was severely injured, and his strength could not advance at all. At that time, everyone treated him as a piece of trash. His fiancée, who had been very good to him in his childhood, had also fallen for someone else. He sought love his entire life, but it was like a script. No one loved him, no matter how humble he was. If they didn't love him, they just didn't love him. He could have actually left, could have lived a brand new life, but he had picked up the habit of the enemy he hated the most, which was stubbornness. His heart full of love had no one to give it to, no one who needed it. The life of Relentless Sage was unhappy, his obsession was extremely heavy, but perhaps because of this, when Relentless Sage finally let go, it was so complete. Now, the relentless great Tao of Relentless Sage is fiercely eroding Lu Yi. It's an all-encompassing erosion, whether it's the great Tao, physical body, soul, Tao heart, consciousness, everything is being encroached upon. Countless memories flooded his mind. Images flashed rapidly. Yu Hongling, Bai Chulin, Chu Ling, Shangguan Wanling, Vermilion Bird, Zhang Dai, Yin Qingcheng, and Li. These 8 women basically ran through Lu Yi's entire previous life. Husband, this is tailored for you, do you like it or not? Suddenly, Yin Qingcheng's voice sounded in Lu Yi's mind. Yin Qingcheng was ecstatic at this moment. Her plan had finally succeeded, and now that the great Tao of Relentless Sage had entered Lu Yi's body, she could easily manipulate it, and under her manipulation, she could make Lu Yi forget Shen Zitong, forget his child, forget those 7 women. At that time, only she herself would remain. She would become Lu Yi's only one. And based on her understanding of Lu Yi would absolutely not surrender so quickly, especially to protect the memories belonging to Shen Zitong. He would definitely grit his teeth and resist. At that time, the power of Relentless Sage would crush his soul, causing him to lose life after life. Everything was within her plan. Victory was already in sight. Lu Yi was terrifyingly calm at this moment, yet the power of this terror was stirring up monstrous waves in all aspects of his being. The last terror of Relentless Sage before he attained the Tao, one can imagine what kind of emotions it contained. He resisted stubbornly, his Tao heart emitting sounds of unbearable strain. All his great Taos simply couldn't withstand the power of Relentless Sage. The Enlightenment Tree appeared above Lu Yi's head, releasing the power of Guardian Great Tao to protect Lu Yi, but in the blink of an eye, large patches of Enlightenment Tree leaves fell one after another. Even the Guardian Great Tao was shattered by the impact. Now the Enlightenment Tree had already completely merged with the Guardian Great Tao, and the shattering of the Guardian Great Tao was actually the Enlightenment Tree suffering heavy damage, but the Enlightenment Tree had no intention of retreating at all. The tree could give up everything for its master, even its life. But at this moment, the 10,000 soul banner and the stone sword suddenly flew out. One banner and one sword, they pushed the Enlightenment Tree away. The Enlightenment Tree had turned withered and yellow in a very short time. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. I want to protect Master. The Enlightenment Tree struggled desperately, but the stone sword and the human emperor banner had no intention of letting it pass. Master said not to go. The human emperor banner said to the Enlightenment Tree. No, Master is very dangerous now, I must go, even if I die, I must die in front of Master. Don't cause trouble for Master. The enlightenment tree trembled violently. Yes, I shouldn't be causing such a fuss. Master didn't tell me to. I can't act rashly, otherwise I might become a burden to Master, so I can't rush. The enlightenment tree carefully watched Lu Yi, ready at any moment to transform into a great Dao and re-enter Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi was starting to lose his grip. Saints are strong after all. Even in his previous life, he had never seen the scenery of the saint realm. The system's deduction did not find a direct solution. This tear was simply too powerful, but there was a method of sacrificing a pawn to save the king. That was to sort out his memories. Let this power of severing emotions and love first clear out the feelings he didn't need. Husband, don't struggle, the power of relentless sage is definitely not something you can withstand now. I forgot to tell you, the deeper the memory, the more painful it will be for you to resist. At this moment, the relentless great Dao began to fully invade Lu Yi's memories. And Lu Yi was already prepared for this. Large segments of memory instantly began to blur just from being affected, like a candle flickering in the wind. Husband, let me see, what kind of memory will be at the forefront of your heart? At this moment, Yin Qingcheng saw the first scene. It was an immortal palace. The immortal palace was gorgeous yet cold, high up in the sky, flowing with colorful light, breathtakingly beautiful. Within such an immortal palace, under a huge peach tree, a young girl was dancing with a sword, the falling petals fluttering with her movements, breathtakingly beautiful. The moment she saw this memory, Yin Qingcheng was stunned. This scene, this young girl, she was so familiar with it, because this was in Forget Love Immortal Palace, the first time she and Lu Yi met. That young girl, who else could it be but her? Lu Yi stood on the steps, watching the dancing figure, without speaking, just quietly appreciating it. But Yin Qingcheng saw Lu Yi, instantly frowned, a cold light flickered in her eyes, a sword light rushed towards Lu Yi, filled with killing intent. However, this sword strike was simply batted away by Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng watched the memory unfold. The power of relentless sage had already begun to surge towards this memory segment. Because this memory, it was clearly emotional. That time, Lu Yi was invited to Forget Love Immortal Palace to refine medicine to save someone. For the sake of earning source stones, what job wouldn't he do? But a part of the medicinal materials for the refining was missing. Lu Yi thought about it and decided that the marriage peach tree in Forget Love Immortal Palace could be one of the medicinal materials, so he went to retrieve it. And it was there that he first met Yin Qingcheng. Chapter 456, the first one to forget you. The first memory was actually of herself. This was something Yin Qingcheng could never have imagined. She only wanted to keep her own memories, not delete those belonging to her, so of course, she couldn't delete this part. Thus, the power of the relentless sage continued to impact Lu Yi's soul, aiming to disrupt his memories before annihilating them. But after the impact, it was still this scene. Yin Qingcheng refused to believe it and attacked again. This time, the scene finally changed. However, the new scene that appeared left Yin Qingcheng silent. It was a scene of the two flying, except Yin Qingcheng was in Lu Yi's arms. Lu Yi was covered in blood, yet his expression was very gentle. He comforted Yin Qingcheng while taking her away. Actually, at that time, Lu Yi hadn't yet developed feelings for Yin Qingcheng. The reason he saved her was because Forget Love Immortal Palace was a major client of his. For the saintess of such a major client, wouldn't saving her mean the client was secured? Yin Qingcheng gazed at Lu Yi with a dazed look, the love in her eyes like the most primitive honey, so thick it couldn't be dissolved. At that moment, Lu Yi was her everything, her all. All her love was on Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng was deeply moved as she watched this scene. Of course, she remembered this scene. That time, it was when Yin Qingcheng was traveling the world, tempering her great Dao. She clashed with the demon clan, and a void realm expert from the demon clan attacked her, just as she happened to encounter Lu Yi, who was searching for hidden treasures everywhere. Lu Yi himself was already famous in the sixth heaven because of how good he was to his Dao companion, which was known throughout the world. This wasn't the first time Yin Qingcheng had interacted with Lu Yi, but before, they were more like familiar strangers. This time, it was the beginning of Yin Qingcheng's heart being moved. A disciple of Forget Love Immortal Palace cultivating the utmost emotion great path, once moved by emotion, becomes passionate and fervent. From that moment on, Yin Qingcheng began a fierce pursuit of Lu Yi. She showed Lu Yi the most intense love. This was what Lu Yi lacked the most. What official could withstand such temptation? It can be said that this scene was the genesis of Yin Qingcheng's feelings. Could Lu Yi be made to forget this scene? Obviously, he could not. At this moment, Yin Qingcheng even couldn't help but shed tears. How wonderful it was back then. If Lu Yi only had her, both she and Lu Yi would be the happiest people in the world. She must achieve her goal. The power of the relentless sage began to exert force again. The memory became blurry, and when it became clear again, it was still her and Lu Yi. It was an embrace. Yin Qingcheng in the seventh heaven was sobbing uncontrollably at this moment, because this embrace was the moment she and Lu Yi truly became a couple. A simple embrace, untainted by any desire, her intense love was fully received by Lu Yi. The two were like the most perfectly matched Dao companions in the world. One possessing surging love, the other yearning to receive love. One would never feel unable to express it, the other would never feel there was too much love. But in the end, how did things turn out like this? She didn't know, she really didn't know. This scene also could not be erased. Continue, keep searching. But as the scenes changed again and again, all the scenes were of Lu Yi and Yin Qingcheng together. Yin Qingcheng was almost crying like an idiot, because watching Lu Yi's memories was completely reliving the process of her and Lu Yi meeting, getting to know each other, and falling in love. And it was from Lu Yi's perspective. She also genuinely felt how much Lu Yi loved her back then. And the current situation was Lu Yi clearly telling Yin Qingcheng that if she wanted to make Lu Yi sever ties and abandon love, then he would start with Yin Qingcheng. The first emotion to be erased would be the emotion for Yin Qingcheng. Do you dare? As for Yin Qingcheng's idea of erasing the memories and emotions about everyone else and only keeping those about her, that was absolutely pure wishful thinking. If there is forgetting, if there is severing ties and abandoning love, then the first one will be you, Yin Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng was in extreme pain and turmoil, this was using her as a shield. She absolutely couldn't bear for Lu Yi to forget her. But if she didn't let him forget, then everything she had done would be in vain. How should she choose? Why? Yin Qingcheng had already cried herself into a teary mess. Why are you always unwilling to obey my wishes? You could clearly forget everyone else, and from now on, only love me. I would also love you even more, and you would never lack love again from now on. Why do you want to forget me? I am the person who loves you the most in this world. In extreme turmoil and immense reluctance, Yin Qingcheng frantically refreshed Lu Yi's memories. There was no exception. A hint of madness appeared in Yin Qingcheng's eyes. Perhaps, if one scene needed to be annihilated, the next scene might not be of herself. Try it. She absolutely could not return without success. Lu Yi, you are mine. Everything about you is mine, and can only be mine. The power of the relentless sage began to erupt. A scene started to become blurry. It was among flowers, Yin Qingcheng lying on Lu Yi's lap, a vibrant flower tucked into her long hair, Lu Yi gently using her hair to tickle her ear. This was almost Lu Yi's most precious memory from when he was on Earth. At that time, his mother was like this, sitting on the sofa, using her hair to tickle Lu Yi's ear. He didn't know if it was because of his mother's scent, or if the itching in his ear felt very comfortable. That afternoon, the sunlight was warm, even the dust particles floating in the sunlight were so beautiful, everything was wonderful. Therefore, in this scene, Lu Yi's smile on his face was truly full of love. But now this scene was about to be forgotten by Lu Yi. Lu Yi's Dao heart and Great Dao were fiercely resisting, his Hongmeng power was desperately fighting back. No matter what memory it was, he was unwilling to lose it. But no matter how fierce the resistance, it was still no match for the power left behind by the relentless sage, but Lu Yi did not stop resisting. One scene disappeared as if turning into ashes. This memory was erased from Lu Yi's mind. The second scene appeared. Yin Qingcheng's face turned pale as she looked at the content of this scene. It was still her and Lu Yi. It was still a scene of the two of them together. Why? Why was it still a scene of him being with her? Lu Yi, husband, you are truly so cruel. But things had already reached this point, she had completely lost any way out. Continue. She could only continue. Scene after scene shattered and were annihilated, Lu Yi struggled and resisted frantically. There were even signs that Lu Yi's soul was about to shatter. This showed that Lu Yi was extremely unwilling to forget these memories. Husband, you truly still love me. Don't worry, even if you lose the memories between us, I am so familiar with you, and I love you so much, I will definitely make you fall in love with me again, I definitely will. Chapter 457 Memory Blank. Why can Yin Qingcheng use the power of the relentless sage? It's very simple, because of the inheritance of the Forget Love Immortal Palace. The Forget Love Immortal Palace was first inherited from a woman named Zhu Qingshe. And the name of the relentless sage is Zhu Qingshan. Zhu Qingshe was the relentless sage's biological sister. He gave his heart to the person he loved but couldn't have, and his tears to his spoiled and willful sister. Through the power of this tear, Zhu Qingshe created the Forget Love Great Path, and then founded the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Within the Forget Love Immortal Palace, there is a jade pendant, which was the supreme treasure the relentless sage gave to his sister back then, and also the inheritance of the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Through this jade pendant, the power of this tear can be activated. However, it can only be used once. Once used, this tear will completely disappear. For so many years, the Forget Love Immortal Palace has never used it. This tear is completely a hidden treasure kept at the bottom of the box. As long as it's not used, any force that wants to destroy the Forget Love Immortal Palace must consider whether they can withstand the backlash of a saint's power. Now this tear has been used by Yin Qingcheng without any psychological burden. Because she is confident that even without the power of the relentless sage, she can still protect the Forget Love Immortal Palace in the future. What's more, the current Forget Love Immortal Palace is still overseen by the Forget Love Immortal Revered. Lu Yi's memories were constantly disappearing. He was extremely painful, as if his soul was being fiercely scrubbed over and over again with a steel brush. However, Lu Yi did not cry out in pain. It's quite laughable, actually. Even though it touched the depths of his soul and everything was being crushed, the pain, for Lu Yi, was still within a bearable range. Pain, what is there to fear? He himself didn't know how many times he had endured pain. Now it was just the erasure of memories, which Lu Yi could completely accept, but Lu Yi still had to resist stubbornly and quickly wear down the power of the relentless sage. Otherwise, if his memories were completely erased, who knew if something else might happen? Yin Qingcheng watched with her own eyes as all her memories were cleared. She was truly heartbroken to the extreme. From this moment on, husband had completely forgotten her. Whether it was love or hate, everything was forgotten. But she didn't regret it. As long as all of Lu Yi's memories related to emotions were completely annihilated, she could be on the same starting line as everyone else. No one could snatch victory from her on the same starting line. This was Yin Qingcheng's absolute confidence. However, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in every battle, so Yin Qingcheng also wanted to see how Lu Yi met Shen Zitong, and what Shen Zitong relied on to make Lu Yi like her, and even make Lu Yi willing to have a child. What Yin Qingcheng didn't know was that wanting Lu Yi to have a child with her was a very simple matter. You just needed to do one thing to achieve it. That was never to betray. All memories about Yin Qingcheng were deleted. Next should be Shen Zitong's memories, right? Yin Qingcheng observed carefully. She wanted to see how Shen Zitong, that vixen, actually seduced Lu Yi. But the first scene was of Shangguan Wanling and Lu Yi together. In the scene, Shangguan Wanling was hugging Lu Yi's arm, grinning so foolishly it was unbelievable. That idiot. Never mind, refresh. Shangguan Wanling was still grinning with her teeth bared, wearing a big silly smile. Refresh again. It was still this scene. Yin Qingcheng refused to believe this evil and began to use a large amount of the relentless sage's power. A worn jade pendant emitted a faint glow. But Lu Yi's memories were particularly stable. Yin Qingcheng discovered the problem. Now all of Lu Yi's memories had become a single entity. Originally, memories were like sheets of paper, but now Lu Yi's memories had turned into a stubborn rock. You could completely dissolve these memories, but you couldn't selectively dissolve them. Lu Yi was still resisting, and the light of the jade pendant had already begun to dim. This tear was indeed very strong, but Lu Yi's Taoist heart was at the celestial venerable level, and his counterattack was also sufficiently terrifying. She couldn't delay any longer. Couldn't she just not look at these memories? She wanted to wash away all of Lu Yi's memories. All the power of the relentless sage surged frantically towards Lu Yi's memories. Lu Yi would definitely resist with all his might. At that time, Lu Yi would die. The kind of death where he loses several lives. Husband, don't blame Qingcheng for being cruel. It's really because the power you possess is too strong, making you less obedient. From now on, just stay by Qingcheng's side and be the man behind her. Under this fierce impact, all the memories began to become blurred. Lu Yi was indeed resisting, but he wasn't resisting with all his might like Yin Qingcheng had imagined. Under limited resistance, Lu Yi's soul did not shatter, he merely allowed his memories to begin to become blank. Yin Qingcheng was stunned. No. Lu Yi valued relationships and loyalty, seeing many people as more important than his own life. Now that memories about Shen Zitong were about to be erased, Lu Yi actually didn't use his life to protect them. What did this mean? Yin Qingcheng was somewhat disbelieving. In that case, there were only two possibilities. One was that whether it was about Shen Zitong or his daughter, they weren't actually that important in Lu Yi's heart. The second was that Lu Yi firmly believed that even if all past memories disappeared, when he saw Shen Zitong and his daughter again, he would still fall in love with Shen Zitong and his daughter. Given Lu Yi's character, there were only these two possibilities. And the first possibility was very low. How could this be? Why? Yin Qingcheng of the seventh heaven went mad. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the energy in her body fluctuated violently, as if it was about to explode directly within her body. She began to attack frantically in all directions. Why? Why could that damned Shen Zitong have such a stable position in Lu Yi's heart? Why on earth? I don't believe you can still fall in love with her without memories, I don't believe it. Yin Qingcheng vomited large mouthfuls of blood, simply furious to the extreme. Under the frantic impact of the relentless sage's power, all of Lu Yi's memories began to become blank, but Lu Yi did not lose his life because of resistance. Every one of his lives was fine. As Lu Yi's memories continuously disappeared, his resistance also began to weaken. Until Lu Yi's expression began to become dull, the light of the jade pendant also dimmed to the extreme, and the power of the tear also became weak. Yin Qingcheng thought it over repeatedly and finally used her last bit of strength to leave a mark on Lu Yi. This mark could make Lu Yi subconsciously know that there was a woman named Yin Qingcheng who loved him immensely. At this point, the power of the relentless sage completely disappeared. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Chapter 458 Dear System Master. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? These three questions appeared in Lu Yi's mouth. At this moment, he was truly bewildered because he had no memories, just like a newborn infant, like a completely blank sheet of paper. He could speak because speaking was already his subconscious. Yin Qingcheng had left, and the darkness origin had long since vanished without a trace. His gaze could only look towards the massive illusion in the distance. That was the Nine Heavens Great Sage, who had been watching the show. Lu Yi and the Nine Heavens Great Sage looked at each other, and the Nine Heavens Great Sage couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, but the Nine Heavens Great Sage also didn't speak. Do you know who I am? Lu Yi couldn't help but ask. The Nine Heavens Great Sage shook his head. Lu Yi scratched his head. He was a bit lost, after all his memories were gone. But just at this moment, a strange sound appeared in Lu Yi's mind. Ding, insignificant Lu Yi, the esteemed system lord is online. What wish do you have? I can fulfill it for you. Drop, a little bigger than me Lu Yi, the esteemed little Heavenly Dao lord is online. What wish do you have? You can tell me, I can ask sister to fulfill it for you. Lu Yi understood. This little Heavenly Dao was not as powerful as the system. He currently had no memories and didn't remember the system or the little Heavenly Dao. But he had thoughts. Esteemed System Lord, I seem to have amnesia. Do you know who I am? Lu Yi asked. Ding, I know, you are Lu Yi. Lu Yi. Lu Yi muttered his name, feeling incredibly familiar. If there were no surprises, this should be his name. So I have amnesia? Lu Yi asked. Ding, yes, but I can help you find your memories. Just call me sister. Lu Yi fell silent. Although he had amnesia, at this moment, for some reason, he actually had an impulse to grab the owner of this voice and give them a beating. Not that kind of beating, but the kind where you spank their butt hard a few times. This thought came out of nowhere. Lu Yi prepared to follow his inner feelings. Are you looking for a beating? Lu Yi asked. Ding. Drop. It seemed they hadn't expected Lu Yi to still be able to have such thoughts even with amnesia. Lu Yi immediately understood that what he said was effective. Stop messing around, help me restore my memories, Lu Yi said with a determined voice. Ding, hateful, even with amnesia, he's still so smart. Drop, worthy of being my Lu Yi, so amazing. Soon, memories appeared in Lu Yi's mind like flowing water. Lu Yi was like watching his own life, seeing the appearance of one scene after another. Then the memories perfectly merged into Lu Yi's soul, because the carrier of memory itself was a small part of Lu Yi's soul. Now merging into it was like rainwater returning to the sea. There was no feeling of discomfort. When the power of the relentless sage struck, Lu Yi and the system had already packaged his memories in advance and given them to the system for safekeeping. This was also the reason why Lu Yi was so confident. However, being able to hand over one's memories to others is definitely a very, very high risk. Others can freely tamper with your memories, and the terrible impact this will bring is imaginable. Lu Yi understood this risk very well. Since he could hand them over to the system, he must have trusted the system implicitly. As expected, as memories continued to emerge, the first ones to appear were the memories between him and the system. Lu Yi even felt a headache looking at them. Because how could the perfectly normal system turn into such a woman? Isn't she too beautiful? But facing such an extremely beautiful woman like Shen Zitong, he actually didn't tease her, and even failed to get her. How incredible was this? It was as if there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that he had become a eunuch. Lu Yi couldn't help but look down. He felt something, so he shouldn't be a eunuch. That meant there was a second possibility, he already had wives. I have wives, Lu Yi asked while receiving the memories. Ding, yes. Lu Yi nodded, that was normal then. It seemed he really loved his wives, otherwise, with such a beautiful system whom he trusted so much, he didn't ruin her. He was a saint. Ding, guess how many wives you have. At this moment, Lu Yi felt a bit bewildered, even doubting his ears. What do you mean how many wives? Shouldn't there only be one wife? Ding, you have 8. Lu Yi, is that real or fake? Ding, of course it's real. Lu Yi, 8 wives. Logically speaking, he should only have one wife. After all, the monogamy system is deeply ingrained. Marrying 8 wives, aren't you breaking the law? Also, there's something else, 8 wives, that's not right. Not to mention cultivators, even ordinary people know that 9 is the extreme. Since he had already found 8 wives, he definitely wouldn't miss out on such a beautiful Shen Zitong. Lu Yi's brows furrowed constantly. He wasn't a eunuch either. Then it could be. So, the 8 of them cheated, Lu Yi asked. He actually couldn't believe how useless he was to cause 8 wives to cheat. Ding ding ding. The system immediately started laughing, emitting a silver bell-like laughter. Ding, I won't tease you anymore, I'll continue transmitting your memories. Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't being cuckolded. Otherwise, the 8 wives would definitely become 8 dead wives. This time, the memories were from his rebirth, intermittent, but enough for Lu Yi to get a general understanding. Why are the memories like this, and not all of them recovering together? Lu Yi asked. Ding, it was your own request. Regarding the time Lu Yi was attacked by the relentless sage's energy, the conversation between him and the system also appeared in his mind. System, regarding the memories, package the memories about those 8 women separately. When the time comes, I will freely choose which memories I don't want, and let some memories completely disappear. Ding, received. So, in his current memories, there weren't many memories about the 8 ex-wives. He could now choose whose memories he wanted and whose he didn't. Even though there weren't many memories about those 8 ex-wives, Lu Yi still knew who those 8 ex-wives were, because their shadows were present in his past and present lives. Since Bai Chulin, Chu Ling, and Zhang Dai have entered the human emperor banner, let the memories about the 3 of them recover. Of course, the more memories recovered, the better. After all, life should be complete, and memories should also be complete. Immediately, the memories about these 3 ex-wives began to recover. Lu Yi saw himself saving Chu Ling and becoming mute, saw himself being nosy by saving Bai Chulin, and saw himself having impure thoughts about Zhang Dai. Damn it, he kind of deserved it. But thankfully, he admitted his mistakes and accepted the punishment. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, he didn't directly kill them. This was his correction of his mistakes. Chapter 459 Completely Forgotten. Of course, later on, if they provoked him first before being collected into the human emperor banner, then he couldn't be blamed. The memories of the 3 women greatly impacted Lu Yi and helped him grow. He believed that from now on, he would absolutely not insist on changing the fate of others. Respect the fate of others, and let go of the urge to help. This is the smartest choice for everyone. Otherwise, you will be dragged into a quagmire, unable to extricate yourself. There are still 5 people's memories. System, can you briefly tell me about the remaining 5 people? Lu Yi asked. Ding, yes. The system began to recount the situations of the 5 women. The first is Hongling. Because she didn't trust him and was fixated on a deceased demon clan's, White Moonlight, she chose to betray him and was extremely stubborn. She has now experienced countless pains and is suspected of having genuinely repented. The second, Shangguan Wanling. Because he spoiled her too much, her path of sentience disappeared. She had low intelligence and was deceived into poisoning him. In this life, she is cultivating the path of sentience again and is madly pursuing Lu Yi. The third, enli. Dissatisfied with the stable status quo, she was extremely ambitious. In both her previous and current lives, she colluded with the darkness origin and was one of the planners and initiators of the betrayal. In this life, she still shows no regret. The fourth, Vermilion Bird. A fake saintess who was generous with others' resources. In her previous life, she was misled and held a grudge against Lu Yi. In this life, she was personally killed by Lu Yi. After turning into a persistent thought, she was revived by the darkness origin at a huge cost. Now, he and she owe each other nothing, and there is no longer any affection between them. The fifth, Yin Qingcheng. She cultivated the utmost emotion great path. Later, to save her life, he asked Forget Love Immortal Revered to intervene. She believed he was in love with her. Even after being resurrected, she still followed the utmost emotion great path, but after being resurrected, she turned to the Forget Love great path. In this life, she still cultivates the Forget Love great path and uses Lu Yi as a stepping stone for her Forget Love great path. The culprit behind the disappearance of the memories this time. Lu Yi nodded, understanding the situations of these 5 people. Enli still hasn't repented and is colluding with the darkness origin to deal with him, which means he hasn't done enough. He hasn't even killed her yet. His hatred must not be strong enough. He definitely needs to retrieve Enli's memories. Then, killing Enli will be even more satisfying. When Enli's memories arrived, Lu Yi exclaimed, "Good heavens! No wonder Enli suffered. No wonder Enli couldn't accept a peaceful life. She was completely raised to be psychologically twisted. She really should be killed. It's just that he doesn't know where Enli went. Logically speaking, Enli's relationship with the darkness origin is closer, yet Enli is nowhere to be seen now. He doesn't know where Enli went for further training. Besides Enli, since he and Vermilion Bird owe each other nothing, the memories about Vermilion Bird are irrelevant to him. For the sake of his complete memory, he will restore this one too." After reviewing the memories with Vermilion Bird, Lu Yi also discovered that the biggest problem between him and Vermilion Bird wasn't the Vermilion Bird saintess being a fake saintess, but rather Vermilion Bird's distrust of him. Indeed, they don't owe each other anything. It's meaningless. There's also Hongling. She knows she was wrong. Alright, he can check this one too. Lu Yi wants to see exactly where she thinks she was wrong. As for Shangguan Wanling, her path of sentience seems like a joke. Forget it, he doesn't need to remember this one, because Lu Yi thinks there shouldn't be any valuable memories. And Yin Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng's goal is to make him forget everyone else, so he won't remember her. He will remember everyone else, except him, except for Shangguan Wanling, he won't remember her. Lu Yi knew that by not remembering her, he might lose some beautiful things. But while losing some beautiful things, he also lost his troubles and gained a sense of satisfaction. Isn't this a huge profit? Ding, are you sure you want to completely destroy the memories of Yin Qingcheng and Shangguan Shazi? Shen Zitong asked for confirmation repeatedly. Lu Yi was also hesitant. He thought of another possibility. If he forgot Shangguan Wanling and encountered her again, what if he fell in love with her again? He fell in love with her in the previous life, which means there must be points about Shangguan Wanling that he likes. If he fell in love with Shangguan Wanling again, Lu Yi instinctively shivered. Forget it, forget it. Bring back Shangguan Wanling's memories too. I'm a little worried. The system couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The host is willing to remember Shangguan Shazi. If Lu Yi had really erased Shangguan Wanling's memories, coupled with Shangguan Shazi's current terrifying behavior of constantly wanting to pull Lu Yi to sleep, and given that Lu Yi hasn't had any business since his rebirth, it's possible that Shangguan Wanling could actually succeed in seducing him. So, it's better to keep Shangguan Wanling's memories. In fact, both Lu Yi and the system knew that the best way to deal with Shangguan Wanling was for Lu Yi to get back together with her. As long as the two are back together, Shangguan Wanling will definitely stir up some trouble. Perhaps this stirring up trouble will take a long time. After all, Lu Yi hasn't seen meat for so long. For an existence like Lu Yi, who can't live without meat, he is very craving. The same goes for Shangguan Wanling. For someone who can go and rub beds, she also hasn't seen meat for so long, to the point where her mind is full of such things now. If these two carnivores were together now, the system suspected that they could stay in bed for 10 years. And during these 10 years, their relationship would definitely be inseparable, like glue. To make Shangguan Wanling stir up trouble, it would need to be after a very long time. The price paid for this is too great. The system is the first to be unwilling. The host is an existence destined to merge with the great Tao. How can he be immersed in a gentle embrace? Hope the host can persevere. If the host really can't persevere, if he can't persevere, then he can't persevere. It's not like I can make the host. Lu Yi received the memories about Shangguan Wanling and couldn't help but laugh and cry. What is this? What is this? I'm really not a good person. Even a fool deserves to be tricked. Ding, should the memories about Yin Qingcheng be completely destroyed? The system asked. Lu Yi had no hesitation. Completely destroy. Ding, destruction successful. Just as it succeeded here, immortal light was already emanating from over there. A peerless woman, riding on immortal light with flowing ribbons, flew towards Lu Yi with eyes like water. Lu Yi felt the aura and instantly knew which power this person belonged to. Forget Love Immortal Palace. This was his big client in the previous life. Their cooperation was quite pleasant. Greetings, Taoist Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded. Fellow Taoist, what is the matter? Taoist, the saintess of my Forget Love Immortal Palace, Yin Qingcheng, has something she needs to discuss with you. Lu Yi nodded. All right. The saintess is personally looking for him. It seems the Forget Love Immortal Palace is going to bring him another big business deal. Chapter 460 Heart-piercing words. When I came to the Forget Love Sea this time, I knew that the darkness origin would set a trap. But Lu Yi's personality was such that even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to come and see. Because his enemy was staying there, acting all smug, which was even more unbearable than killing Lu Yi. Coming over this time gave the darkness origin a fierce blow. One punch and one sword should have completely stunned the darkness origin, causing a loss of 1%, nearly 2%. It doesn't sound like much, but the darkness origin needs a lot of energy to protect the guys hidden within its body. If the darkness origin loses too much energy, the existences within the darkness origin will be forced to expose themselves, and those powerhouses will definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Those people who rely on the darkness origin are also constraining the darkness origin. Lu Yi didn't have much impression of the saintess of the Forget Love Immortal Palace anymore. However, he still agreed to meet. What appeared before Lu Yi was a portrait. The woman in the portrait, well, in Lu Yi's eyes, she was definitely a top-tier beauty. But Lu Yi was completely uninterested in this. Women are too terrifying. So fellow Taoist has already ascended. Lu Yi greets fellow Taoist, Lu Yi said calmly. This method was basically a means for people from the upper realm and people from the lower realm to contact each other. There were such methods in the first heaven, and by the sixth heaven, there were even more such methods. Some people even used this method to chat across realms online, using their identity as being in the seventh heaven to hook up with fairies in the sixth heaven. Some people were really deceived. The fairy in the sixth heaven called them husband one after another, and even played various games across space, dreaming of ascending to the seventh heaven and hugging a big thigh. In reality, such mindless people had absolutely no possibility of ascending to the seventh heaven. Some people also fantasized that although they were unremarkable in the sixth heaven, there was a big shot in the seventh heaven who was madly infatuated with them, and was even willing to defeat the nine heavens' great sage for them, and then come down to pick them up to ascend. One can only say that poisoned chicken soup is deeply harmful. Husband, do you still remember me? Yin Qingcheng's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It had been a long time since she had seen husband looking at her calmly. Wasn't this a kind of progress? Lu Yi. Thoughts flashed like lightning. Lu Yi instantly understood who the other party was. Yin Qingcheng. His ex-wife whom he had resolutely forgotten. Although he didn't know what he had with her, since he had forgotten, it meant there was absolutely no possibility between them. So it's fellow Taoist Yin. Fellow Taoist, don't call me that randomly. I am Lu Yi, and in this life, I only have Shen Zitong as my Tao companion, Lu Yi said with a serious expression. In fact, a feeling of fondness for Yin Qingcheng was unconsciously arising in Lu Yi's heart, but this slight feeling was instantly suppressed by Lu Yi's Tao heart and was rapidly being extinguished. But husband, I am your Tao companion from your previous life, and also the Tao companion you loved the most, Yin Qingcheng said anxiously. Lu Yi just shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist, I had 7 women in my previous life, and you were not among them. Did fellow Taoist make a mistake in cultivation and get some kind of mental illness? I can concoct some pills for fellow Taoist. The price is not high, and perhaps they will be effective for fellow Taoist. Lu Yi even had a faint smile on his face at this moment. He really had no feelings for Yin Qingcheng. Talking to her was exactly the same as talking to a normal fellow Taoist. 7 women, Yin Qingcheng was stunned. The moment these 4 words appeared, Yin Qingcheng's scalp tingled, and her heart was so panicked that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. No, wasn't Lu Yi suffering from amnesia? How did he still know that he had 7 women in his previous life? Could it be that he only had fragmented memories, allowing him to know some simple things? Husband, you said you had 7 women in your previous life, do you know who these 7 women are? Yin Qingcheng's voice became a little panicked. Lu Yi frowned. Fellow Taoist, this seems to be my private matter, right? It has nothing to do with you. Asking like this is a bit excessive. While communicating with Yin Qingcheng, Lu Yi was thinking about other things. This memory crisis of his was related to the relentless sage. The power of the relentless sage was leveraged by the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Putting it all together, it can be concluded that the Forget Love Immortal Palace wanted to kill him. Lu Yi's eyes couldn't help but brighten slightly. He was very poor. The Forget Love Immortal Palace was a rich dog. Husband, I am also your Tao companion, your wife. And I am the wife you love the most, how can this be a private matter? Lu Yi's heart was cold. Yes, a wife who could make him actively forget you, she must really love you. But this was what he intended. You want me to forget everyone and only remember you, so I will remember everyone and only forget you. Then I will tell you who my 7 ex-wives are. Bai Chuling, Yu Hongling, Chu Ling. These 3 were the people he had met earliest. Yin Qingcheng only appeared in the form of a portrait, so her expression couldn't be seen, but in the 7th heaven, her face instantly lost all color. Names appeared one by one from Lu Yi's mouth, and with each name that appeared, Yin Qingcheng's face became uglier. All 7 names were accurately and clearly spoken by Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. He remembers all of them. So, Yin Qingcheng couldn't even speak at this moment. Lu Yi picked up Yin Qingcheng's words, so, I only forgot you. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, fiercely striking Yin Qingcheng's heart. The portrait spontaneously combusted. Yin Qingcheng was simply going crazy. Her great Tao let out a mournful cry at this moment. Her aura fluctuated violently, and the energy in her body was like a tsunami. The great Tao was collapsing. At this moment, Yin Qingcheng encountered a similar situation to Yu Hongling, which was that her great Tao was about to collapse. She entered the Tao with Lu Yi, taking Lu Yi as her utmost emotion, until she obtained Lu Yi. At the time when their love was strongest, she chose to transform the utmost emotion Great Path into the Forget Love Great Path. That was when she would truly achieve the Tao. She would be like the relentless sage, soaring to the heavens from then on. Because her Tao, from now on, would be complete and flawless. She obtained her utmost love and then abandoned her utmost love. This was her complete great Tao. But now that Lu Yi had completely forgotten her, she could no longer obtain her utmost love, and her Tao would never have the possibility of being complete. Ding, the host's current attack power is terrifyingly strong. Even the system couldn't help but exclaim to the little heavenly Tao. In fact, Lu Yi also learned this kind of thing from the system. Hitting a snake at its 7 inches, killing someone and also attacking their heart, this is the most critical damage method. Lu Yi looked at these few people from the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Well, his Hongmeng power was not much now, so he couldn't go up to the Forget Love Immortal Palace. He would go up after his Hongmeng power recovered. Chapter 461 I can't hold it back anymore. Fellow Taoist, we shall take our leave. The cultivators from Forget Love Immortal Palace said to Lu Yi. Lu Yi had a faint smile on his face. Walk slowly, no need to see you out. The few cultivators from Forget Love Immortal Palace felt that something was slightly off, but Lu Yi showed no intention of attacking, so they could only temporarily suppress the unease in their hearts. Lu Yi watched the cultivators from Forget Love Immortal Palace leave, the smile on his face never fading. First, recover the Hongmeng power. In the 7th heaven, Yin Qingcheng's great Tao truly suffered damage this time, falling 2 minor realms before finally stabilizing. Her face was still extremely pale. She actually suspected whether it was possible that Lu Yi also had memories of her, but was deliberately pretending to have forgotten her. But she had observed carefully. When Lu Yi faced her, he was first happy, a kind of happiness as if he was about to make money. Then upon hearing her name, he was disappointed, a kind of disappointment like a cooked duck flying away. It then turned into boredom. Finally, he didn't know what he thought of, but his eyes suddenly brightened, yet what he thought of was absolutely not her. No one could possess such exquisite acting skills. If Lu Yi had any memory of her, he would not be so relaxed. He truly had completely forgotten her. Pain. Yin Qingcheng felt that she was truly in too much pain. Husband, I love you so much, why do you always hurt me so severely time and time again? First Shen Zitong, then our daughter, and finally you heartlessly forgot me. Clearly, you didn't even forget Shangguan Wanling, yet now you've forgotten me. How could you be so relentless? She was still lost in grief and hadn't recovered when black mist already began to steam from her body. How many lives did Lu Yi lose? The darkness origins tone was very poor. The immense loss he suffered this time made him feel extremely uncomfortable, even to the point of going mad. How on earth did Lu Yi do it? Why could he make his power cover the power of the Heavenly Dao? Isn't this like playing around? Why? What realm is Lu Yi in now, yet he can borrow the power of the Heavenly Dao and strike out with a celestial venerable's blow with one punch? Isn't this nonsense? The darkness origin truly couldn't understand how Lu Yi did it. In fact, he had tried before to let Enli use his power. Enli could use it, but only a little. It could only be said that he increased a portion of Enli's attack power. Any more, and his power would completely shatter Enli's power, and the Nine Heavens Great Sage would intervene. According to reason, the power of the Heavenly Dao should also be like this. Why could Lu Yi use his own weak power to envelop such a vast power of the Heavenly Dao? He is not the master of the Heavenly Dao. The power of the Heavenly Dao and his power should be conflicting. But reality was placed before him. The darkness origin was almost angered to death. Excessive. It's truly too excessive. Hearing the darkness origin's question, Yin Qingcheng couldn't help but close her eyes. Not a single life was lost. There was no point in lying, Yin Qingcheng told the truth. The darkness origin. So, he used himself as bait, caused such a huge commotion, even the power of the relentless sage was mobilized, yet it didn't cause any harm to Lu Yi. Instead, he and Yin Qingcheng, one suffered heavy losses, and the other's great Dao was almost broken. You are truly a waste, the darkness origins voice trembled with anger. Yin Qingcheng's expression was extremely terrifying. Aren't you also a waste? You've lived for such a long time, yet you can't even deal with Lu Yi. He has the Heavenly Dao by his side, what can I do? The darkness origin's voice suddenly rose. Yin Qingcheng sneered, endless excuses. I can admit I am a waste, but you don't even dare to admit you are a waste. The black mist suddenly turned into a pair of hands, tightly gripping Yin Qingcheng's neck. Yin Qingcheng looked coldly at the black mist, not resisting at all, perhaps understanding that even resistance would be useless. Crack! Yin Qingcheng's neck was directly snapped. But Yin Qingcheng still showed no sign of begging for mercy. She seemed not to fear death. The darkness origin sighed. Lu Yi, O Lu Yi, one Enli, one Yin Qingcheng, did your ancestral grave smoke green? How could you find these two? No, these 8. The darkness origin was even directly angered to laughter at this moment. Damn it. Releasing Yin Qingcheng, the darkness origin began to ponder. One Enli is not enough, one Yin Qingcheng is also not enough. What if these two people are together? Will it work or not? It seems it still won't work. The darkness origin felt like a dog had been violated. Why was he so talkative at that time, not directly saying he wanted to pledge allegiance, and still mocking Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist? Was Lu Yi's celestial venerable fist something he could mock? He now wanted to find someone to talk to Lu Yi and see if he could pledge allegiance. However, the group of old things within him would absolutely not allow him to pledge allegiance to anyone else. If Lu Yi agreed, he could even sell off those old immortals. Alright, first go and inquire about Lu Yi's stance. If not, then bring Enli out, and let these two women find a way together then. Thinking this, the darkness origin disappeared. Lu Yi was currently rapidly recovering his Hongmeng power. Using the celestial venerable fist was definitely exhilarating, but the consumption was also truly enormous. Anyway, Lu Yi felt a bit drained after 2 punches, otherwise, those few people from Forget Love Immortal Palace definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. But it was fine, there was still a portion of the resources obtained last time, and Lu Yi recovered quickly. Sect leader, someone claiming to be the successor of the Sky Vault Great Emperor requests an audience. While Lu Yi was recovering his power, Ning Tianming said from outside the room. Lu Yi opened his eyes. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't disturb Lu Yi, but this person claimed to be the successor of the Sky Vault Great Emperor. Previously, the Sky Vault Great Emperor seemed to have acted for the sect leader, so if his successor came, it should naturally be reported. Lu Yi opened his eyes. The Sky Vault Great Emperor still had a successor. Why was there no impression at all? See them. Lu Yi's figure appeared at the Heavenly Gate mountain entrance. A girl with a lovely and adorable appearance stood prettily outside the mountain entrance, constantly peeking inside out of curiosity. Lu Yi saw this girl and was certain he had never seen her before. Ding, she is the darkness origin. The system's prompt sounded. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, his fist already clenched. The celestial venerable fist was ready to be unleashed at any moment. Lu Yi's figure emerged, and the girl immediately waved. Lu Yi, I have something very important to tell you. You should know my identity, right? The darkness origin said through the girl's mouth. Lu Yi. The meaning of the darkness origin's words was that he seemed to have no intention of hiding himself. So what was he going to do? Chapter 462 I want to surrender. How strange, truly strange. The darkness origin actually came looking for me on its own, and it wasn't to kill me, but to talk about something. What could I possibly have to talk about with the darkness origin? Discussing which of us would die faster and who would collect the other's corpse. However, since the darkness origin had come, Lu Yi was genuinely quite interested. No need to enter the Heavenly Gate, let's talk somewhere more spacious. Lu Yi was worried that if a fight broke out later, it would harm the innocent. Alright, the darkness origin also had no objection. The figures of the two quickly disappeared. They arrived at an uninhabited place. Lu Yi's fists were clenched tightly. Speak your mind, and when you're done, I'll send you away. The darkness origin chuckled softly, not daring to waste any more words. This 9 lives was quite ruthless. I want to pledge allegiance to you. The words were clear and concise. At this moment, Lu Yi's brain directly crashed. Ding. Drip. Both the system and the little Heavenly Dao were stunned. Huh. Lu Yi's eyes held confusion as he looked at the darkness origin in disbelief. No. Even when I became a celestial venerable in the previous life, the darkness origin had no intention of seeking refuge with me. What level am I at now? The darkness origin seeking refuge with me? Are you perhaps joking? What did you say? Lu Yi asked uncertainly. I said I want to pledge allegiance to you. I thought about it carefully. In the previous life, you and I indeed had enmity, but in this life, we actually have no enmity whatsoever. Yes, I am indeed your enemy now, but from beginning to end, I have not caused you any harm. Enemies can also turn hostility into friendship. What do you think? The darkness origin completely laid out its cards, directly and straightforwardly stating its thoughts. Lu Yi was still a bit confused. The darkness origin's attitude was simply too outrageous. An hour ago, they were still wishing they could kill each other immediately, and now, just an hour later, the darkness origin came to surrender. Even if you surrender, it's not just you inside there. Will they allow you to surrender? Lu Yi asked. You don't need to worry about them. They are of no use to me. The question now is, if I surrender, are you willing to accept? The darkness origin asked. Lu Yi fell silent. He mainly hadn't thought about this kind of thing. If you surrender, you must have some conditions, right? Lu Yi still felt a sense of unreality. Conditions. My condition is that you let me become the Heavenly Dao. Can you do that? The darkness origin asked boldly. Ding, host, your inner world. The system reminded him in time. Lu Yi naturally remembered. They had even discussed at the time whether the little Heavenly Dao or the system should become his Heavenly Dao. Now that a darkness origin appeared, it seemed simple. Just let the darkness origin become the Heavenly Dao of his inner world. Regardless of whether the darkness origin's surrender was real or fake, the darkness origin wouldn't have significant improvement in a short time. On the contrary, Lu Yi could improve greatly in a short time. As long as enough time passed, even if the darkness origin's surrender was fake, it would become real. Yes, I agree, Lu Yi said with a firm voice. Ah. The darkness origin was startled. It had just said it casually. There was only one Heavenly Dao. In the previous life, Lu Yi was already in league with the Heavenly Dao, and in this life, Lu Yi's relationship with the Heavenly Dao seemed even closer. Under such circumstances, Lu Yi could agree to it becoming the Heavenly Dao. Bro, don't mess around. If I become the Heavenly Dao, what about the current Heavenly Dao? The Darkness Origin asked, somewhat dumbfounded. You don't need to worry about that. If you are truly willing to surrender, then you will definitely be able to become the Heavenly Dao in the future. However, since you are surrendering, you need to hand over some things so that I can be more at ease. Verbal agreements were useless. For the Darkness Origin's surrender to be effective, Lu Yi needed to be able to restrain it, otherwise, the Darkness Origin would always have the possibility of turning against him. And coincidentally, Lu Yi had a way to restrain the Darkness Origin. What method? Naturally, it was the technique of the unity of heaven and man. His previous method of becoming the master of the Heavenly Dao was effective because the Darkness Origin itself was similar to the Heavenly Dao. Now, this method could be used on the Darkness Origin. Hand over what? The Darkness Origin asked. Recognize me as master. What? The Darkness Origin couldn't help but exclaim. Are you kidding me? I recognize Lu Yi as master. How could that work? No, absolutely not. After recognizing Lu Yi as master, wouldn't Lu Yi be able to manipulate it however he wanted? Given Lu Yi's character, after recognizing Lu Yi as master, the Darkness Origin thought for a moment, that's not right. Putting everything else aside, just in terms of character, Lu Yi's character, searching throughout the entire 9 heavens, no, including the vast outer domain, there were probably not many people whose character was better than Lu Yi's. And those who recognized Lu Yi as master, like the current human Emperor Banner, Stone Sword, and Enlightenment Tree, were all living extremely comfortably. Even in the previous life, because the Stone Sword was broken, Lu Yi actually abandoned the sword and switched to fists, which was enough to show what kind of person Lu Yi was. As long as you were in the same camp as Lu Yi would definitely not treat you unfairly. This was Lu Yi's genuine reputation. You could doubt Lu Yi was an idiot, but you couldn't doubt Lu Yi's character. But recognizing Lu Yi as master was too significant. The Darkness Origin came intending to test Lu Yi's attitude, but who would have thought that Lu Yi would directly agree to its surrender? The Darkness Origin couldn't help but scratch its head. Can I think about it? It's too fast. I didn't expect you to agree so quickly, the Darkness Origin said honestly. Lu Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Alright, you can think about it. This could be said to be the first time Lu Yi and the Darkness Origin communicated peacefully. Before, whenever the two met, they were single-mindedly thinking of killing each other. Even in the previous life, it was the same. But now, the Darkness Origin was actually talking about surrendering. The Darkness Origin took out a black jade pendant and handed it to Lu Yi. 9 lives, if I decide, I will contact you. I am serious about wanting to surrender this time, the Darkness Origin said. Okay. At this moment, Lu Yi had some words he wanted to say but hesitated. The Darkness Origin was a little confused. What's wrong? Say whatever you want. Lu Yi was also a bit embarrassed. Since you haven't surrendered this time, and you've appeared beside me, how about you let me hit you again? If I don't hit you now, I feel really uncomfortable. The Darkness Origin. Damn it, you're still a scoundrel. Farewell. The girl's body fell softly to the ground. The Darkness Origin had already left. It was seriously contemplating this matter. To surrender, it had to recognize Lu Yi as master. To be honest, having only lost 2% of its energy now, it didn't want to recognize Lu Yi as master. No one liked finding a master for themselves. But this matter, it no longer knew how to deal with Lu Yi. Although there was the darkness upheaval, even the darkness upheaval of the previous life couldn't do anything to Lu Yi. Could it really work this time? No, I can't make up my mind. I'll go see how An Li is doing before deciding. Chapter 463 After the Apology. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. A ball of black mist surged forth. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord saw this and disappeared immediately. He was curious about what Darkness Origin was doing here, but his strong self-control allowed him to completely suppress this curiosity. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord found a void to stay in. His eyes held deep thought. What exactly was Darkness Origin up to, frequently visiting the 6 paths of reincarnation? If it were before, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord wouldn't have worried about what was happening at all, but not long ago, the tribulation lightning released by the Heavenly Dao was truly too immense, directly attracting the attention of Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. It was Lu Yi. It was still Lu Yi. Lu Yi could actually control the power of the Heavenly Dao. What did this mean? The relationship between Lu Yi and the Heavenly Dao was even closer than he had imagined. If that were the case, would the Heavenly Dao conceal things for Lu Yi? In reality, he had a grudge against Lu Yi, but the Heavenly Dao deceived him by saying there was no grudge. But the Heavenly Dao was also perfectly impartial. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's gaze looked towards the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, where the reincarnation obsession resided. The reincarnation obsession had now directly doubled, meaning that in the heaven and earth, nothing had changed, the only change was Lu Yi's rebirth as a celestial venerable. Therefore, the reincarnation obsession itself was originally on Lu Yi's body. Due to the reversal of time, the past reincarnation obsession was brought back to the present, and the present reincarnation obsession still existed, causing the reincarnation obsession to directly double. Time reversal. He was a celestial venerable, yet he couldn't even imagine what kind of energy could actually cause time to reverse. Either a saint made a move, or the Heavenly Dao made a move. Sometimes, you just couldn't dwell on this matter. The more reincarnation Heavenly Lord thought about it, the more he felt uncertain. He felt that he seemed to need to talk to Darkness Origin. Would he get entangled in any karma? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord hesitated. Era after era passed, and Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had clearly become the peak of the peak among celestial venerables, yet he never had a chance to become a saint. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord also wanted to become a saint. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was deep in thought. At this moment, Darkness Origin had already easily found Enli, as there was a connection between them to begin with. The moment the black mist surged over Enli. Although Enli had just been born, her eyes suddenly brightened. Ha ha ha, Darkness Origin has surrendered. Enli was ecstatic in her heart. She knew it, besides herself, no one else could harm Lu Yi. Other people simply had no way to deal with Lu Yi. One must know that was 9 Lives Celestial Venerable, that was her invincible husband. In Enli's mind, Darkness Origin communicated directly with Enli's consciousness. Without me, how was your fight with Lu Yi? Enli asked in a cold voice. Darkness Origin. Lost again. HMPH, your failure was completely within my expectation. You are merely Lu Yi's enemy. How could you possibly understand Lu Yi as much as I do? Without me, facing Lu Yi is simply seeking death. Now you know to come and beg me. Now, apologize to me. Enli's attitude remained firm. Enli actually didn't want to stay here anymore. There was nothing here but endless reincarnation, with no other meaning. However, Enli understood very well that when facing Darkness Origin, you could soften a bit, but the prerequisite for softening was to suppress it severely first before softening. What Enli was doing now was suppressing Darkness Origin. Darkness Origin was initially unwilling to apologize, as in its eyes, what was Enli? Just an ant. But now, ever since reaching an agreement with Lu Yi, Darkness Origin felt its mind had begun to broaden. It wanted to see what this fellow was up to. I'm sorry, it's my fault. When Darkness Origin apologized, there were no emotional fluctuations either, because it looked at the current Enli as if looking at a clown. When it truly surrendered to Lu Yi, it wanted to see what this clown would do. Enli was thrilled. Yes, just like this. But it still felt a bit off. When Lu Yi apologized to her before, there was a feeling of helpless humility. Why was Darkness Origin's apology so bland? Forget it, being able to make Darkness Origin lower its proud head was already a very remarkable thing. After the apology, she could move on to the next step. HMPH, wouldn't nothing have happened if you had apologized earlier? I've said many times that only I can deal with Lu Yi because I understand Lu Yi too well. If you want to be Lu Yi's enemy without me, you are completely unqualified. Darkness Origin. Yes, everything you say is right. Since you already know your mistake, then please let me out again to deal with Lu Yi. The current Lu Yi has improved greatly, stronger than in his previous life, and with far fewer weaknesses than in his previous life. If I were to deal with him, the difficulty would be even greater. Therefore, I need more authority. Enli was like this. You apologize to her, no problem. Apologizing isn't just about using your mouth to apologize, it requires action to sincerely express remorse. Who doesn't have a mouth? Apologizing with just words, is there any sincerity? Darkness Origin's thoughts slightly paused. It felt a bit unable to breathe again. No, the authority you currently possess is already a lot. If I give you more authority, you can even freely mobilize my energy without my permission. Absolutely not. Darkness Origins' voice was slightly anxious. Enli's voice became low and angry. Since you were unwilling, then why did you come to find me? Enli said in dissatisfaction. Didn't you ask me to apologize? I am already willing to apologize, why can't I find you? You made a mistake yourself, and just saying, sorry, with your mouth is enough. What about compensation after the apology? Without compensation, why should I forgive you? Darkness Origin. Its thoughts were a bit frozen now. Wait, since you want compensation, then you can just ask for compensation directly. Why do you still want me to apologize? Enli was furious. Who wants your compensation? I want your apology. This compensation is the sincerity of your apology. Who cares about your compensation? Then I apologized. Then where is your sincerity? I said it quite sincerely. Then where is your compensation? Didn't you say you didn't want compensation? You don't give it just because I don't want it. I want an apology, I want you to apologize with sincerity. I won't give you compensation, I'll just give you an apology. I don't accept. Darkness Origin. Go eat shit. Kill her, must kill her. She's crazy, she's seriously crazy. The black mist directly crushed Enli. Enli's true spirit once again began reincarnation. Darkness Origin was so angry it was almost out of breath. If you want an apology, then ask for an apology. If you want compensation, then ask for compensation. How did it turn into apologizing on the surface but actually wanting compensation? The key is, what the hell did I do wrong? Surrender. Must surrender. Even if Reincarnation Heavenly Lord came today, he wouldn't stop me from surrendering, I said it. Chapter 464 Come and Trick Me. The Darkness Origin Chi left with whooshing sounds. He was practically blinded by lard, how could he even think of coming to see Enli one more time? If he saw her again, he would explode. Actually, the Darkness Origin could have killed Enli directly, but at this moment, the Darkness Origin even felt that killing Enli directly was too easy on her. People like her should taste all the suffering in the world before they die. Damn it, bad luck. Just as the Darkness Origin was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of him. Layers of celestial venerable power enveloped him, and the entire 6 paths of reincarnation fell into a sealed state. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had to ensure that no existence could hear his conversation with the Darkness Origin. This humble Taoist, reincarnation, greets fellow Taoist. A long time ago, the Lord of Reincarnation had already cut ties with Buddhism. His so-called fellow Taoist was a friend of the Great Tao. The Darkness Origin was a little surprised. Strange, you actually dare to appear before me. This doesn't match your temperament. Does fellow Taoist seem to understand this humble Taoist very well? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked with a smile. It's not that I understand you, it's just that your temperament is known to everyone inside and outside the 9 heavens, the Darkness Origin replied. Fellow Taoist makes a joke. This time I stopped fellow Taoist because I have some doubts and would like fellow Taoist to answer them. If fellow Taoist is unwilling, this humble Taoist will absolutely not force it. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord said. The Darkness Origin was even more surprised. This shouldn't be. You belong to the Heavenly Dao camp. If you have any doubts, you should ask the Heavenly Dao. Now you're asking me, aren't you afraid that I'll stir up trouble and sow discord? The Darkness Origin said. Fellow Taoist is joking. I am the Lord of Reincarnation and have no talk of camps. I am a neutral existence at all times. The Darkness Origin couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Why didn't you come out sooner? If you had come out earlier, my idea of surrendering might have been put on hold. But now that I've decided to surrender, you've popped out. The Darkness Origin looked back and forth. No matter how he looked, he saw 4 big, golden characters shining on Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's forehead. Come and trick me. Whatever fellow Taoist wants to ask, just ask. I will certainly tell you everything I know. Thank you, fellow Taoist. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you also someone who has been reborn? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked. The Darkness Origin gave an affirmative answer. That's right. In my previous life, that bastard 9 lives dragged me down with him, so we were sent back together. So that's how it is, fellow Taoist. 9 lives Celestial Venerable is just a Celestial Venerable. How can he make time flow backward? Such great power is surely not something a Celestial Venerable can achieve. right? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was puzzled. The Darkness Origin laughed but did not answer the question. Fellow Taoist, you don't want to get involved in karma, do you? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord hadn't expected the Darkness Origin to ask such a question. Fellow Taoist understands me. Then it wouldn't be right to ask me for something without giving me compensation, would it? The Darkness Origin asked with a smile. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was above all. Normally, he would avoid others' karma. But now, the Darkness Origin was actually taking the initiative to tell him not to create karma with him. Was the Darkness Origin such a considerate existence? Naturally, compensation can be given. May I ask what fellow Taoist needs? The Darkness Origin pondered for a moment. Give me some treasures that Lu Yi needs for cultivation at this stage. I need these treasures to lure Lu Yi into the trap. These treasures must have enough attraction for Lu Yi, the Darkness Origin said. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord frowned. Fellow Taoist, aren't you afraid that Lu Yi will be like before, not only breaking your scheme but also gaining huge benefits to improve his strength? The Darkness Origin smiled helplessly. Fellow Taoist, what do you think I can do? Now, my mere appearance can no longer bring any attraction to Lu Yi. I can only give Lu Yi some things he needs so that he will fall into my trap. Moreover, even if I fail, his increase in strength is not a bad thing for me, because when he reaches the 7th heaven, those fellow Taoists within my body can appear, and at that time, Lu Yi will still be dead. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord thought for a while and felt that there was some truth to it. Alright, good, then tell me what questions you have. The Darkness Origin felt that since he was surrendering, bringing some gifts to show his sincerity was fine, right? Don't humans have a saying, the more gifts, the less blame? In the previous life, did I have any enmity with Lu Yi? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked. The Darkness Origin trembled slightly. To ask such a question, although Reincarnation Heavenly Lord said he didn't like to get involved in any karma, once he did, that guy would completely disregard everything to eliminate it. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, how great would it have been if you had asked me earlier? Now I've already surrendered. Naturally, there was enmity. In the previous life, you were about to become a saint, but Lu Yi became a saint before you. How could you tolerate this? So you colluded with Lu Yi's wife, Zhang Dai, and placed the reincarnation obsession, just thinking of becoming a saint after Lu Yi died while crossing tribulation. A cold glint appeared in Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's eyes. As expected, Lu Yi and I really have enmity. More than just enmity, it's a great enmity that will not rest until one side is dead. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord nodded. You said he died while crossing tribulation. May I ask what tribulation Lu Yi faced when crossing tribulation to become a saint in the previous life? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked again. The Darkness Origin was silent for a moment. There wasn't any particularly powerful tribulation. After all, in the previous life, he gave a lot of resources to his ex-wife, so the tribulation he faced was just a normal tribulation to become a saint. Fellow Taoist, this is not interesting, is it? The Darkness Origin's voice was calm. Fellow Taoist, why do you say that? Fellow Taoist, please tell me the truth. What I'm saying is the truth. Alright, then may I ask fellow Taoist why Lu Yi was able to make time flow backward? How would I know? That guy 9 lives was purely insane. When he was crossing tribulation, the 8 types of poison hadn't even erupted yet. Only one yin-yang devouring GU erupted, and his mentality collapsed. He rushed towards me and self-destructed. It infuriated me. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord nodded. Then may I ask if I observed Lu Yi's crossing tribulation ceremony in the previous life? The Darkness Origin told the truth. I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. You don't know, at that time, I was full of excitement, wanting to see how 9 lives would die at his peak moment. How could I care about anyone else? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, I'm such a big person, and you didn't even take a look. Fellow Taoist, are you willing to unite with me? If we join forces, you only need to do one thing, which is to rush to the 6th heaven and kill 9 lives. Then, after I become the Heavenly Dao, I will be the first to make you a saint. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Chapter 465 What type do you like? Reincarnation Heavenly Lord seriously considered Darkness Origin's suggestion, but in the end, he still shook his head. Looking at the current situation, compared to Heavenly Dao, Darkness Origin's chance of winning is too low. Currently, Heavenly Dao, under the protection left by Nine Heaven's Great Sage, with Hongling recuperating, is officially at its peak of strength. For Darkness Origin to defeat a Heavenly Dao in a state of peak strength, the possibility is too small. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Reincarnation Taoist, you've truly stayed in the Heavenly Venerable realm for too long. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord revealed a smile upon hearing this. The saint is high and follows fate, but reincarnation never ceases. Farewell, fellow Taoist. What about the treasure? Darkness Origin smiled even more happily. It was just treasure used by cultivators of the sixth heaven. He practically had more than he needed. After giving Darkness Origin the promised treasure, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had already disappeared. Darkness Origin also didn't linger and disappeared shortly after. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord began to ponder. Darkness Origin's words clearly couldn't be trusted. He said that he had a grudge with Lu Yi, that Lu Yi became a saint before him, and he harbored resentment. But when he asked him what Lu Yi's tribulation of becoming a saint was, he was unwilling to say. From that, it can be inferred that Lu Yi's tribulation of becoming a saint was definitely not an ordinary tribulation. It must have been one of the top-tier great tribulations of becoming a saint, possibly even the eternal great tribulation. Why did Reincarnation Heavenly Lord speculate this way? Because later, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord asked Darkness Origin if many people were present when Lu Yi was crossing tribulation, and even Darkness Origin was watching the show. Darkness Origin probably didn't understand his underlying meaning. If Lu Yi had cleared the area when he was crossing tribulation, it would indicate that Lu Yi wasn't confident in passing the tribulation of becoming a saint, which is why he would choose to clear the area. Since he didn't clear the area, it meant that Lu Yi had enough confidence to cross tribulation and become a saint. With such strong confidence comes such strong power. Would he provoke such a powerful existence? He didn't even drive away Darkness Origin, letting Darkness Origin watch from the side. Therefore, considering everything, he had no enmity with Lu Yi. Furthermore, even if he were to attack, he wouldn't use Reincarnation Obsession. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord was completely relieved. It was best if there was no enmity, because if he were to forcibly endure Nine Heaven's Great Sage's laws to blast and kill Lu Yi, he really wasn't necessarily confident he could defeat Nine Heaven's Great Sage. That was Nine Heaven's Great Sage. Throughout history, how many beings could be called Great Sages? Why wasn't Nine Heaven's Great Sage called Nine Heaven's Saint? Was it because of the Great Sage's achievements? Achievements were certainly a part of it, but the most crucial factor was Nine Heaven's Great Sage's terrifying strength. The resources he gave to Darkness Origin, he didn't leave any backup plans, nor were they exclusive to six paths of reincarnation. No matter what, Lu Yi couldn't blame him. So safe. After Darkness Origin left, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord should believe now that he didn't provoke Lu Yi, right? But in reality, Darkness Origin was very clear about it. In the betrayal by the 8 women, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord played a significant role. Now, while the opportunity to become a saint hasn't appeared, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord is still relatively calm. But when the opportunity to become a saint arises, how could Reincarnation Heavenly Lord hold back? He couldn't defeat 9 lives head-on, so he could only scheme from behind. If 9 lives hadn't self-destructed directly in the previous life, even if he was extremely powerful, enduring 8 kinds of yin-yang devouring Gu and 8 kinds of poison, he might still have passed the eternal Great Tribulation. In that case, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord would definitely have attacked, giving 9 lives the final blow. This is competing for the Tao, a life and death struggle for the Tao. At this time, Lu Yi was having a meeting with Shen Zitong and Little Heavenly Dao. Inside the Heavenly Palace, Shen Zitong sat lazily on the throne, covered by a blanket, looking elegant and noble, with a completely new aura. Little Heavenly Dao lay sprawled beside her, holding her chin with both hands, her 2 little legs swinging back and forth in the air. Lu Yi sat cross-legged. "Tell me, what are your thoughts on Darkness Origin surrendering?" Lu Yi asked. "Ding, when the little world within you first takes shape and 10,000 Daos are born, there will definitely be a great upheaval. There must be an existence similar to Heavenly Dao to suppress this upheaval, and Darkness Origin is more suitable," the system said. Sister is right. Then weren't one of you planning to enter that world?" Lu Yi asked. "Ding, Little Heavenly Dao doesn't want to be separated from me." Sister is right. Then won't you two fight in the future?" Ding, he can't beat me. Sister is right. Lu Yi couldn't help but rub little Heavenly Dao's head. His daughter was truly adorable. Rub sister's head too. Lu Yi looked at Shen Zitong. Shen Zitong rolled her eyes. A joke. She, the dignified system lord, would have her head rubbed by a mere Lu Yi. Shen Zitong seemed to think of something and suddenly became very interested. Ding, Lu Yi, want to hear something good. Lu Yi. Before he could agree, his own voice rang out. Respected system lord. Lu Yi's face instantly darkened. Respected system lord. Shen Zitong was quite mischievous, deliberately cutting off the rest of the sentence, leaving only this one phrase. Respected system lord. Lu Yi suddenly pounced towards Shen Zitong. Ding ding ding, the naughty Lu Yi is getting angry from embarrassment. Charge. Capture sister. Together with little Heavenly Dao, they grabbed Shen Zitong and smacked her a few times. Little Heavenly Dao also secretly took a few swipes, couldn't help but feel curious, why didn't hers feel as comfortable as sister's? Lu Yi's consciousness left the Heavenly Palace. Because he felt darkness origin contacting him. 9 lives, are you there? Lu Yi picked up the black jade pendant. Yes, I've thought it over. From now on, I'll follow you. But I can't completely recognize you as my master, because those old things inside me will definitely sense it. For now, I can only use half my power to recognize you as my master. Once we join forces and kill all those old things, how about I completely recognize you as my master, Darkness Origin said. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Okay. Alright. Oh, right, I ran into Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. He asked me if I had any enmity with you in the previous life. I said yes, so he should think there isn't any. I also took a bunch of resources from him that are useful to you, under the guise of setting a trap. Lu Yi was actually curious about what Reincarnation Heavenly Lord had done specifically against him in the previous life. What did he do in the previous life? Lu Yi asked. Plenty. Besides reincarnation obsession not being his doing, he was responsible for several other types of poison, including yin-yang devouring Jiu. Lu Yi. What did you do? After I pinned all the blame on Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, I didn't do anything else. Lu Yi. Oh, right, 9 lives, what kind of girls do you like? Lu Yi. Chapter 466, Failed Package. Darkness Origin instantly stumped Lu Yi with the question. What do you mean? Lu Yi's brows furrowed tightly, enough to practically trap flies. What do I mean? After I recognize you as my master, when I appear by your side, I can't possibly remain as a black mist. So, it's more suitable to directly transform into a girl's form. What type of girl do you like? One that looks pleasing to the eye. I can just directly transform into that, can't I? Darkness Origin was direct and straightforward, without the slightest intention of concealing its thoughts. No need, just stay like this. I'm allergic to women right now. Of course, Lu Yi wouldn't let Darkness Origin turn into a girl. Shen Zitong and little Heavenly Dao turning into girls was already giving Lu Yi non-stop headaches. For instance, if he had to hit them, their faces were hard to hit, their chests were hard to hit, this was hard to hit, that was hard to hit. It would be better to turn into a man. If they made him angry, one old punch, and who cares where it lands? Wherever it hits, you deserve it. Darkness Origin thought for a moment. Alright, let's not consider it for now. Anyway, I can change anytime. It felt this state was quite good. It wasn't a living being and had no fixed appearance. Directly customizing it based on Lu Yi's preference, completely without any flaws, wouldn't that be wonderful? So, how should we design a plan so you can get the resources given by Reincarnation Heavenly Lord and have half of my energy recognize you as master? Lu Yi began to ponder. At this moment, Darkness Origin was incredibly relaxed. It directly handed the problem over to Lu Yi, letting Lu Yi think. There was absolutely no need to worry about failure. When something doesn't require worrying about failure, and you even fear success, the difficulty of that matter directly drops to the lowest point. After all, people always say, at worst, this matter will just fail, right? But you never hear anyone say, at worst, this matter will succeed. Darkness Origin had never been this relaxed before. What do you think of Forget Love Immortal Palace? Lu Yi asked. Forget Love Immortal Palace. That's right. Yin Qingcheng plotted against you. If Forget Love Immortal Palace hadn't helped and been willing to give her that jade pendant, the power of Relentless Sage wouldn't have been activated. Lu Yi nodded. That's how it is. When the time comes, I will go to Forget Love Immortal Palace to demand an explanation. First, I'll fight a battle, then pretend to be defeated and leave. When I leave, I'll make it clear I won't let the matter rest. At that time, you help Forget Love Immortal Palace by sending them a grand formation called the Seven Emotions Guiding God Formation. This formation is powerful, and they definitely won't suspect anything. You want to act against Forget Love Immortal Palace? Darkness Origin asked. Lu Yi nodded calmly. If the other party attacked him, could he not retaliate? There was no such logic. But aren't you worried about Forget Love Immortal Revered? Darkness Origin asked. Did Forget Love Immortal Revered attack me in the previous life? Lu Yi asked. It seems he didn't. Forget Love Immortal Revered's strength wasn't actually that great. He had only recently advanced to the Heavenly Venerable realm, so there was no reason for him to attack Lu Yi in the previous life. Because even if Lu Yi failed his crossing tribulation to become a saint, it wouldn't be his turn to become a saint. If Lu Yi succeeded in his crossing tribulation, and he participated, he would certainly die. The risk and reward were not proportional. If I worried about this and worried about that, tell me, in these 9 heavens, are there any people I can still act against? Lu Yi's gaze was cold. Being hesitant and overcautious was never Lu Yi's style. Whoever provoked him, died. If he couldn't kill them, he would cultivate until he reached the level where he could, and then go kill them. Forget Love Immortal Revered was in the 9th heaven. If he was still hesitant and timid even with the laws left behind by the 9 heavens great sage still existing, what kind of cultivation was he doing? He might as well go home and farm. The laws set by the 9 heavens great sage were precisely so you wouldn't fear others' backgrounds. Yet, he somehow didn't remember the incident of being spawn-camped. But there was nothing he could do. 9 heavens great sage hadn't experienced such a thing. Lu Yi and Darkness Origin went over the steps in detail. Rest assured, guaranteed to fail. Oh right, what is the 8th type of poison I was afflicted with? Lu Yi asked at this moment. Darkness Origin thought for a moment. Even I don't know about that one. She deliberately hid it. I'm afraid only Enli herself knows. But if my guess is correct, it should still be somewhat related to the clan behind Enli, Darkness Origin said. Currently, Enli's overall strength isn't strong yet, so she doesn't dare to contact that clan. Even Darkness Origin didn't know. Was it that mysterious? Lu Yi couldn't help but find it a bit strange. Tell me in detail how you two got together in the previous life, Lu Yi said. Talking about this kind of thing immediately piqued Darkness Origin's interest. At first, we hadn't even met yet. I remember the first time I ran into you, you were still fighting a great battle with Heavenly Gate. Heavenly Gate was miserable. Lu Yi remembered that time. Actually, that great battle with Heavenly Gate was fake. His goal at the time had already fallen upon the Heavenly Dao, and he was starting to prepare to seize the Heavenly Dao for the system. Ahem, let's not talk about the enmity with Heavenly Gate from the previous life in this life. Huh, that's not right. You fought Heavenly Gate so hard in the previous life that their brains were spilling out. Then you and Heavenly Dao should also be in an adversarial relationship. Why is Heavenly Dao helping you so much in this life? Darkness Origin reacted, feeling a bit puzzled. The two of us just a few days ago beat your brains out, and now aren't you still by my side talking to me? Lu Yi said as if it were obvious. Darkness Origin thought about it and realized he was right. That time I asked you to join me so we could take on Heavenly Dao together, but you didn't agree. We weren't enemies at that time, right? Lu Yi nodded. Indeed, they weren't enemies. Later, I ignited the Taoist incense, triggering a war across the entire 9 heavens, and you came over to fight me. That was the first time we started forming enmity. After the Taoist incense ended, my plan failed, and naturally, I couldn't just let it go. I sought you out several more times and was defeated by you again, and the enmity between us also grew deeper and deeper. By the time you reached the quasi-emperor realm, an old immortal within me really couldn't hold on anymore, so he brazenly launched the darkness upheaval. You broke through to the great emperor realm and started frantically killing those old immortals, fighting for a long time. As your strength grew stronger and stronger, that group of old immortals within me finally clearly felt they were no match for you and could only fall back into slumber. I absolutely hated you back then, gnashing my teeth. The madness of a celestial venerable before their demise, although it didn't break the laws of the 9 heavens great sage, it did start to break through the barriers above the 5th heaven. Originally, I could have significantly increased my strength again, but you alone ruined it. Later, Enli found me and said she had a way to pull you down from the Heavenly Venerable realm and needed my help. At that time, I thought, no matter who was fighting 9 lives, I, Darkness Origin, definitely had to help out. But I wasn't the main force. What I did was entirely helping Enli as a subordinate, watching her contact her mother clan and also contact a mysterious existence. At first, I didn't know who this mysterious existence was, but later I felt it was Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. Thinking of getting a piece of the action, I stole the reincarnation obsession. Enli pulling me in was entirely to ensure her safety. After all, you should know how crazy her mother clan is. Chapter 467, Innate Demon Infant. Actually, in my previous life, I didn't have any life and death enmity with you. As for your relatives and friends who fell, they were killed by those old undying fellows within my body. That group of old undying fellows has nothing to do with me. They found me, and I had no way to get rid of them. In my previous life, someone harmed you, but I didn't directly make a move. As the Darkness Origin spoke, it actually felt a bit wrong. You didn't go easy on me in this life, Lu Yi said calmly. The Darkness Origin only didn't have eyes right now, otherwise, it would definitely have rolled its eyes at Lu Yi. In my previous life, I was properly watching you crossing tribulation, and I didn't do anything, yet you directly dragged me into self-detonation. Am I not wrong? When I was reborn, I thought that instead of just watching a show and being taken away by you, it would be better to strike first. So I found Enli, brought Enli out from her maternal clan ahead of time, and because her strength was too weak, I finally managed to stuff her into the heaven and earth below, just thinking of killing you while you were still weak and unable to use various divine abilities. And then here we are now. Lu Yi sneered disdainfully. With these words, the Darkness Origin certainly washed itself clean, looking like a pure innocent flower. If Lu Yi believed that, then Lu Yi would be the real idiot. However, it was understandable, after all, the Darkness Origin had surrendered, so it naturally couldn't focus on its own mistakes and vigorously tell Lu Yi. Did the Darkness Origin dare say that when Enli wanted to harm him back then, she didn't hesitate at all? Well, it's really not certain if she hesitated. At this moment, Lu Yi even felt a bit sheepish. Damn it, I really deserved it. But the Darkness Origin definitely played a role in fueling the situation. Just as Lu Yi was about to say something else, the black mist surged slightly. Huh, an old undying fellow has awakened, and this time the awakening was surprisingly fast. 9 lives, I'll go stabilize him for a bit. When you want to contact me, feel free to contact me anytime. Lu Yi nodded. The black mist before his eyes disappeared. Lu Yi continued to recover his Hongling power. Once the recovery was complete, he would go and loot the Forget Love Immortal Palace. As for the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, Lu Yi could still only pretend not to know about this matter. Until he became a great emperor, he wouldn't say anything. No, even until he reached the peak of great emperor, it would be best not to say anything. 6 paths of reincarnation, 1 celestial venerable and 6 great emperor level combatants. It's no joke, saying they are the number 1 power in the 9 heavens is not a problem. If Lu Yi showed even a little hostility towards the Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, someone over there would likely send him back to reincarnation. The consciousness of the Darkness Origin returned to its main body. At this moment, a dense purple light sphere emitted a clear radiance within the Darkness Origin, even the darkness couldn't conceal this light. The purple light resembled a giant egg, and inside there was a very small but clean and healthy-looking infant, who was inside the giant egg as if in a placenta. However, the infant opened its eyes at this moment. Innate, why are you awake? The Darkness Origin asked. The innate demon infant blew a small bubble. This was another existence whose name alone could scare people to death. The innate demon infant, the number 1 powerhouse under the demon ancestor, who loved to eat infants, was originally an infant refined using terrifying evil methods. The refiner originally wanted the innate demon infant to become his clone, but was instead devoured by the innate demon infant. From then on, the innate demon infant rose strongly and left behind a terrifying reputation in the era of darkness. I sensed a hint of crisis in the depths of the unknown, so I awakened. Darkness, you should know what happened regarding this hint of crisis, right? The innate demon infant spoke, its voice also like that of a newborn infant. The Darkness Origin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Damn it, as expected of an old monster, as soon as I surrendered here, it sensed that something was wrong over there. Indeed, I've encountered some trouble recently, but your awakening isn't of much use. The Darkness Origin said. When the innate demon infant heard this, he immediately became interested. So, which newly born celestial venerable attacked you? Nine Heavens Great Sage. Stop joking. If the Nine Heavens Great Sage made a move, he likely wouldn't even have had a chance to awaken before being annihilated. It's all the Nine Heavens Great Sage's fault for insisting on isolating the Nine Heavens, which resulted in none of you being able to descend to the lower realms to kill that son of Heavenly Dao. I targeted him again and again. Not only was I unable to do anything to him, but he also wore down a considerable amount of my origin power. The Darkness Origin said angrily. What is the opponent's strength? The innate demon infant asked. He's still in the sixth heaven. As for strength, what strength was it? Oh, Nine Extremes realm. The innate demon infant's small face darkened, full of disbelief. So you've been repeatedly defeated by a little thing in the Nine Extremes realm. What can I do? He has the Heavenly Dao behind him. I can't directly make a move and kill him. You guys are strong, but can you bypass the Nine Heavens Great Sage and go directly kill him? The Darkness Origin said self-righteously. Couldn't you have let someone from the sixth heaven kill him? The innate demon infant asked. Let whom? The Demon Clan. Darkness Origin. The Demon Clan. It seemed to have sensed a strange tone in the Darkness Origin's voice when it said these two words. What's wrong? Even after we were purged by the Nine Heavens Great Sage, the Demon Clan should still be one of the strongest races in the world. Could it be that gathering the power of the Demon Clan still can't annihilate an ant in the Nine Extremes realm? Darkness Origin. Since you've awakened, are you coming out? The Darkness Origin said impolitely. The innate demon infant pondered for a moment, seemingly calculating the time. I can be born now. All the purple, at this moment, began to contract. The innate demon infant completely absorbed the entire purple light. His appearance slightly grew, becoming like a 5 or 6 year old, but very quickly, a strong aura of decay surged out. In the blink of an eye, a child carved from pink jade had turned into a terrifyingly old person. The innate demon infant looked at his appearance and was truly dissatisfied. It seemed he still needed to devour some children to maintain his childlike state. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Demon Clan. The Darkness Origin brought the innate demon infant directly to the outer domain. As for the outer domain, there weren't many restrictions, but currently, the population in the outer domain was sparse, and coupled with the outer domain's vastness, it looked especially desolate. A top-tier great emperor finding someone was still very fast. Before long, the innate demon infant had already arrived before the Demon Clan who had escaped from the sixth heaven. Yes, the Demon Clan in the sixth heaven, simply knowing that Lu Yi was about to ascend to the sixth heaven, immediately packed up and left. They were truly unwilling to delay for even a second. The appearance of the innate demon infant first caused the Demon Clan members to be stunned. Some Demon Clan members immediately recognized the innate demon infant. Emotions instantly fluctuated. Chapter 468, Internal Support. Ancestor. Following a mournful cry, immediately a Demon Clan expert knelt down on the ground. The other Demon Clan members who hadn't reacted were stunned, carefully observed the appearance of the innate demon infant, and immediately knew who this was. Ancestor. You have finally revived. Greetings, Ancestor. Almost all the Demon Clan were extremely emotional. The appearance of the innate demon infant meant that from now on, the Demon Clan also had a race with a great emperor above them, and they were no longer stepchildren. The innate demon infant frowned tightly. How did it turn out like this? Someone even directly cried. Was this still the bloodthirsty, crazy, lawless, and evil Demon Clan he was familiar with? When things are abnormal, there must be Yao. Looking at this group of demons with aggrieved faces, looking like they had unspeakable suffering. Alright, what a shameful sight. Demon Clan sheds blood but not tears, don't you know that? The innate demon infant said unhappily. If it weren't for this group of Demon Clan being old veterans, he would have long since directly devoured these few crying Demon Clan members. What exactly happened? Tell me. The innate demon infant's words were simply like poking a hornet's nest. Ancestor, we Demon Clan, are suffering. That Lu Yi is simply not human. The innate demon infant's expression turned ugly, extended his finger, and instantly annihilated this crying Demon Clan expert, turning him into dust. Tell me normally. The many Demon Clan members immediately felt a chill in their hearts, only then remembering that this ancestor was not some kind and benevolent person, this was a terrifying existence that made all the heavens tremble. Ancestor, it's like this, in the 9 heavens, a guy who is a celestial venerable reborn appeared, named Lu Yi. In his previous life, we demon clan don't know how we provoked him. Since his rebirth, he has specifically targeted demon clan to kill. He started from the first heaven, and every time he ascended a heaven, he would kill demon clan. Even if some were not completely killed, very few were left. We demon clan didn't even provoke him, but he just fiercely killed demon clan, killing them heaven by heaven. He even said things like killing demon clan doesn't need a reason, and demon clan has no sense of pain. We demon clan are also made of flesh and blood, we demon clan are also living beings, how could we not have a sense of pain? The most outrageous thing was in the 5th heaven. The demon clan finally managed to produce a talented individual skilled in development, who developed the demon clan to be extremely powerful, even having hope of unifying the 5th heaven. But he alone, brutally forcibly killed them all. Even when the 9 heavens great sage was present, we demon clan were never so wrong. When he kills, he doesn't distinguish between young and old. As long as it's a demon clan member, he doesn't spare a single one. The speaker was a top void realm expert of the demon clan. Even though the demon clan chief had just been annihilated, the more he spoke, the more he wanted to cry. Who did the demon clan provoke? Is it easy for the demon clan? Is it easy for the demon clan? The innate demon infant heard this and was instantly enraged. Simply detestable. So when he just ascended to the 6th heaven, why didn't you directly attack and kill him? The innate demon infant asked. We couldn't kill him. He is from the heavenly gate, protected by the heavenly gate, how could we kill him? The demon clan finally revived an ancestor, finding their backbone, and began to pour out their grievances frantically. Telling out all the grievances of these years. Difficult. Too difficult. See, this is your so-called using the demon clan to kill him. The darkness origin said gloatingly. The innate demon infant's expression was gloomy. What's the deal with you saying he's a celestial venerable reborn? Reincarnation is reincarnation, what does reborn mean? The demon clan quickly explained the matter of rebirth again. You also know he's reborn, right? The innate demon infant asked the darkness origin. Yes, I know. Otherwise, why would I have started targeting him from the 3rd heaven? No, I even started in the 2nd heaven. But I really had no way. The darkness origin said. The innate demon infant began to ponder. Since I have revived, that shall be Lu Yi's doomsday. The darkness origin instantly became spirited. How are you planning to do it? The darkness origin asked. First, gather the demon clan void realm experts. The group of demon clan members looked at each other, actually wanting to persuade the innate demon infant, perhaps to just forget about it. If they couldn't win, couldn't they at least hide? They could just hide in the outer domain, and stop going against Lu Yi. Hurry! The innate demon infant roared angrily. He truly felt ashamed. This group of people had simply thrown away all the face of the demon clan. Their demon clan, in the past, was an existence that suppressed all the heavens and ruled an era. Now they had actually become like this. Lu Yi also opened his eyes at this moment. 9 lives, the plan might change. The innate demon infant has awakened ahead of time. He is the innate demon infant who broke your stone sword in the previous life and was hammered to death by you. He is now trying to find a way to kill you. Perhaps the matter of forget love immortal palace can be put aside for now. Lu Yi immediately became spirited upon hearing this name. That's right, in the previous life, Lu Yi broke through to the great emperor realm, and at the same time, the stone sword also evolved into an emperor weapon. But the evolution was too hasty. As soon as the evolution was completed, it accompanied Lu Yi in starting a frantic slaughter, resisting the darkness upheaval. After Lu Yi killed 2 great emperors, he single-handedly fought against 5 more great emperors, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. Among them, the strongest was this innate demon infant, to the extent that the stone sword was shattered. Finally, the innate demon infant was hammered into a pulp by Lu Yi's fist, and his Dao fruit was crushed into dust. Now this fellow has actually awakened ahead of time. At this moment, Lu Yi's Hongling power has also completely recovered. Okay, deal with him first. Lu Yi's eyes carried cold killing intent, and the stone sword appeared in his hand. At this time, the stone sword was entirely crimson. It had already devoured many precious materials, improving frantically. Compared to when it was in the 6th heaven in the previous life, it was unknown how many times stronger. In this life, all resources were enjoyed by Lu Yi alone, so naturally, he wouldn't be as stingy with the stone sword as he was in the previous life. Actually, he wasn't stingy in the previous life either, he was just poor. 9 lives, the innate demon infant has used the 100 Sons Returning to Heaven method, controlling 100 Void Realm experts by himself, and is coming into the 9 heavens to kill you. 100 Sons Returning to Heaven method. Lu Yi knew this spell. In the previous life, the innate demon infant used the 10,000 Sons Returning to Heaven method to collect infants for him. Now he is using the 100 Sons Returning to Heaven, likely because there are only about 100 Void Realm Demon Clan members, and he is controlling all of them in one go. Can you defeat 100 Void Realm experts controlled by a great emperor? The Darkness Origin asked. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. No problem. Even if he couldn't win, he should be able to run. Okay, then I'll tell the innate demon infant that I will use the treasure given by reincarnation Heavenly Lord as bait to lure you, and you can come and harvest them then. Okay. Chapter 469 Real-Time Leak. 100 Void Realm, controlled by the innate demon infant. One can imagine what kind of combat power can erupt. Lu Yi had experienced this 100 Sons Returning to Heaven technique in his previous life. Now he is only in the 9 Extremes realm, facing ordinary Void Realm poses no problem at all. No, even facing powerful top-tier Void Realm is not a problem, but if you're talking about hundreds of top-tier Void Realm, then Lu Yi must seriously ponder over it. 100 Sons Returning to Heaven. Lu Yi began to ponder. In his previous life he violently shattered it, but in this life, he wasn't that violent. Then he had to find another way. He did have a technique, named Song of Chaos. If he borrowed the power of the Song of Chaos, could he break the 100 Sons Returning to Heaven? Lu Yi didn't hesitate at all. System, begin simulation. Ding, simulating. Rather than racking his brain alone, it was better to let the system simulate an accurate answer. Ding, simulation successful. For small problems like this, the system simulates very quickly. The simple Song of Chaos cannot break open the 100 Sons Returning to Heaven, so the Song of Chaos can be enhanced. Begin comprehending the Tao. Lu Yi didn't waste words either, and immediately began comprehending the Tao, specifically comprehending this divine ability of the Song of Chaos. 9 lives, the innate demon infant has successfully cast the 100 Sons Returning to Heaven technique. Now all the demon clans Void Realm are innate demon infants, pay attention. 9 lives, the demon clans Void Realm have started returning to the 9 heavens. 9 lives, the demon clan people haven't been out for too long, they still have the 9 heavens aura on them, and have now entered the 9 heavens. 9 lives, they are preparing to set up the 100 demon divine array, knowing you are very familiar with arrays, so this kind of array directly summons a demon god, and that demon god is the innate demon infant. 9 lives, I have already spread the news, come quickly. The Darkness Origins real-time reports kept coming from the Black Jade Pendant. The Song of Chaos successfully upgraded to Shriek of Chaos. Lu Yi opened his eyes. The Darkness Origin had already stated the location, and Lu Yi immediately rushed over without stopping. At this time, the hundreds of Void Realm Demon Clan powerhouses all had steady gazes. It could be seen that their gazes were completely identical. All of them were controlled by the innate demon infant. Actually, I really don't want to use any treasures to lure Lu Yi, because that guy Lu Yi has too many tricks. What if it fails? I'll be caught by him again and get chopped, the Darkness Origin said worriedly. Even the innate demon infant was somewhat unable to tolerate the Darkness Origin's current timid and hesitant nature. How could it fail? My 100 Sons Returning to Heaven, 100 Demon Divine Array, let alone a 9 Extremes realm, even if he has shattering realm combat power, it can entangle him to death. No, I'm still worried. Why don't you directly attack the Heavenly Gate? There aren't too many powerhouses at the Heavenly Gate, at most a few dozen or nearly 100 Void Realm. I believe with your strength, you should be able to kill them very easily, right? The Darkness Origin said. But what if Lu Yi runs away? The Darkness Origin was a bit hesitant. He shouldn't run, right? Should, everything is, should. I am absolutely certain, this time Lu Yi is doomed to die. Really? The innate demon infant's words seemed to finally put the Darkness Origin at ease. How great it would be if you had revived earlier. Gaetian Great Emperor didn't have such miraculous methods as you. If you had revived earlier, Lu Yi would likely have already been annihilated in the third heaven. The Darkness Origin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. HMPH, Gaetian was just an ordinary Great Emperor, nowhere like the Great Emperors of the Darkness era. We had already elevated various techniques to a brand new height, the innate demon infant said rather smugly. Comparing himself with others was meaningless. But comparing him with Gaetian Great Emperor, the innate demon infant became somewhat smug. This 100 Suns returning to heaven technique is one of the innate demon infant's top divine abilities. Using this method to annihilate a Lu Yi, even if he is a celestial venerable, what can he do? A celestial venerable at the 9 extremes realm is as easy to kill as slaughtering a chicken. The demon clan is really getting weaker and weaker. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. This time, let Ancestor show you what it means to be powerful. We still need to awaken the group of powerhouses from your darkness era. After annihilating Lu Yi, even if the Heavenly Dao wants to support others, there won't be time. As long as we launch another darkness upheaval, by then this piece of Heavenly Dao will be mine. After I become the Heavenly Dao, you will truly live under the sunlight and achieve immortality, ha ha ha. The darkness origin was truly laughing happily. The demon clan powerhouses controlled by the innate demon infant also revealed smiles. After so many years, the strength of the outside world was still the same, but the powerhouses within the darkness origin were increasing. With this ebb and flow, the outside world indeed had no power to resist them. In the end, those who feared death accounted for the majority. Suddenly, the innate demon infant frowned. Incorrect. What's incorrect? The darkness origin was slightly bewildered. In the void, a sword light appeared silently, followed by a second and a third. Countless sword lights, at some unknown time, had already formed an incomparably vast sword array. All the stars in the sky were aiding this sword light. Endless spiritual energy surged madly, like a landslide and a tsunami. How did he come so fast? Even the innate demon infant was startled. Did the news spread that fast? The news of the treasure was probably captured by Lu Yi the moment it appeared, and then he rushed here frantically without stopping, which is why he arrived so quickly, right? It seems Lu Yi is truly poor. Roar. All the 100 Suns demon infants were roaring angrily. At this moment, their auras were all connected, erupting with an aura far exceeding the void realm. Black mist surged, and demonic might covered the world. Lu Yi's figure appeared, his expression cold. The stone sword hummed. It had already heard its master say that this guy had broken it in the previous life. This grudge must be avenged. A terrifying mass of black light, completely uniform in color, rapidly expanded with the 100 Suns demon infants as the center, carrying an aura that crushed everything. At this moment, Lu Yi suddenly let out a long howl. This long howl directly caused the void to twist, the great Dao to become chaotic, and order to collapse. Even space-time seemed to change at this moment. The shrieking sound echoed in the void. The black light, which was originally completely uniform in color, suddenly began to show a large number of spots under this shriek. Colorful black appeared clearly at this moment. The innate demon infant's 100 Suns returning to heaven technique instantly became chaotic, and the innate demon infant's expression changed. Woo-woo. The sound of terrifying and mournful sword chi crisscrossing instantly rang out. Countless supreme sword chi, all composed of Hongling power, and amplified by the supreme sword array, rushed into the colorful black all at once. Screams rang out. Chapter 470 Nothing. How strong was the sword energy unleashed by the combination of Hongling power and the supreme sword Dao? To be honest, Lu Yi had never tried it before. Since possessing the Hongling power, this was actually the first time Lu Yi had truly engaged in a real battle. Dealing with that group of children before didn't count, because Lu Yi was just playing with them. Also, when attacking the darkness origin, he had the Heavenly Dao's blessing, and the difference between him and the darkness origin was too vast to fully see the effect of the Hongling power. When he fought Lin Wuya, he used the Celestial Venerable Fist, and he was very satisfied with the effect. And now was the time to officially showcase the effect of the Hongling power. The innate demon infant's face changed drastically the moment the 100 Suns returning to heaven formation became chaotic. As streaks of sword energy, accompanied by terrifying wailing sounds, whistled towards them, there were few screams but many severed limbs. In an instant, more than half of the Void Realm experts died on the spot. Lu Yi swung the stone sword, his figure disappearing in a flash, and a huge sword light swept over. Roar. The 100 Suns returning to heaven formation urgently recovered, but the sword light had already surged forth. Puff. More than a dozen people were simultaneously cut in half at the waist. The sword energy gave them no chance to survive, shattering their nascent souls. Only a little over a dozen of the 100 Void Realm experts remained. The 100 Suns returning to heaven formation was completely restored, and the innate demon infant was both shocked and enraged, roaring and charging towards Lu Yi. His methods were indeed terrifying. Lu Yi didn't even know what was happening with the demonic energy before it had already coiled around his body like a python. A strong feeling of weakness swept over him. But Lu Yi still firmly held the sword in his hand, the sword energy shattering the python. More than a dozen Void Realm experts suddenly disappeared, reappearing from the void in all directions, attacking Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood alone in the center, using a sword and a fist to block the attacks coming from all directions. Innumerable figures flickered around him, changing unpredictably, but Lu Yi remained motionless. Suddenly, Lu Yi disappeared. A sword light pierced through a figure, sending them flying several hundred miles in one go, splitting their body open. Layers of patterns bloomed beneath Lu Yi's feet, and more than a dozen figures simultaneously formed hand seals, a giant black beam of light shooting upwards from below into the depths of the void. But Lu Yi only took a step back, strange divine flowers blooming beneath his feet, his figure already appearing at the location where he had first appeared. The two combatants' methods were simply countless, but most of them seemed to lack sufficient power, with many techniques only able to unleash their weakest might. It was clear that all the divine abilities were top-tier divine abilities. Lu Yi's figure transformed into a ghostly state, the sword light began to become eerie and unpredictable, and his figure produced countless afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Layers of black ripples bloomed, the void seemingly opening up like a pure black flower. But still, demon clan members had their souls snatched away by a single sword strike from the sword light. The innate demon infant was furious, and the cry of a baby suddenly resounded. This cry carried an extremely powerful soul-shattering force. However, Lu Yi seemed unaffected, taking another life. The human emperor banner had long since protected Lu Yi's soul. When dispersed, they simply couldn't defeat Lu Yi. His sword energy was too fierce, too sharp. Although his methods were like a ghost's, the moment he struck, he was unstoppable. Knowing that this wouldn't work, even though only 11 Void Realm experts remained, the innate demon infant resolutely used the 100 demon divine array. A strange and desolate sound rang out, like ancient people in ancient times calling upon a deity. Lu Yi held his breath and focused, all the figures returning to himself. Overwhelming sword intent surged around him, and merely the sword momentum had already formed a giant sword above his head. The stone sword hummed. A continuous stream of Hongling power surged into the stone sword in its sharpest form. The innate demon infant's phantom appeared in the void. Even just the phantom emitted a terrifying fluctuation that suppressed the heavens and made souls tremble. He was like the source of all evil, the end of all destruction. He was high above, not to be looked at directly. A wisp of an emperor's aura was enough to terrify living beings to death. They were existences that could not be imagined by mere imagination. But for Lu Yi, it was useless. When he shattered the opponent's body in Dao fruit in his previous life, it meant that emperors, when killed, would also die. The innate demon infant's expression was terrifying. He had never underestimated Lu Yi, but the results still exceeded his expectations. The 100 Suns returning to heaven formation, which no one had been able to break for so many years, was broken by Lu Yi upon their first encounter. Now, Lu Yi's intention was also very clear. One move to decide the victor. And this was exactly what the innate demon infant wanted. At this moment, countless eyes appeared in the innate demon infant's eyes. In his eyes, it was as if there was a vast world, and in this world, countless children were imprisoned. Those children had long been tormented and twisted, and every pair of eyes that should have been clear had now become cruel and distorted. Countless eyes were staring at Lu Yi. The aura belonging to the great emperor's Dao permeated the air. In this strike, both of them used great Dao divine abilities at the emperor level. Supreme. Instant kill. The two roared simultaneously. Boom. The great emperor's formless Dao collided first. A pure black beam of light, carrying intense resentment, surged towards Lu Yi. At this moment, Lu Yi's body disappeared, completely merging into the stone sword. Only a single stone sword, carrying an unparalleled and supreme aura, charged towards the black beam of light. The speed was too fast. Without any buffer time, they fiercely collided. Boom. In this collision, the sword light did not pause at all, not even for a single moment. It immediately shattered the black beam of light with overwhelming force, and the sword light even became more dazzling as it streaked through the void, carrying supreme and majestic power. With one sword strike, the innate demon infant's phantom was completely shattered. The battle is over. No, it's not over yet. Lu Yi's figure appeared at the place where the innate demon infant's phantom had just been, looking down at the 11 Void Realm experts below who were gradually becoming conscious. These 11 Void Realm Demon Clan powerhouses. They had all said it, clearly said it many times, Lu Yi is very strong, Lu Yi is very strong, don't make an enemy of him. They said it but didn't believe it, now they believe it, right? You simpletons actually believed it, but the key is that they are going to die, they are doomed. Folks, who understands this? They had already run to the outer domain to hide, but now they were forcibly dragged back to their deaths. What kind of damn ancestor is this? The innate demon infant is nothing. Most of the 11 Demon Clan Void Realm experts had an awkward and bitter smile on their faces. Lu Yi, we say we were forced, do you believe it? I believe it. Then can we leave? If you let us go, I will send you the treasures for our redemption. Lu Yi sighed. You are the treasures. Lu Yi suddenly pounced, and the sword light lit up along with angry curses. Until the last figure fell, Lu Yi's gaze turned towards the darkness origin not far away. Chapter 471 Darkness recognizes the Master. 9 lives is mighty. Darkness origin couldn't help but cheer. Lu Yi. Alright, let's get down to business. Lu Yi knew the principle of many nights, many dreams. Even just saying a couple more words felt like he was wasting time. Must be calm, must be steady. Even with Heavenly Dao, System, and Darkness Origin on his side, he was getting this arrogant. System, little Heavenly Dao, conceal the heavenly secrets. Ding, received. Drip, received. Little Heavenly Dao, make a huge thunderclap. Drip, received. Boom. A huge roar once again reverberated through the 9 heavens, but this time the figure of 9 heavens didn't appear. It was just a show of force. Lu Yi once again unleashed the technique of Heaven-Man integration, directly rushing into Darkness Origin. Marks quickly appeared one after another. Darkness Origin discovered that if it wanted to go back on its word, these marks were incredibly fragile, but if it didn't go back on its word this time, then these seemingly fragile marks would cling tightly to its every part, making it completely unable to break free. Now, if it regretted it, it was still in time. At this moment, everything that had happened since Darkness Origin met Lu Yi flashed through its mind. Scene after scene, frustration after frustration, feeling stifled time after time, blow after blow, full of pain, full of helplessness, full of anger. If it hadn't surrendered, what the innate demon infant did this time would have left it completely battered again. But now, it had surrendered. The failure of the innate demon infant was not only not bad news, but even good news. Ah, so comfortable. Since meeting Lu Yi, Darkness Origin had never felt so relaxed as it did at this moment. The marks quickly flickered, merging into Darkness Origin, and Lu Yi's control over Darkness Origin gradually strengthened. Because he only had half of Darkness Origin's power, it didn't take long at all for it to recognize him as its master. Darkness Origin felt Lu Yi become its master, and the feeling of being controlled was extremely clear. It couldn't help but feel completely at ease. Sense of security. A very strong sense of security. A sense of security that Darkness Origin had never felt before swept through its entire body. This was a feeling that Darkness Origin had never experienced in its long years. Even though Lu Yi's current strength was very weak, not even comparable to a single strand of hair of any strong individual within it, this sense of security was something that all the strong individuals within it combined had never brought to Darkness Origin. No. Those old fogies never brought it any sense of security. Alright, you go back and continue to lie low. Just notify me immediately if anything happens, Lu Yi said. Yes. Darkness Origin was about to leave, but it hesitated again. In the future, should I call you Master or continue to call you 9 lives? Darkness Origin asked. Tisk. This was Darkness Origin. Just continue to call me 9 lives. Okay. Oh right, there's one more thing. Can you help me see what you think of these appearances? Do you like them? The black mist suddenly surged, and a charming, peerlessly beautiful girl with dark hair and purple eyes, wearing a dark pleated skirt, appeared as the black mist dissipated. The dark style was strong, and it carried a sense of taboo. Ding. Drip. Lu Yi. Didn't I say not to turn into a woman? Lu Yi frowned slightly. Now that you are my master, I will follow you sooner or later. I still need a human form. Actually, Darkness Origin wasn't sure yet whether it should turn into a woman or not. After all, Lu Yi had said twice that he didn't like women. Otherwise, maybe it should try turning into a male form. Just then, a five-colored light and shadow appeared. The first thing that caught the eye was a flawless jade white long leg. Darkness Origin felt the aura of Heavenly Dao and instinctively became alert. As the light and shadow spread, Shen Zitong had already appeared beside Lu Yi. Darkness Origin was stunned. It certainly knew that Lu Yi had a Shen Zitong by his side, but it had never met Shen Zitong. This was the first time it had met Shen Zitong face to face. Darkness Origin's first feeling was horror. Truly horrifying, to the point that all the black mist began to tremble. Heavenly Dao, Heavenly Dao. It knew that Lu Yi and Heavenly Dao had a good relationship, but who the heck could have imagined that Shen Zitong was Heavenly Dao? Shen Zitong was Lu Yi's woman, Shen Zitong was Heavenly Dao, so didn't that mean that Heavenly Dao was Lu Yi's woman? Heavenly Dao is Lu Yi's woman. Holy crap. Others were deceiving the heavens. Lu Yi, you actually betted the heavens. Shen Zitong was very satisfied with the horror on Darkness Origin's face. HMPH. Just joined Lu Yi and already thinking of seducing him, how could this be allowed? She had to come out and intimidate it to prevent Lu Yi from repeating past mistakes. Since you have recognized Lu Yi as your master, then we can get acquainted. Darkness, you know who I am, right? Shen Zitong asked with a smile. Darkness Origin was still maintaining the appearance of the dark girl, and couldn't help but swallow at this moment. It didn't even know what to say for a moment, its mind was blank. Shen Zitong was even more satisfied. Old Dark's psychological quality isn't good. Alright, let me introduce myself. My name is Shen Zitong. Since you have become Lu Yi's subordinate, I can also be considered half of your master from now on. Do you understand? Shen Zitong said. Lu Yi didn't react to these words. He and system were originally one entity. Let alone being half of Darkness Origin's master, even saying he was Darkness Origin's master was fine. Darkness Origin was a surrenderer from halfway, and compared to system, it was naturally not on the same level. Darkness Origin nodded somewhat foolishly. So, before you completely deal with the people within you, you don't need to rush to transform into a human form. As long as you do things well, you will naturally have a place in Lu Yi's heart. Doing things steadily is the correct way, not getting involved in other messy things. Lu Yi was surprised. This demeanor. How is it so similar to when he lectured Chu Ling? Darkness Origin. Its mind was completely chaotic right now, and it subconsciously replied again, okay. Now transform back into black mist and go do your job properly. Darkness Origin had gradually recovered its senses. That's not right, is it? So what if you are Heavenly Dao? I was originally going to overthrow Heavenly Dao. I have recognized 9 lives as my master, not you. Why are you acting so arrogant? Drip, Darkness, do you still want to become me now? Little Heavenly Dao also came out to join the fun at this moment. Darkness Origin's gradually clearing mind instantly crashed again when it saw little Heavenly Dao. No. Holy crap. Sister. No. Mother and daughter. No. Holy crap. At this moment, Darkness Origin deeply doubted this world. I'm not dreaming, am I? Chapter 472, Seniority. Darkness Origin looked at Lu Yi somewhat blankly, as if waiting for Lu Yi to give it an explanation. That extremely beautiful woman who appeared just now was Heavenly Dao, so who is this one now? This little girl, why is the Heavenly Dao aura on her body exactly the same as the aura on Shen Zitong? At this moment, in Darkness Origin's gaze, there was truly a plea for help. Of course, Lu Yi didn't speak, seriously watching the show. Usually, every day others watched his show, today he just happened to watch a show. Confused, right? Is your head buzzing? It's right to be confused. Let alone Darkness Origin being confused. When Lu Yi first heard that ding sound, he was also confused for a long time. 1 heaven and earth, 2 Heavenly Dao, isn't this a betrayal of heaven and earth? Little Heavenly Dao looked at the form Darkness Origin had taken and quickly became happy. Ding, not as good looking as me and sister. Darkness Origin took a deep breath. So you're saying, after mating with Heavenly Dao, a little Heavenly Dao will be born? Darkness Origin's intelligence gradually returned. With one sentence, Shen Zitong, little Heavenly Dao, and Lu Yi all fell silent. Mating. Is Darkness Origin always so crude when speaking? Ding, What nonsense are you saying? This is my sister, little Heavenly Dao immediately bristled. Darkness Origin was silent for a moment. So you're saying, after mating with Heavenly Dao, a sister Heavenly Dao will be born. Little Heavenly Dao, hearing this, actually really hesitated. Her gaze looked towards Shen Zitong and Lu Yi. Ding, is that right? Lu Yi, what kind of mess is this? You two stop playing. Darkness Origin continued to go back and be your mole. Lu Yi waved his hand and said helplessly. Shen Zitong was also quite struck by Darkness Origins and Little Heavenly Dao's few sentences. However, she was still relatively clear about the purpose of coming out this time. Ding, wait a moment, Lu Yi. Since it's already like this, Shen Zitong didn't pretend anymore. Ding, I came out this time to rank Darkness Origin by seniority, to let Darkness Origin clearly understand its position immediately, which can reduce a lot of trouble and can also eliminate many of its unnecessary fantasies. Lu Yi nodded, this is also good. Shen Zitong looked towards Darkness Origin. Darkness Origin also met Shen Zitong's gaze. To be honest, at this time Darkness Origin was still endlessly amazed. This Heavenly Dao is indeed good at arranging, actually arranged such an extremely beautiful body for itself. Looked at Shen Zitong's figure, Darkness Origin lowered its head to look at its own. This won't do either. Currently by Lu Yi's side, adding you, there are a total of 6 existences, these are all ranked according to how long they have followed Lu Yi. The boss among them is me, do you have any objections? Shen Zitong asked in a clear voice. Darkness Origin pondered for a moment. Having just joined Nine Lives camp, naturally, it couldn't conflict with the existences that had always been by his side. When Shen Zitong speaks, Lu Yi will not deny it at all, plus the name Shen Zitong has appeared in Darkness Origin's ears more than once, so Darkness Origin's position is imaginable. No objections. Darkness Origin assessed the situation. Good, second place. Ding, sister. Little Heavenly Dao's voice was somewhat pleading. When this scene appeared, Darkness Origin knew clearly, this little loli was insignificant. The second place is Little Heavenly Dao, you are the existence you have always wanted to replace, but that is all in the past, now you just need to know that her position is above yours. Darkness Origin nodded again, this Little Heavenly Dao with a foolish appearance, being above it was no problem at all. The third place is Stone Sword. Hearing Shen Zitong call it, Stone Sword immediately drilled out from Lu Yi's arm and floated beside Shen Zitong. Stone Sword is Lu Yi's weapon, and its relationship with Lu Yi naturally goes without saying, you should also know this, so Stone Sword is ranked third. Darkness Origin naturally knew, in the previous life, Stone Sword broke, Lu Yi stopped using swords from then on, and after using his fists, he really hammered the strong ones on its side. Fallen Dao Celestial Venerable was even hammered to death one punch after another. Scared this darkness to death. Fourth is Human Emperor Banner. Human Emperor Banner is highly valued by Lu Yi. When you kill that old undying within you and let it absorb the main soul, your ranking can surpass Human Emperor Banner. How thoughtful, actually even arranged a promotion channel for Darkness Origin. Lu Yi couldn't stop nodding, this is good, this is good. Darkness Origin was really somewhat unconvinced about this. After all, 10,000 Soul Banner didn't exist at all in the previous life, how could it be above it? But considering Lu Yi's 3 ex-wives were still inside, fine, let this one pass. Fifth is Guardian Tree, bah. It's Enlightenment Tree. Shen Zitong even said it out of habit. Enlightenment Tree appeared emitting a faint green light, it couldn't help but send out a thought. Boss, it's fine if I'm ranked last, let darkness be ranked before me, don't let darkness get angry because of me and make master difficult. Shen Zitong. Lu Yi couldn't help but scratch his head. Guardian Great Dao is like this, should have just destroyed Guardian Great Dao directly earlier, now throwing it to Enlightenment Tree, a perfectly good Enlightenment Tree has become a Guardian Tree. It's simply. Darkness Origin however, spoke directly and decisively, the fight for 5th or 6th place is completely meaningless, if you want to fight, fight for first. No need, are there any others? No more, currently you are ranked 6th, depending on your overall performance, I will decide your promotions and demotions. Okay, I understand. Seeing Darkness being so well behaved, Shen Zitong's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Something is wrong, very wrong. Given Darkness Origin's personality, it shouldn't be like this. It must be that it's new here and doesn't understand the situation yet, so it's temporarily keeping its head down. Shen Zitong herself didn't like Darkness Origin, After all, the two were rivals, especially after Darkness Origin turned into a young girl, she disliked it even more. However, she is just the system, what she needs to do is consider for Lu Yi. Lu Yi needs a Darkness Origin to help him suppress the world within his body, so Shen Zitong would even proactively speak up to remind Lu Yi. Who knew, this Darkness Origin with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually single-mindedly wanted to become a woman. Darkness Origin's little schemes, could she not see them clearly? She must help Lu Yi manage it well. Shen Zitong took a deep look at Darkness Origin and disappeared directly with little Heavenly Dao. Lu Yi also waved his hand. Shen Zitong's meaning is my meaning, you should understand this principle, alright, go and be busy with your things. Lu Yi had 100% trust in the system. There is no pair of comrades in the world who could be like him in the system. Darkness Origin knew deeply that it couldn't make any rash advancements at this time and behaved extremely well behaved. 9 lives, then I'll leave. Lu Yi nodded. Darkness Origin instantly disappeared. Chapter 473 The Battle of the Great Emperor. The Darkness Origin left. At this moment, the innate demon infant was still doubting life. No, why him? Yes, he was a celestial venerable in his previous life. That was true, but the innate demon infant hadn't had no contact with celestial venerables. The demon ancestor was a celestial venerable. As a top general of the demon clan, he was naturally very familiar with celestial venerables. Even if it was a celestial venerable reborn. But his realm was only the 9 extremes realm. No, why him? The innate demon infant opened his eyes. A large number of demon clan members outside had already gathered. As long as the news of Lu Yi's demise came, they would return to the 9 heavens. Outside the 9 heavens was simply not a place for people to stay. It was desolate, and the energy was thin. But anywhere with dense energy, if you went there, you might be beaten to death. After all, there were no level restrictions in the outer domain. Great Dao realm, emperor, quasi-emperor, if they said they would kill you, they would absolutely not wait a second. The 9 heavens were still good, the energy was abundant and it was safe. It was just that they were skeptical about whether the innate demon infant could kill Lu Yi. Hopefully, he can kill him. Even if he can't kill him, at least he can retreat safely, right? At worst, it's impossible for the entire army to be wiped out, right? The innate demon infant remained silent. He confidently led all the strong members of the demon clan to kill Lu Yi. As a result, they all died. How was he going to explain this to the other members of the demon clan? Oh, right, he was the innate demon infant. As long as he killed this group of demon clan members, he wouldn't have to explain. The innate demon infant appeared before the many demon clan members. Ancestor, was it successful? A demon clan member asked impatiently. The innate demon infant just smiled lightly. All the demon clan members saw this smile, and their hearts instantly skipped a beat. Something was wrong. So, the next second, all the demon clan members turned into dust. He didn't even need to make any movements, in just a thought, all the demon clan members turned to ash and smoke. I almost had to explain to them, the innate demon infant muttered to himself. However, this failure also made the innate demon infant re-examine Lu Yi. As expected of a celestial venerable reborn. Next, he would be serious. But, how to deal with Lu Yi? The innate demon infant thought long and hard, but there was no way. Forget it, let's go devour some children first. Terrifying black clouds spread in the outer domain, and the vast great Emperor Aura seemed to want to destroy the world. Wherever the black mist spread, all the children were disappearing. Some strong individuals took action to protect them, and the innate demon infant didn't care, nor did he fight with those people, but those who were not protected began to be harvested on a large scale by the innate demon infant. Pleading sounds, screams, and desperate cries filled the entire outer domain for a time. A great emperor taking action was truly too despairing. They didn't even have the right to resist. It was as if the darkness era had returned. However, while devouring, the aura of a great emperor still appeared. Innate demon infant, is that enough? The same imperial might created a confrontation with the black clouds. The innate demon infant smiled lightly. Not enough. The black clouds instantly disintegrated into countless parts, quickly rushing towards various parts of the outer domain. Then it seems, I'll have to exchange pointers with you. Come, let me see how capable the great emperors of this generation are. In an instant, 2 great emperors engaged in a confrontation. Suddenly, countless sword lights illuminated, accurately shattering all the demonic energy. You're alone, yet so arrogant. Let me show you my sword. Another great emperor joined the battle. Innate demon infant. The great emperors nowadays were actually quite brave. If it were the darkness era, who would offend a powerful great emperor for some ants? Now that he had just started, two great emperors chose to take action, completely disregarding whether he would offend them. Moreover, these two great emperors were in their prime, especially the one using the sword. He had just suffered a setback from Lu Yi, and now he was suffering a setback in the outer domain. The era seemed to have changed. The innate demon infant was now alone, and he found that it wasn't just these two great emperors, but other great emperors had already begun to stir. No, I must retreat. Just as this thought arose, a long roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the void trembled. The third great emperor joined the battlefield, and as soon as he spoke, his killing intent was overwhelming. Fellow Taoists, let's just kill him. The newcomer had a heavy killing intent, and it was none other than the Tao Trace's great emperor. In a few days, the darkness origin will inevitably stir up a darkness upheaval. Since this innate demon infant has appeared early, it's better to kill him immediately. In the future, there will be less pressure. Innate demon infant. He was both shocked and angry. Are you all crazy? One great emperor, he could suppress. Two great emperors, he would have to use all his strength. Three great emperors, the innate demon infant would have to fight with his life. His life was already running out, how could he fight with his life at this time? He wasn't a pawn. Retreat. A large word appeared in the innate demon infant's mind. A phoenix cry sounded, purple flames soared, and the fourth great emperor joined the battle. You're all crazy. The innate demon infant couldn't help but curse. Everyone was a great emperor, and no one wanted to make a mortal enemy of the other. As a result, just because he showed his face, four great emperors appeared to kill him. It's been a long time since a great emperor has fallen. Let's have one fall today and watch the excitement. The fifth aura appeared. Tough. The great emperors of the Nine Heavens Great Sage era and the great emperors after the Nine Heavens Great Sage era were all a tough bunch. They directly declared that the innate demon infant would fall here. The power of the great emperors was like a vast galaxy, overwhelming and rushing towards the innate demon infant. The starry sky dimmed, and the stars trembled. Even the great Tao was annihilated. The word, retreat, at this moment had even turned into the word, danger. In the blink of an eye, the innate demon infant was beaten until he spat blood. Imperial blood was flowing. Darkness, save me, the innate demon infant roared. But the darkness origin was slow to appear. The innate demon infant no longer had any intention of fighting. He fled frantically, leaving behind patches of bloodstains. Ha ha ha, refreshing, chase. The Tao Trace's great emperor laughed heartily. At this time, the darkness origin had just left Lu Yi. Huh. The innate demon infant is in such a sorry state. Gaetian Great Emperor, do you want to go help? The darkness origin asked. Gaetian Great Emperor's eyelids twitched. This poor Taoist is not good at fighting. 2 against 1, Gaetian Great Emperor might have gone up. Now 5 against 1, he would also be beaten into an idiot if he went up. Then what to do? Stupid, the innate demon infant is actually this stupid, acting out without understanding the situation like me. How to save him? Gaetian Great Emperor pondered for a moment. You can only let him shake off these 5, and then take him into your body. Then you can isolate the probes of other great emperors. What if I wake up other existences? Are they willing to wake up now? How would I know? Forget it, I'll try. The darkness origin began to try to wake up other strong individuals. Hey, the innate demon infant has encountered a strong enemy. Are you willing to wake up early and help him? The great emperor who was called out. Are you crazy? What does the innate demon infant encountering a strong enemy have to do with him? Not waking up. Hey, the innate demon infant is currently fighting with others and is at a disadvantage. Are you willing to wake up and help him? Are you crazy? What does the innate demon infant being at a disadvantage have to do with him? Not waking up. Hey. Chapter 474 Big Remaining. Hey, 9 lives, the innate demon infant is currently being chased by 5 great emperors. Should we try to kill him this time? The voice of the darkness origin came from the black jade pendant. Lu Yi was stunned. So fast. Is there a chance to kill him? Lu Yi, of course, wanted the innate demon infant dead, and said decisively. I don't know. I haven't figured out how to kill him yet. Do you have a method? Lu Yi's mind raced. Among the great emperors chasing the innate demon infant, is Tao Trace's great emperor one of them? Lu Yi quickly asked. Yes. Okay, I have a method. Inform the innate demon infant and tell him that Dao Trace's great emperor is under the attention of the Heavenly Dao, and he absolutely cannot appear within Dao Trace's great emperor's sight. Because without the restrictions of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, as long as you appear before Dao Trace's great emperor, you will be severely injured by the Heavenly Dao's bombardment. Either the innate demon infant shakes off the pursuit of the five, or he returns to the Nine Heavens. Report the innate demon infant's real-time location to me, and I will tell Dao Trace's great emperor at that time. Don't give him the chance to return to the Nine Heavens. The darkness origin was instantly energized. Okay, received. Lu Yi immediately contacted Dao Trace's great emperor through the heavenly mark. The lines on Dao Trace's great emperor's brow slightly brightened. He was fiercely chasing the innate demon infant. He was the fastest runner. Sect leader, I am chasing the innate demon infant. What is the matter? I know. This time, you five great emperors are chasing him. There is a chance to kill him. Remember, as long as you don't let him return to the Nine Heavens, there is a possibility of killing him. I will tell you the innate demon infant's location in real time. You must bite down on him. Kill one first, and the pressure in the future will plummet. Dao Trace's great emperor's eyes widened slightly. Sect leader, how do you know the innate demon infant's location? Don't worry about that. You must bite down on him. Okay. Dao Trace's great emperor's momentum surged. Fellow Taoists, the Heavenly Dao is already focused on me. As long as the darkness origin shows itself, the Heavenly Dao will deliver its strongest strike to the darkness origin. Therefore, as long as we don't lose track of the innate demon infant and don't let him enter the Nine Heavens, he is sure to die. Hearing this, the other four great emperors were somewhat excited, but not overly so. After all, this innate demon infant had already shown terrifying strength, definitely a top-tier great emperor. He could even fight 2 or 3 at once. He just couldn't fight 5. But why did Dao Trace's great emperor improve so rapidly? After not seeing him for a while, his strength felt like it had increased significantly. He must have had another great realization. The darkness origin had already made contact with the innate demon infant. Quick, take me back. The innate demon infant was somewhat anxious. His origin was already depleted, and now he was constantly being injured, which was truly adding insult to injury. No, that Dao Trace's great emperor is an apostle of the Heavenly Dao. If you can't shake him off, I can't appear before you. The Heavenly Dao is already gathering strength now. As soon as I show myself, there's a high possibility of being instantly shattered. At that time, everyone inside me will no longer be able to hide. I can't hold on for much longer. The innate demon infant roared. There are 2 ways. First, you shake off these 5 people. Second, you return to the Nine Heavens. With the restrictions of the Nine Heavens Great Sage, as soon as you return to the Nine Heavens, I can take you away. The innate demon infant immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way. He was just afraid there was no way. Are the great emperors of this generation actually this crazy? You should know that in their darkness era, everyone adopted the attitude of minding their own business. Now, just because he wanted to eat some children, a full 5 great emperors jumped out to chase him. Outrageous. He wanted to return to the Nine Heavens, but found that the direction back to the Nine Heavens was completely blocked. He could only try hard to shake them off. Under these circumstances, wanting to shake them off, the innate demon infant seemed to have only one choice. That was to burn his origin. Although his origin wasn't much, burning a portion was still not a problem. Burn. At this moment, the innate demon infant's speed exploded. Dao Trace's great emperor and the others, as if they had anticipated the innate demon infant burning his origin, also began to burn theirs. They were great emperors in their prime. Burning their origin didn't have a particularly large impact on them, at least less of an impact than on the innate demon infant. However, the innate demon infant was fleeing for his life. Even though they were all burning their origins, he quickly pulled away. The darkness origin began transmitting location information to Lu Yi. Lu Yi transmitted it to Dao Trace's great emperor. I escaped. Come and get me, the innate demon infant roared. Give me some time, you're running too fast. The darkness origin's voice was also full of anxiety. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm behind you. Innate demon infant. He paused for a moment, and Dao Trace's great emperor chased after him at the fastest speed. It could be seen that Dao Trace's great emperor was truly risking his life, his pursuit momentum was extremely fierce. Anyway, as long as he caught up to the innate demon infant, it was fine. The innate demon infant couldn't instantly kill him. As long as he entanglement him for a while, the four behind would be able to catch up. Speaking of which, he wasn't this strong originally, it was all because of the sect leader. Grateful to the sect leader. Damn it, a persistent annoyance. The innate demon infant continued to run. Dao Trace's great emperor chased desperately. No matter how the innate demon infant fled in strange ways, Dao Trace's great emperor seemed to know his exact location and was able to catch up to him. Just like this, more than 10 days passed, and the darkness origin had no way to pick up the innate demon infant. The darkness origin stubbornly refused to appear. Seeing his own origin constantly decreasing, the innate demon infant already understood that this couldn't continue. He wanted to return to the Nine Heavens. Nine Heavens great sage, protect me. The innate demon infant began to turn in a large arc, rushing towards the Nine Heavens. Along the way, there was no one to intercept him. Seeing that the Nine Heavens was already close at hand, the innate demon infant's emotions were incredibly excited. Thank you, Nine Heavens great sage. The Nine Heavens great sage is truly a great sage, infinitely grateful. But just at this moment, three figures suddenly appeared, forming a triangular shape and blocking the innate demon infant's path. At this moment, the innate demon infant's eyes even showed a hint of confusion. No way. How did you know I was going back to the Nine Heavens? Kill. At this moment, the three great emperors, looking at the haggard innate demon infant, all burst forth with terrifying divine light in their eyes. They seemed to have truly seen the hope of killing the innate demon infant. An existence that had just recovered from the darkness origin, an existence that hadn't had time to recover even a bit of its origin. Now there were 5 great emperors surrounding and attacking him. He still hadn't escaped. Kill. Today, the innate demon infant, if not dead, will be crippled. Chapter 475, The Emperor's Fall. The Great Emperors, Battle. It had been a very long time since such a lively scene had appeared. Countless powerhouses, their gazes at this moment crossed the Long Star River, watching this battle. Surrounded by danger, the innate demon infant actually seemed to be in a precarious situation. The battle fiercely erupted, the void instantly turned into chaos, the great Dao emitted incomparably brilliant light, 4 great emperors besieged the innate demon infant. And another great emperor was frantically rushing here. Are you trying to force me? The innate demon infant roared furiously. The 4 remained silent and attacked with all their might. Even if I fall, I can drag one person down with me to die. Emperor blood was being spilled, every drop containing terrifying energy, enough to shatter stars. Even the Nine Heavens felt the terrifying tremors from the outer domain. The innate demon infant used all his strength, wanting to return to the Nine Heavens. But he couldn't go back. He had countless escape methods, but the opponents were always able to find him. Why? Why was this happening? The innate demon infant was puzzled, his origin was constantly disappearing. With the origin he had left, he could indeed fight to the death, but that was all he could do. He was indeed the strongest great emperor under the demon ancestor. Even after the 5th great emperor joined the battlefield, there was still a great emperor whose emperor body was shattered. Dao Trace's great emperor endured terrifying pressure, spitting blood repeatedly, yet he was fearless of death. The innate demon infant called for help. If any fellow Taoist saves me, I will be eternally grateful. In fact, there were other existences who wanted to step in and save the innate demon infant. But as soon as they prepared to act, someone locked onto them. 5 great emperors had already made their move, which did not mean there were only these 5. The era of darkness had already passed, that era itself was extremely bad, and anyone with a bit of conscience did not like it. Now you want to save the innate demon infant. Try saving him. Rushing into the Nine Heavens was truly hopeless. The innate demon infant even, at this moment, underwent extreme sublimation, rushing towards the direction opposite to the Nine Heavens. The darkness origin was right behind. Entering the darkness origin would also work. Quick, save him. Gaetian Great Emperor, block them. The darkness origin said anxiously. Gaetian Great Emperor looked at the 5 terrifying existences whose aura was monstrous, their Great Emperor power like the newborn morning sun. They were the morning sun, he was the setting sun. He blocked these 5. No, I'm not good at fighting. Save me. The innate demon infant roared. Darkness origin. Gaetian Great Emperor. They watched with their own eyes as the innate demon infant was pulled back into the encirclement. At this moment, the battle seemed to have been decided. The innate demon infant fell. Before falling, he hated Dao Trace's great emperor intensely. He launched the most terrifying attack against Dao Trace's great emperor. But Dao Trace's great emperor defended against it. Even though his body was crumbling, he still held on. The other 4 great emperors swarmed forward, 4 brilliant rays of light fiercely impacting the innate demon infant's body, his entire body being vaporized. The darkness origin was almost fuming to death. Damn it! Damn it! When the demon ancestor revives, how will I explain to him? Gaetian Great Emperor, you clearly have such terrifying combat power, why didn't you go forward and delay them? Gaetian Great Emperor almost rolled his eyes to the heavens. If he went to delay, then the innate demon infant would run back into the darkness origin, and he would be beaten by 5 people. Even if the innate demon infant was his biological son, he wouldn't do such a thing. I don't care, when the others revive, you explain this matter to them. Forget it, I'll explain to them. I'm so angry. The innate demon infant had just revived, and as a result, he was beaten to death alive. Our morale instantly dropped to rock bottom. Gaetian Great Emperor. The innate demon infant used his last bit of strength to run frantically. He had already undergone extreme sublimation, but it was useless. In his previous life, he and others had besieged someone. In this life, he was besieged by everyone. One can only say that the cycle of heaven's principles is relentless, and retribution is swift. Not long after, the innate demon infant completely fell in despair. At the moment the innate demon infant fell, the great Tao floated in the air, wailing. Stars dimmed. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad in life, as long as they could cultivate the great Tao to such a level, they had already become an existence recognized by the great Tao. The great Tao does not have a distinction between good and bad. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire heaven and earth. However, no living beings were sorrowful for him. Instead, they cheered and rejoiced. 9 Heaven's great sage, do you see? Even though you are no longer here, your successors are still protecting us weak ones. Great emperors. Great emperors. The human clan's great emperors. Eternal and immortal. Countless living beings were cheering. The era of darkness brought great trauma to this heaven and earth. Except for those who belonged to the era of darkness, no one wanted to return to that era. If this time, the innate demon infant had appeared and no one had stopped him, then it would mean that the era of darkness would reappear. But now the innate demon infant was directly annihilated. That was different. The existing great emperors and celestial venerables would not let the powerhouses of the era of darkness wantonly slaughter living beings. This greatly boosted everyone's morale. Although, this morale had no direct effect. But everyone was shouting for the human clan's great emperors. The feeling of having their names recorded in history and being revered by billions would also make the great emperors' hearts stir. In the human world, ordinary people strive for money, power, fame, and profit. And cultivators, they just have one more thing than them, the Taoist path. Lu Yi heard the news informed by Dao Trace's great emperor, and a smile also appeared on his face. Not bad, he could make a note against the darkness origin. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord's move was still very generous. This batch of treasures was enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. The matter of Forget Love Immortal Palace could be put off for a while longer. The 9 Extremes realm could strengthen 9 directions. Lu Yi had already thought it through, he only needed to strengthen his fist. Because his cultivation was not like others, groping around, with a confused path ahead. He had come back from the end. From the very beginning, he knew where his end point was. What he needed to do in this cultivation was to break through the end point with faster speed and stronger power. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Of course, doing this also had drawbacks, which was that the difficulty of strengthening would increase exponentially. What Lu Yi feared least was difficulty. Charge upwards for me. His current strength was basically increasing every moment. The quality of Hongling power was constantly increasing. Originally, when Lu Yi was in the longevity realm, he seriously doubted he was a match for those in the void realm. But after advancing one realm, he didn't have so many worries. The void realm was indeed very strong, and their methods were even more unpredictable. Treating the void as nothing, Lu Yi still couldn't do this. He could use the great Tao of space, but it wasn't as smooth as those in the void realm. However, after fighting, he understood. He didn't need to be that smooth. He only needed to respond to all movements with stillness. Even if the opponent kept traversing the void, they would eventually have to come out to attack him, and then with his punch or sword strike, no one in the Void Realm could block it. Chapter 476 Dark Clan. He was still fighting across 2 realms, effortlessly. Was his strength great? Great. It was exchanged for resources. The resources Lu Yi used could allow a person with above-average talent to cultivate all the way to the Great Dao realm or even the Emperor realm without ever worrying about insufficient resources. For example, right now, the 9 Extremes realm is completely stacked on his fist. This hand, this arm of his, will be strengthened to a very exaggerated degree. It will even drive the synchronous improvement of his body strength. At that time, whether Lu Yi swings his sword or throws a punch, his power will skyrocket. All cultivate, all cultivate, all cultivate, all refine, all refine, all refine. 6 paths of reincarnation. At this time, Enli was born again, her eyes somewhat dull. Why? Why is the darkness origin so crazy? Didn't it already fail? Didn't it already understand that without her, it was no match for Lu Yi at all? Under these circumstances, why did it still dare to do this to her? And it even left, and hasn't returned until now. This completely illogical matter made Enli extremely uneasy. However, she couldn't think of a reason. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't imagine that the darkness origin had actually surrendered. It's undeniable that she was a little regretful now. She already knew that the darkness origin was not Lu Yi, but she still treated it the same way she treated Lu Yi, which was truly inappropriate. How great would it be if the darkness origin was Lu Yi? What to do now? Will the darkness origin come looking for her again? Enli couldn't just sit and wait anymore, she had really wasted a lot of time here. If she kept staying here, by the time she reappeared in the world, she would look outside and see that Lu Yi had become a great emperor. Then everything would be over. Originally, Enli didn't want to contact her mother clan so quickly, but now she was still hesitating. Why isn't this child crying or making noise, just looking silly? The midwife frowned and said, "Let me see the child." A weak voice sounded. Enli felt herself being held over, and she saw her birth mother in this life. Originally, her birth mother's eyes were full of anticipation, but the moment she saw her, all the anticipation turned into disgust. Deep, deep disgust. So ugly, both ugly and disgusting. In fact, it wasn't just a matter of being ugly. It was simply because Enli had the aura of the darkness origin on her, and the darkness origin was not tolerated by the Heavenly Dao, which means it was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Living beings would feel extreme disgust upon seeing it. Enli didn't know how many times she had experienced the look of disgust in people's hearts. At this moment, each time, Enli felt her heart being heavily wounded. Enli, who was originally still hesitating, no longer had any hesitation at this moment and directly contacted her mother clan. A strange fluctuation instantly spread throughout the void, out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and reached a very strange place. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord felt this fluctuation and slightly raised his eyebrows. This fluctuation is Dark Clan. Reincarnation Heavenly Lord knew this race. They didn't belong to humans, nor to Yao, demon, ghosts, or monsters. They were a strange race. They usually kept to themselves, as if they could communicate with great existences. Although they were in the 7th heaven, their overall strength was very strong. Even great emperors would not provoke them. They also didn't provoke others. Who exactly is this woman? The darkness origin came to find her, and now she can contact the Dark Clan. Wait and see. In the 7th heaven, Yin Qingcheng's Dao heart was damaged, and she was constantly recovering it. She still wouldn't give up on Lu Yi. Even if he had Shen Zitong and a daughter, she wouldn't give up. As long as she killed Shen Zitong, she could be the stepmother. My husband must be mine. And the other few, Shangguan Wanling, Hongling, and Vermilion Bird, were still cultivating in the 5th heaven. Their cultivation speed was actually considered fast, but it wasn't enough, far from enough. With Lu Yi's cultivation speed, if they wanted to catch up to Lu Yi, they truly had to cultivate with their lives, and sometimes even cultivating desperately wouldn't be enough to catch up. Shangguan Wanling's progress was relatively faster. But Hongling's cultivation speed was very slow. Up until now, she was still struggling in the cosmic realm. It would take ages to reach the undying realm. Time passed by second, within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Suddenly, a figure arrived. It was a tall man wearing a black robe. Although he appeared in human form, his heart constantly emitted a dark light. This light pulsed continuously with the beating of his heart. And Xing greets Reincarnation Heavenly Lord. And Xing cupped his hands and spoke. No one answered him. And Xing didn't mind and continued, I have come to retrieve our clan's saintess. The clan deeply apologizes for the trouble the saintess has caused the Heavenly Lord. No one paid attention to him. Thank you, Reincarnation Heavenly Lord, for your generosity. After saying these 3 sentences, Xing began to boldly retrieve Li. After Li's true spirit was retrieved, Xing respectfully bid farewell again and then disappeared. Deep within the 7th heaven, almost at the very edge. This place was covered by a mass of black fog all year round, but it was not the darkness origin. The Dark Clan. This is a very ancient race. No one even knows when it first appeared, it appeared silently. No one knows what its existence is for. Li's true spirit was brought to a large hall. At the top of the hall, a statue stood majestically and solemnly, its eyes covered with black cloth, its specific face unclear. Each of the Dark Clan powerhouses had a dark light pulsing in their hearts. Please, God, bestow divine power and save the lost one. All the powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed respectfully. The statue reacted. From its heart, a cluster of dark light surged out and shone towards Li's true spirit. Under the illumination of the dark light, Li's true spirit quickly transformed into a soul. Thank you, God. Everyone thanked again. The dark light disappeared. The Dark Clan chief was named Enri. At this time, he came before Li. Saintess, do you know your mistake? Enri's eyes were terrifying. In all these years, for the first time, a saintess did not consider dedicating herself to God as an honor and escaped from the clan. How many people in the Dark Clan wanted to become a saintess but had no chance? Dedicating oneself to God was the supreme glory. But Li proudly raised her head at this moment. I don't know my mistake. When this sentence was spoken, everyone in the hall's expressions changed drastically. They quickly looked at the statue with fear, and they all had the urge to strangle Li. If God became angry, they would all have to commit suicide to atone for their sins. Bold. Enri was furious. Chief, I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Listen to me. Li was not flustered at all, because she already had a trump card. Don't you just want God to reappear in this world? I went out this time and have already achieved your goal. I am a great contributor to the Dark Clan, Li said confidently. Chapter 477, Killing the Immortal Palace. What? When the Dark Clan people heard Li's words, they were immediately suspicious, because in their eyes, Li was still just an ant to be sacrificed. Although she was a saintess, what kind of saintess was a saintess who was to be sacrificed? Do you know about 9 Lives Celestial Venerable's rebirth? Li asked. Even if the Dark Clan were reclusive, they knew about Lu Yi being a Celestial Venerable's rebirth because the darkness origin had projected onto the 9 heavens before. The matter of the Celestial Venerable's rebirth is because in his previous life, I planned everything, leading to his inevitable demise, which is why he was reborn, Li said, word by word. This sentence instantly shocked the people of the Dark Clan. It was you. No, are you kidding? No matter how you looked at Li, she didn't seem like someone who could plot against a Celestial Venerable. Let me search her soul. Enri didn't waste any words, stretching out his hand and covering Li's soul. Li sneered. Soon, Enri's brows furrowed. Unable to search her soul. The other party's Dao heart was stable, making it impossible to invade her memory. Forcible invasion would only shatter her soul. In such a stable Dao heart emperor level. Did you feel it? In my previous life, I was an emperor, Li said coldly. Everyone looked at Enri. Enri nodded with a strange expression. It is indeed an emperor-level Dao heart. The group of Dark Clan people were extremely surprised. Was Li also reborn? So, if you want the god to revive, you must cooperate with me. I know your plan, aren't you just thinking of relying on people like us who are suitable to carry the god's power as a bridge for the god's descent? I can tell you clearly, you absolutely cannot do it. You can only cooperate with me. I know a way to make the god descend and revive, and it can definitely succeed. You only need to capture Lu Yi, and then you can witness the god's descent with your own eyes. Only I know how to do it. You must listen to me, because in the previous life, the god already contacted me. I will tell you a secret that you should understand I absolutely would not know. The god's form is like this, right? Li transformed, mist rising around her body, her appearance ferocious, covered in black scales, a bug with 3 heads, appearing before everyone. Seeing this appearance, the expressions of some powerful Dark Clan members changed drastically. She had really seen the god. So, you must trust me, cooperate with me, and listen to my plan. Then the god will definitely descend. Some powerful Dark Clan members exchanged glances. Help her restore her physical body first. 9 lives, and Li was taken away by the people of the Dark Clan, the Darkness Origin said. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. She couldn't hold back so quickly. This temperament is also not good. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown when he thought of the god that the Dark Clan believed in. To be honest, even when Lu Yi became a celestial venerable in his previous life, he didn't know what that bug was. In his previous life, he actually wanted to go to the Dark Clan because Li was severely tormented by the Dark Clan. Their clan's saintess had to have runes constantly carved onto their bodies with special substances at regular intervals. These runes were extremely painful. They could forcibly change the race, gradually transforming the person's form into that of a bug, infinitely approaching their so-called god. Lu Yi wanted to vent his anger for Li. Li stopped him and said that they were her own kin, and she was living well now anyway, and she wouldn't go back, so just let it be. Perhaps, at that time, Li had already reconnected with her mother clan. He had saved her body, but he hadn't saved her mind. He really deserved it. If he hadn't seen her pitiful, if he hadn't seen her so beautiful and yet so pitiful, how could there have been later events? He really deserved it. No, besides Li, who else was there? Oh, right, Yin Qingcheng of the Forget Love Immortal Palace. He had forgotten about her, but now that he was seeking revenge, he remembered her. Since that's the case, there's no time like the present. Forget Love Immortal Palace, let's take a stroll. Lu Yi's figure soared into the air and disappeared. When going to the Forget Love Immortal Palace for revenge, he didn't bring the people from the Heavenly Gate. Lu Yi also wanted to see his combat strength level without the element of surprise. Not long after, the massive Forget Love Immortal Palace had already appeared before Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't waste any words, his aura began to rise. The stone sword appeared in his hand. Terrifying killing intent surged, the void was stained with a faint blood-red hue. Who is it? Powerful auras rapidly rose one after another. They were all top-tier void realm. The Forget Love Immortal Palace in the 6th heaven could definitely be considered a top-tier power, because above them, there was the existence of Forget Love Immortal revered. A living celestial venerable. In an instant, over 100 void realm auras appeared. The palace master of the Forget Love Immortal Palace, Hongling Shangren, instantly recognized Lu Yi. Taoist Lu Yi. However, before she could finish speaking, a sword light had already rushed towards her. Woo! The sharp sound of breaking air was soul-stirring. The expressions of the people from the Forget Love Immortal Palace changed drastically, and in an instant, 10 spells were cast. Boom! The spells exploded into a sky full of light. The sword light dimmed, but it still struck the formation. Lu Yi's figure had followed the sword light and rushed towards the great formation. His body spun, countless sword lights whistled, like a tornado. Taoist Lu Yi, we have no intention of being your enemy, don't be too overbearing. Palace Master, why waste so much words with him? If he wants to fight, we will fight with him. Crack, 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 crack. Countless sounds of breaking rang out. The great formation was directly pierced through. It was simply too easy for Lu Yi to find the weak point of the great formation. He had even personally improved this great formation in his previous life. Although Yin Qingcheng had also improved the great formation in this life, Yin Qingcheng's formation attainments were simply not worth mentioning. Lu Yi had already reached this point, and Hongling Shangren completely abandoned all hope. She didn't say much. One word, kill. Lu Yi smiled. That's right. I've already come to kill you, why are you still hesitating? Today, it's this situation, either you die or I live. The sword light completely exploded, and the terrifying sword intent enveloped the entire area above the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Even more powerful existences, almost undying old fellows, also woke up one after another. Finally, a total of 140 Void Realm experts began to surround and kill Lu Yi. Not only the strong, but also various powerful magic treasures, and the Forget Love Immortal Palace even used a primal chaos treasure, named the Heavenly Defect Map. Kill. Lu Yi's arm was burning hot, a supreme sword strike. The sword light was unstoppable. Tens of thousands of streams of light were shattered under the sword light. Today, blood will flow like a river. Chapter 478, Unable to Destroy. Why is this happening? The moment the battle directly erupted, the powerhouses of Forget Love Immortal Palace were all extremely shocked. Sword light. The sword light was unbelievably strong. You couldn't even see what earth-shattering sword technique the opponent was using. The power of a casual sword light had already reached the level of other sword cultivators unleashing their ultimate sword styles. As a sword light arrived, his powerful divine ability was instantly shattered. It was like an egg hitting a rock. The opponent's true essence was true essence, and his own true essence was a joke. This was truly unacceptable. Violent explosions resounded incessantly. Some people's released divine abilities were not strong enough, and after the sword light shattered their techniques, it shot straight towards them, splitting them in half with one sword strike and instantly cleaving their nascent souls. Sword light. Lots of sword light. Every sword light emitted a huge sound, like the urging of the god of death. The entire Forget Love Immortal Palace was exploding. Palaces turned into ruins, and disciples fled in panic. Forget Love Immortal or A. With an angry roar, all the Void Realm experts quickly changed their positions. The Heavenly Defect map absorbed Lu Yi into it, and countless heavenly soldiers and immortal generals engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Yi within. Large amounts of ink spread, unable to block, completely unable to block. As long as Lu Yi was targeted and charged forward, everything in front would be shattered by the sword light. The powerhouses of Forget Love Immortal Palace quickly set up the Great Array, and the Forget Love Immortal Array took shape. This great array could greatly enhance the power of everyone in Forget Love Immortal Palace and deliver the most violent attacks to the enemy. All the powerhouses emanated light of various colors from their bodies. Rip. A crack was torn in the Heavenly Defect map. Lu Yi's figure appeared, looking at the brilliant circular ring forming below. The entire ring slowly rose and quickly floated towards Lu Yi. The terrifying energy contained within it caused the void in the center of the ring to appear collapsed. Seeing this, Lu Yi raised his hands and pointed his sword towards the heaven. Terrifying sword intent and vast heaven and earth's spiritual energy all surged into the stone sword like a pouring galaxy. The stone sword felt excited and let out a sharp sword cry, like a dragon's roar. The sword light surged at this moment. Lu Yi's figure quickly ascended upwards, breaking through the sea of clouds, and the sword light had already flown to who knows where. Below him was a brilliant circular ring, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Lu Yi's momentum had reached its peak, and the power of the sword light also reached its peak at this moment. His palm emitted a strong red light, like lava. His hand tightly gripped the sword hilt, giving the stone sword even stronger power. Ascending, descending, the sword light flipped. Lu Yi held the stone sword, his face downwards, his black long hair wildly dancing. In the heaven and earth, countless powerhouses were watching this scene. The ultimate collision of sword light and the circular ring. The two quickly approached each other. The people of Forget Love Immortal Palace held their breath, the onlookers held their breath, and the powerhouses who wanted to help held their breath. Finally, boom! With a huge roar, rings of light quickly spread in all directions high in the sky. The powerful shockwave caused the sky to constantly crack in all directions. The roar echoed for an extremely long distance, even the heavenly gate heard this roar. Countless powerhouses looked up, and then their figures turned into streaks of light, rushing towards the direction of Forget Love Immortal Palace. What happened? Let me go see. The people of Forget Love Immortal Palace looked upwards. The void above was blurry, and the powerful force kept changing the structure of the void, making it impossible to see clearly. He will definitely die. He will definitely die. Sixth heaven, no one can withstand such an attack from the Forget Love Immortal or A. He definitely cannot bear it. Crazy, it was Yin Qingcheng who provoked him, what does it have to do with us? Under Lu Yi's super strong pressure. Some people were praying that something must happen to Lu Yi. Some people were cursing that Lu Yi would surely die. Some people felt wronged, feeling that this matter had nothing to do with them. However, most people were silent. If Lu Yi couldn't be killed this time, then when Lu Yi returned next time, it would be a different scene. Crack! Suddenly, a clear sound of shattering echoed between heaven and earth. The cultivators of Forget Love Immortal Palace's hearts trembled fiercely. A sword tip pierced through the blur and distortion, appearing in everyone's sight just like that. The supreme sword momentum was even more surging. It's over. Someone muttered to themselves. The sword light broke through everything. The dimmed sword light, held by Lu Yi at the hilt, followed his body and rushed towards the Forget Love Immortal Palace below. Everyone, I'll go first. Everyone could tell what kind of destructive power Lu Yi's sword would cause if it truly landed. For every meter he descended, the destructive power would increase by 1 point. Things had reached this point, and other methods were no longer effective. There was only one way. A white-haired old woman soared into the sky. A destructive fluctuation bloomed from her body. Yes, self-detonation. The cultivation methods in Forget Love Immortal Palace included Forget Love and Love. Some cultivated Forget Love, and some cultivated Love. But whether it was love or Forget Love, there was a premise, and that was having emotions. Many people who cultivated the Forget Love Dao mostly fell before reaching the Forget Love stage. Moreover, people who cultivate Forget Love won't tell others what they are cultivating, because once you say it, it's like yin qingcheng, everyone knows that your ultimate goal in approaching someone is to abandon them. In this situation, who would dare to develop feelings for you? When the old woman soared into the sky, Lu Yi understood that this time he probably wouldn't be able to destroy Forget Love Immortal Palace. But it didn't matter. There were still many opportunities. Boom! With the self-detonation of a Void Realm expert, although the sword light tore apart the terrifying power generated by the self-detonation, the sword light dimmed a lot. Lu Yi's body also couldn't stop the surging of blood and qi. Self-detonation was a cultivator's strongest means. Everyone, after reincarnation, we will meet again if fate allows. Another figure ascended into the sky. Boom! I'm going too. Boom! Farewell. Lu Yi couldn't hold back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The sword light completely shattered, and his figure fled into the distance. If he didn't run now, his body would crack. Chase! Hanling Shangren let out a loud shout, and they all chased after Lu Yi. Lu Yi, who was running away. No, I've already retreated, and you're still chasing me. Suddenly, Lu Yi turned back and unleashed a sword strike. The sword light arrived instantly, and a Void Realm expert was split in half. Lu Yi continued to flee. The people of Forget Love Immortal Palace were still chasing, and Lu Yi turned back with another sword strike. PFF'd. Another Void Realm expert fell. Stop! Hanling Shangren couldn't hold back and quickly shouted for them to stop. She had thought Lu Yi was at the end of his rope. But it seemed that was not the case. Chapter 479 Yin Qingcheng's request for help. Cough. Lu Yi coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The power of self-detonation is still great. But it's okay, the injuries are average. Regulating his breathing for 15 minutes should heal him completely. The Forget Love Immortal Palace saw Lu Yi disappear and hurried back to discuss countermeasures. Everyone knew that Lu Yi would absolutely not let things go easily. Because from the first heaven until now, this is how Lu Yi has behaved. What should we do? Someone asked, looking at Hanling Shangren. The forces friendly with the Forget Love Immortal Palace didn't show their faces now. There was no way. This was Lu Yi. He repays grudges tenfold and is best at wiping out entire clans. The Forget Love Immortal Palace suffering this calamity was also their own doing. After all, Forget Love C made a move against him. Did they really think that just because they didn't directly act themselves, he wouldn't trouble them? Too naive. This is Lu Yi. Hanling Shangren's brows furrowed tightly. What can be done? Ask for help. First, contact Yin Qingcheng. A group of people quickly returned to the Forget Love Immortal Palace. At this moment, the Forget Love Immortal Palace, after a short period of intense fighting, no longer retained its previous magnificent appearance and had become a pile of ruins. In fact, there were many forces friendly with the Forget Love Immortal Palace, because many people were sons-in-law of the Forget Love Immortal Palace. The people of the Forget Love Immortal Palace were undeniably beautiful, and as long as you made the other person fall for you, they would truly love you, to the extent that if others wanted to find a Dao companion, the Forget Love Immortal Palace was absolutely the first choice. Moreover, the women of the Forget Love Immortal Palace were all pure and sincere. To find a Dao companion, go to the Forget Love Immortal Palace. To find fun, go to the Heihuan sect. This was the default rule of the sixth heaven. But now, not a single son-in-law appeared, simply because the opponent was Lu Yi. Yin Qingcheng quickly received the news. What? Lu Yi attacked you? Yin Qingcheng's face changed greatly upon hearing the news. Didn't you say he wouldn't attack? What's going on now? That battle just now directly caused us to lose 16 elders. Hanling Shangren was very angry. How could he attack you? In the previous life, his relationship with the Forget Love Immortal Palace was clearly very, very good. How could he bear to strike? Yin Qingcheng said, unable to accept it. The previous life is the matter of the previous life, now he has already attacked us. What do you say we should do? Hanling Shangren urgently asked. Since Lu Yi had attacked, he must have let go of the sentiments from his previous life. Right, Lu Yi forgot himself, that's why he attacked the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Yin Qingcheng quickly pondered. What to do? What to do? How would she know what to do? And she couldn't persuade Lu Yi. Moreover, berets in hiding were no use against Lu Yi. Either contact the Immortal Revered and ask the Immortal Revered to speak up. In the previous life, Lu Yi owed Forget Love Immortal Revered a favor. As long as the Immortal Revered speaks, he will definitely be willing to repay it. Or we can only flee to the outer domain. Yin Qingcheng was indeed smart, she quickly provided two solutions. And these solutions were genuinely effective. How do we contact the Immortal Revered? Hanling Shangren asked. Yes, the Forget Love Immortal Palace couldn't contact Forget Love Immortal Revered at all. On normal days, they were just using Forget Love Immortal Revered's name. I have a way, wait a moment. Yin Qingcheng knew how to contact Forget Love Immortal Revered, and she had already found the medium for contact. After ending the communication with Hanling Shangren, Yin Qingcheng immediately took out 3 sticks of incense and began to light them, and also took out a worn-out mat. This mat was used by Forget Love Immortal Revered in the past, and it was very important to Forget Love Immortal Revered. In fact, what Forget Love Immortal Revered originally cultivated was not the Tao of forgetfulness, but the Tao of love, but the person he loved had fallen and could no longer be found. He suffered every day, in agony every moment. He wanted to follow his beloved, but before she died, his beloved told him to live well, live even better, and perhaps one day she could see him again. Love without love, the pain was extreme. With no other option, Forget Love Immortal Revered embarked on the Tao of forgetfulness. This time, the forgetfulness was directly pushed to the maximum. First love and then forgetfulness allowed Forget Love Immortal Revered to soar, reaching the realm of Celestial Venerable at a relatively young age. White smoke curled upwards, suddenly poured into the mat. At this moment, an infinitely vast feeling appeared in Yin Qingcheng's mind. Junior Yin Qingcheng of the Forget Love Immortal Palace greets the Immortal Revered. Yin Qingcheng said hurriedly. What is it? Forget Love Immortal Revered's voice was very light, and his speech felt gentle and refined. Immortal Revered, currently the Forget Love Immortal Palace is being attacked by a powerful enemy. Can the Celestial Venerable step forward and bestow a decree to save the Forget Love Immortal Palace? Yin Qingcheng urgently asked. Forget Love Immortal Revered's voice was still very light. Do you know what my title is? Forget Love Immortal Revered asked. Yin Qingcheng's heart sank. The title is Forget Love Immortal Revered. Since you know, why are you still asking me for help? Forget Love Immortal Revered asked. Yin Qingcheng. Immortal Revered, you originated from the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Do you not have any feelings for the Forget Love Immortal Palace? Yin Qingcheng asked. No. Forget Love Immortal Revered was very certain. But in the previous life, when I suffered terrible injuries, when my true spirit was almost annihilated, you saved me precisely because I was a disciple of the Forget Love Immortal Palace. Only then did Forget Love Immortal Revered show a little interest. Is that so? That's right, exactly so. You lied. Forget Love Immortal Revered's words were very certain. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew what kind of person he was. Do you know what price you will pay for lying to a Celestial Venerable? Yin Qingcheng. In the previous life, she had lied to a Celestial Venerable more than once and paid no price. However, that was 9 lives Celestial Venerable, whereas now it was Forget Love Immortal Revered. Immortal Revered, please quell your anger, but in the previous life, it was indeed. However, before Yin Qingcheng could finish speaking, she was directly interrupted by Forget Love Immortal Revered. What exactly happened in the previous life? Tell me. 9 lives Celestial Venerable's method of reversing time made even Forget Love Immortal Revered feel a sense of dread. He actually had no memory of the previous life. What kind of power was this? Yin Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and could only reveal everything. In the previous life, because I suffered a misfortune, my true spirit was damaged, and my great Tao collapsed. Even entering the 6 paths of reincarnation could not restore me. My husband, who is also 9 lives Celestial Venerable, was 9 lives Great Emperor at that time. Thinking that you were the ancestor of the Forget Love Immortal Palace and shared the same origin as me, he went to request your help. With your help, I was able to be reborn, my strength did not weaken, and I even improved further. Forget Love Immortal Revered understood. It seems 9 Lives Great Emperor was really strong at that time. Yin Qingcheng. At the Great Emperor realm, he was actually able to make me take action. Isn't that strong enough? Yin Qingcheng wasn't a fool. After Forget Love Immortal Revered said this sentence, she understood that Lu Yi didn't just ask Forget Love Immortal Revered for help, he probably asked with his fists clenched at the time. Whether you save or not, I will beat you until you save. Chapter 480 Imagination of Someone Loving Me. This isn't over yet. Forget Love Immortal Revered, based on what Yin Qingcheng just said, her true spirit was shattered. Her great Tao collapsed. He actually already understood what kind of forbidden technique he had used to save Yin Qingcheng. You are now cultivating the Forget Love Great Path, Forget Love Immortal Revered asked. Yin Qingcheng nodded. Forget Love Immortal Revered couldn't help but start laughing. At first, it was a normal laugh, then the laughter became helpless, then sorrowful, then pathetic. Yin Qingcheng was confused. Immortal Revered, why are you laughing? I'm laughing at that 9 lives, he truly is pathetic. He thought others loved him, but in reality, they had ulterior motives, ha ha ha, pathetic, tragic. Yin Qingcheng's face immediately turned pale. Yin Qingcheng didn't want to hear the following words, so she directly knelt on the ground. I beg Immortal Revered to save Forget Love Immortal Palace. Do you know what the forbidden technique I used is called? Forget Love Immortal Revered said with a smile. This junior doesn't want to know. Please Celestial Venerable save Forget Love Immortal Palace, that is the power that taught you how to cultivate. Let me tell you, the name of that forbidden technique is True Knowledge Illusory Realm. Immortal Revered. Yin Qingcheng's voice was full of pleading. Please go and save Forget Love Immortal Palace. True Knowledge Illusory Realm possesses the special mental power I have collected over countless years. That kind of mental power is the purest emotional power of seeking knowledge, it is infinitely profound. It can detect the emotional needs deep within a person's soul. It was originally something I used to save my beloved, but she has already undergone reincarnation many times and no longer has any love for me whatsoever. And you, 9 lives will definitely think that your love for him is very, very deep, that in the depths of your heart, the most real part of your soul, you must love him. No, don't say it, don't say it. Yin Qingcheng's emotions suddenly collapsed. She didn't care who the other party was, but hysterically stopped Forget Love Immortal Revered from continuing to speak. But how could Forget Love Immortal Revered listen to her? I will definitely tell him. The cultivators of Forget Love Immortal Palace, everyone looks like they are love, but whether they are love in the end, only she herself knows. Because the process of love and forgetting emotion is the same, only the result is different. It's possible that what you thought was love was actually forgetting emotion on the other side. If this happens, can you bear the consequences? Forget Love Immortal Revered started laughing. Ha ha ha, a person who is infatuated will definitely believe you, and will definitely say that he is willing to bear all the consequences. If we look at your current situation, he indeed has borne them. Speaking of this, Yin Qingcheng's veil of shame had been completely torn off, so she also didn't care about anything. Then is it all my fault? I had already become like that at the time. Was it also wrong for me to want to become stronger in the deepest part of my heart? Yin Qingcheng said loudly. Did I want love to turn into forgetting emotion? But it just happened to change. What could I do? Forget Love Immortal Revered heard this and fell silent for a moment. A faint voice sounded. How is it that I don't know that True Knowledge Illusory Realm can have the ability to change the Great Tao? With just one sentence, Yin Qingcheng was stunned. You said, what did you say? Forget Love Immortal Revered spoke again. I said, True Knowledge Illusory Realm can only draw out the deepest emotions, it does not have the ability to change the Great Tao. Yin Qingcheng's eyes widened. They widened very much. Forget Love Immortal Revered's words were like a bolt from the blue, striking hard at her heart. What did this sentence mean? What did it mean? Yin Qingcheng couldn't even understand. If it doesn't have the ability to change the Great Tao, then why did her own Great Tao change from love to forgetting emotion? Without such ability, whether it's forgetting emotion or love, only the cultivator themselves knows. If this True Knowledge Illusory Realm doesn't have such ability, then it means she was forgetting emotion from beginning to end. It wasn't because Forget Love Immortal Revered saved her that she turned into forgetting emotion, she had always been forgetting emotion. No, that's not right. No, 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 although I lost the memory of that period, I saw Lu Yi's 3 lifetimes tribulation, and in Lu Yi's 3 lifetimes tribulation, I clearly saw you telling Lu Yi that if I were saved by you, you said something about love turning into forgetting emotion, and something about not loving my husband would make him feel immense pain, pain more terrifying than death. Wasn't it because I loved him that I changed from love to forgetting emotion? Forget love. Immortal Revered heard this and couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. He was thinking, could such illogical words have come from him? It shouldn't be. First, his true knowledge illusory realm cannot change the great Tao. Second, in his understanding, the most painful thing in the world is when the person one loves changes from love to forgetting emotion. There is nothing more painful than this. So, these words should not have been spoken by him. Then why did they appear in Lu Yi's 3 lifetimes tribulation? At this moment, forget love. Immortal Revered's main body suddenly opened its eyes. So that's how it is. He understood. It wasn't that he had said such words. For things to become like this, there is actually only one possibility. I know. Forget love. Immortal Revered's words had some fluctuations at this moment. Know what? Yin Qingcheng's voice was full of unease. She didn't know what forget love Immortal Revered knew, but she had a premonition that this matter was definitely not good for her. Lu Yi also entered the true knowledge illusory realm. This sentence, without a doubt, was another huge bolt of lightning that struck hard in Yin Qingcheng's head. Her lips couldn't help but tremble. What do you mean? Yin Qingcheng's voice carried fear. Lu Yi must have entered the true knowledge illusory realm with you. He personally saw your forget love great path. He personally saw that your love for him was all purposeful. So Lu Yi couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that the person he loved would treat him like this. In this state, Lu Yi definitely couldn't accept reality. He wanted to escape, but true knowledge illusory realm wouldn't allow him to escape. Under this escape and clear truth, he deceived himself. He deceived himself. He fantasized that someone loved him. He constructed an illusory memory. In this memory, although you turned into forgetting emotion, you at least loved him. At the very least, he had received love. Forget love. Immortal Revered said a lot in one breath. He felt quite emotional in his heart. Compared to Lu Yi, he was actually so fortunate. Lu Yi must be someone who lacked love. After meeting Yin Qingcheng satisfied all his longing to be loved, but the result under this love was deception, blatant deception. Lu Yi never received love from beginning to end. Lu Yi didn't go crazy under such circumstances, which was also quite impressive. Yin Qingcheng was completely dumbfounded. No, it's not like this. No, I am. Chapter 481 To Assistance. Forget love. Immortal Revered looked at Yin Qingcheng's current appearance, feeling inexplicably pleased. Those who betray true feelings should all die. Death is too easy for them, they should wish they were dead. However, one thing caught forget love Immortal Revered's attention. Time reversal. The world truly possesses such power. If I could reverse time, could I? Thinking of this, forget love Immortal Revered's face became distorted, and destructive aura began to emanate from his body, causing the entire 9 heavens to seem shrouded in the dark clouds of destruction. His great Tao was becoming unstable. But in an instant, forget love Immortal Revered had already returned to normal. The word, emotion, truly is the most miraculous thing in the world. How many people, because of emotion, reached heights that didn't originally belong to them? Relentless Sage, Red Dust Saint, him, and also 9 lives Celestial Venerable from the previous life. No, 9 lives Celestial Venerable, perhaps because of emotion, only stopped at the Celestial Venerable level in his previous life. But he was different. If not for the word, emotion, would he have become a Celestial Venerable?